ChrisChan is often called the most documented person on the internet. From an extensive wiki to thousands of YouTube videos, millions of onlookers who have jumped on to observe the story, it's hard to name someone more synonymous with modern internet culture. And even with Chris being a subject of forum talk for more than a decade at this point, it seems like people are hardly losing interest. So today, we'll try to cover the entire story of everyone's favorite, or least favorite, internet celebrity. ChrisChan's story starts and ends with women, and with one in particular, his mother. Her allegedly abusive parenting being why he became the most documented individual in the world. And it was on account of his unspeakable acts toward her that he was suddenly pulled out of the public eye and into a jail cell. Seeing as he was just released from that jail cell, everyone's worried about what's next for Chris. It's natural to think history will repeat itself, but many still don't know the full extent of that history. A history which spans over 40 years, with its groundwork being laid even prior to that. It all started in the year of our Lord 1980, when a 53-year-old Bob Chandler and a 39-year-old Barbara Weston got married. Barb was involved with a few other men before Rob, such as a man named Ron Coleman Yeats Sr., who she had a child with by the name of Cole. Barb, however, disputes this and claims to have never been involved with Rand, but with a man named Jack Smithy, with whom she supposedly had a fancy wedding. Cole grew dubious of his mother's claims about who his father was and decided to hire private investigators to settle the matter. In emails he eventually exchanged about the pursuit of the identity of his father, Cole said, "It seems likely, since Rand's middle name is Coleman, that this man is my biological father." However, Barbara never spoke of this marriage. I would never have known about it had I not made a special trip to Richmond to get copies of all of her marriage certificates. Can you imagine having an essential part of your personal family history shrouded in mystery for 44 years because the one person who could clear the air insists on lying to you? Barbara hung up the phone in my face when I asked her about these revelations. Needless to say, I really don't give a fuck about Barbara or about her fucking lies. In 1966, when Cole was 3 years old, Barbara began a relationship with a man named Jerry Harmon Jr., who would become Cole's stepfather. Another finding of Cole's investigations was that Barb never actually married Jerry despite her claims of having done so. A trend of dishonesty was forming. In an email about the domestic situation during this time, Cole said, "Barbara is mistaken about the bunch of good years we supposedly had together. I grew up in an abusive household with Barbara and my former stepfather Jerry, where physical and mental punishments ran the gamut, from bare beatings to cold showers to bizarre scenarios acted out with glee by two deeply neurotic adults. The treatment I received in Richmond, Virginia was another matter altogether. To raise a child in such conditions is inexcusable. Even at a very young age, I knew they would abandon me. They were both irresponsible and incompetent parents who exposed me to traumas that I would rather not remember. As for Barbara professing her love for me, I have not seen any evidence of it in close to 20 years, and that's a very long time. Barbara's definition of love is a hackneyed sentimental term she uses to extract a response. At some point in the early 1970s, Barbara nearly killed Cole when attempting to scare off a would-be robber. A burglar tried to break in when my dad was out cheating on my mom. We had a steel front door. Some dirtbag was making no bones about trying to break down our front door. Richmond was the rape capital of America at the time. My mother Barbara left the living room for the adjacent bedroom, where said pistol sat waiting. She returned with a fully loaded gun. I stood beside her about 10 feet from the door, where the would-be thief was still loudly at work trying to break down the front door. My mother pulled back the hammer, attempting to cock it, but she didn't pull it back far enough for it to lock. Blam! The gun fired. The bullet hit the floor, ricocheted onto the steel door, then onto the ceiling, before lodging in the plaster wall less than a foot to the left of my head. The would-be thief was scared off, so mission accomplished there. But I could have easily died. In 1978, Barbara and Jerry separated, and not long after, Cole moved to California, presumably to get as far away as possible from his dysfunctional mother. Despite being directly connected to the endless odyssey of Christery, as it's often called, Cole is a relatively normal person. After they both separated from their respective spouses and married one another, Bob and Barb didn't see their advanced ages as a reason to avoid conceiving a child. Whether this was due to their lack of knowledge of the risks, carelessness, or a mixture of both is anyone's guess. By 1981, Barb was pregnant, and on February 24th, 1982, a child was born that would change the world forever: Christopher Weston Chandler. Unfortunately, whatever bad parenting techniques were present when Barbara was raising Cole were at least as bad, if not worse, when it came to raising Chris. By 1983, probably due to her lack of interest in raising Chris herself, Barbara hired a babysitter that would end up abusing 1.5-year-old Chris by locking him in a closet. Later on, he would claim that this led to him having autism, although that claim is doubted. This situation caused him to become nonverbal, only occasionally screeching and crying, which made him very difficult to deal with for his parents. By 1985, Chris met the first person besides his parents whom he recalls as a friend, Sarah Nicole Hammer. According to what he himself says in his Wikipedia autobiography, which, yes, exists, Sarah brought him out of his autistic shell and helped him become more social, though she did, every once in a while, take advantage of Chris's less than advantaged intellect by doing things like locking him in a house's crawl space or trying to get him to put a honeysuckle in his mouth. But apart from that, Sarah was actually his crawl space or trying to get him to put a honeysuckle in his mouth. But apart from that, Sarah was actually nice to him. They played hide and seek, rode swing sets, and even roller skated. This was one of the very few times Chris got to be a regular child. A couple of years later, Chris began kindergarten and Bob retired from his job. In fear that he was going to die from his heart problems, Bob decided to write Chris a letter for him to read in the future, in the case that he passed away. In one excerpt, it read, "I hope I've been able to provide for you and your mother until you at least get to college, and for your mother, until she joins me at the great sing-along in the sky, or wherever. Anyway, I expect you to take care of her, love her, and never disappoint her for as long as she lives. I also expect you to never disappoint me, because I will always be with you to help you when the going gets tough, and you need me. Since everything always seems to happen for the best for me and when I need it, I've always felt like my mother was my guardian angel. You look exactly like my mother and I. I didn't plan my life. I just took it as it came along. I seem to have had no control over it. It always came along with what was right for me. Look at me 8 years ago in 1979. When I was really down and out and ready to cash in my chips with heart problems I didn't even know about, your mother, Barbara Ann, helped me through the rough spots, and together we had you. Now I really had something to live for. No better things or events could have happened to me. Your mother and I have done our best for you, and in return, we expect at least that from you, for yourself, and your children." Despite Chris still being mute at the time, it's evident that Bob had high hopes for him, which included college and children. On top of all of that, he emphasized as much as he could, Chris ought to love and take care of Barb, advice which we'll eventually know Chris took to heart in quite a peculiar way. Regardless of Bob's shortcomings as a father, it seems that he did genuinely care for Chris and wanted the best for him, at least based on this letter. As his childhood progressed and he attended speech therapy classes, Chris eventually started speaking again at age 7. This was a relief for his parents, who could now actually communicate with him instead of having to guess what was on his mind. According to Chris himself, he quickly made up for his time in silence by talking a lot with his classmates. Through the entirety of his childhood, Chris's parents showered him with gifts, the brunt of which were video games. For Christmas that year, he was given a Nintendo Game Boy, which eventually allowed him to play Pokemon. As we'll learn later, this culminated in a major timeline shift in Christery. For the rest of primary school, Chris's life wasn't any more eventful than your average kid. He had a crush on a girl for a little while and played lots of video games. However, when he entered 4th grade, something very odd happened. 5 faculty members, ranging from teachers to the principal, as he retells it, abused him by pinning him to the ground, holding his wrists and ankles, and audio taping his cries and shouts. Regardless of how far-fetched or possibly false the story may sound, it must have had some degree of truth to it, since Bob and Barb went as far as suing the school, proceeding to homeschool Chris for the time being. We don't have details knowledge about the legal proceedings of this lawsuit, but we do know that it eventually got dismissed. Whatever your opinions about homeschooling may be when it concerns children, in Chris's case, being around other kids was
God, no. Oh my God. I cannot. Oh my Jesus Christ. Forgive me, chat. I woke up and then I decided to get ready for streaming and I forgot to plug in my fucking mic. That's so fucked up, dude. No way. Oh God. Oh, that's fucking terrible. No way. So we just went. Hold on. How long have we? How much time has passed? We went 22 fucking minutes without fucking audio. Oh my God. No. Fuck. Oh, God damn it. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I gotta fucking switch all this shit around. Oh fuck me, dude. This is not good. Fuck. Fuck. 22 fucking minutes. We went 22 minutes without me fucking actually being heard. Son of a bitch. Anyways, give me 1 second. Sorry. Oh, you motherfucker. He was... Oh, maybe that's another stream I should do. Try every spicy chicken sandwich known to man. Like, let's be... I don't know. You guys ever tried KFC spicy chicken sandwich? Shit is fire, man. Oh, Jesus. Better giving me the right order, too. How the fuck does it kind of smell like fucking... It smells kind of weird, guys. What the fuck is that smell? Maybe it's just the fucking metal? I don't know. Fucking smells weird. We'll meet again. Don't. What the hell is this? What the fuck? They put a moist towelette in my fucking thing. No wonder this is what's smelling. Who did this? This is fucking gross. Oh my God, it's all over my fucking food now. Who the fuck at KFC put this shit? Oh my God. What in the goddamn... There's 2 of them! Who the fuck puts this shit with food? I ought to fucking call that place up. Be like, you motherfuckers are having some health hazards and shit. They give me fucking honey. Oh, hold on. They gave me honey. I don't have anything to eat the honey with. I have fucking nuggets and spicy chicken sandwiches. What the fuck? Oh, those assholes. They even fucking forgot my sauce. What the No, you fucking dicks. Oh, come on. Really? Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, you know what? Fuck that. Son of a fucking bitch. I can't believe that shit. Great, now I have nothing to eat my fucking nuggets with. Yeah, motherfucker. God damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking give that bitch... What's up? $3 and a thumbs down for that fucking... For the nuggets, because these motherfuckers forgot my sauce. It's just fucking stupid. God damn it. Okay, now fucking hold up. Another moment of fucking truth, because the last time I ordered these fucking sandwiches, these assholes didn't even put the right fucking sauce. I swear to God, people who work at this fucking store are just sometimes idiots. Okay, well, it looks like they put the sauce on here. They put the sauce on the other one? I can't fucking tell. Okay, yeah, they put the sauce on this one. Alright, good. Sorry, guys. I get serious because, like, I fucking paid for this. I should get what I should get what I fucking ordered. But, like, fucking, it just seems like something fucking, they put a fucking health hazard with fucking 2 fucking hot, moist towelettes fucking making my food smell weird. Making me questioning if they fucking are gonna try to poison me. And fucking didn't even bring the sauce, man. The sauce! My favorite sauce, too. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. That's some fucking bullshit.
Hey.
Hello? Wrong number.
Hey. Oh, sorry.
All good. How the fuck? Alright, well. Let's get this fucking shit show on the road, shall we? God damn it. Fucking forget my sauce. Fucking making me questioning if you guys are gonna try to fucking poison me. Fucking my sauce, man. That's my Buffalo Ranch. I need it. Fucking, I have a thing of fucking mustard. Never ordering from this KFC again. Alright. Sorry, guys. I guess I'm also going to be trying to eat on stream, which is never a pleasant thing to say. Anyways, let's continue, shall we? Alright, there we go.
Was beneficial for him, and he needed the social interaction to improve. While taking him out of school might have been necessary due to the treatment he was getting from the staff, being isolated entirely was certain to do him harm. In December of '92, Bob and Barb took Chris to a mall, where they would stumble across the Leonard Bernstein Symphony Orchestra, a band of animatronic bears. During their interaction with the leader of the band, Leonard Bernstein himself, the performer that operated the animatronics behind the scenes, accidentally called Chris ChrisChan instead of Christopher, his birth name. For whatever reason, this deeply struck a chord with Chris, who insisted that his name be legally changed to ChrisChan, a wish that would eventually be granted by his parents and even got coverage in a local newspaper. Later on, it seems Chris believed God himself was acting through that bear.
I am ChrisChan Weston Chandler. So get it through your damn fucking skull and call me the real name that God has been given to me and the bear at Regency Square Shopping Center during 1989.
In 1993, the passion for Sonic the Hedgehog that Chris already had for years at that point would grow to new degrees, with him entering the Sonic the Hedgehog Watch and Win Sweepstakes contest, where he won the grand prize, a $1,000 shopping spree at a local toy store. This win was reported on television, making yet another instance of Chris attracting the attention of the media, even as a young boy. By 1996, Barb would retire as well, meaning both her and Bob were spending the entirety of their time raising Chris, though whether their increased presence was good or bad for him, only time would tell. This was also the year Chris began high school, and in his opinion, these were his happiest years. It was during this period that he became the water boy for the basketball team, and just later, he's a manager for it. However, I assume that if Chris was able to exercise that position, it must not have been that serious of a position in the first place. During one of his high school's basketball games, Chris unknowingly received a vision of the things to come. As he tells it, one day during b-ball practice, I was randomly thinking, with a picture of Mighty the Armadillo of Knuckles' Chaotix 32X leaning against one of a bunch of tall lockers in my head, when suddenly the door behind him opened up, and out popped this orange hedgehog with a basketball. So I drew and colored him on paper immediately. Bionic the Hedgehog, Sonic's long-lost brother, was born. As you can imagine, it's just a dismal recoloring of
Christ.
Sonic, but orange. Oh, and by the way, in case you didn't figure it out, his name is Bionic because B is for basketball. Along with having crushes on a couple of cheerleaders and involving himself in an altercation that got him demoted to the short bus, his time in high school was marked by a prophetic dream about Sonic being on Game Boy. After getting an F in English, a 16-year-old Chris recorded his very first video dubbed Song of ChrisChan, where he read a poem he wrote and proceeded to meander about other topics.
I hear America singing as I sing of myself, and you experience as I experience. The problems of yourself are my problems. The ears of the young singing cries of happiness. The children's song is song of laughter. And also, sometimes Mother and I buy some Lego sets to build them together. Like for example, this old bicycle pitch shop here. You can tell this is an old-fashioned Lego set on the counter. This is the old-fashioned Lego land on the corner.
If you're already familiar with ChrisChan in any way, you might be able to notice that he sounds different in this clip, almost like he's a different person. His voice is deeper and his speech is clearer than what he later became known for. To some extent, it's almost as
I don't know about that, Tom. It sounded pretty the same to me. Like, it sounded pretty similar. It just sounded the same to me.
as if he was just your regular 90s nerd as opposed to the Lovecraftian entity he eventually came to embody. This is due to the fact that during this time, Chris was regularly interacting with people that weren't his beyond geriatric parents, which resulted in him being a lot more socially capable and normal. But normalcy was on borrowed time in the Chandler household. For starters, Chris discovered how to, as he puts it, mass debate in the ripe old age of 16 years old. After figuring out how to break the parental lock on his TV, he figured it out for himself, whatever that means. In 1998, the Pokemon anime began being broadcasted, and Chris was immediately hooked, becoming a fan of the series. Shortly thereafter, the Pokemon...
Oh, you know what I'm kind of shocked about a little bit? Is that, like, Chris was allowed to watch Pokemon during the 90s, when I think, like, fucking so many people were going after its ass. Like, a lot of, like, conservative people were going after Pokemon because, like, they said it was devil worship, it was witchcraft, you know, the classic shenanigans fucking conservative people get up to. Not saying that every conservative person is like that, but like the radical ones in a sense, where they're just like trying to demonize everything that's like they don't understand at the time. But I'm surprised he was allowed that, because it seems to me like Barb and fucking, what was his dad's name? Chris's parents are pretty, you know, straightforward, conservative kind of people. I don't know if that's just my thought, but I don't know. That seems weird that they would allow them to watch it if they were somewhat conservative or something.
On Red and Blue game would hit the shelves in America, and in a way, ChrisChan's fate was sealed at that very moment. During 1999, Chris's obsession with Pokemon would grow more evident, and in April, he created his first website called CWC's PokeSite, which was meant to be a Pokemon content and news aggregator, which, of course, Chris lacks the competence to maintain. It seems the site's code was based mostly on a pre-built template, and, most likely, was made under adult supervision, considering one of the entries on the site's guest book seemed to be from one of Chris's teachers. Throughout most of the year, Chris created playing cards for his Pokemon OCs. His ideas weren't always the most creative, such as Drummore and Symbolic, two Pokemon that were basically just sentient drums. One of these Pokemon, Espinolic, a comically stereotypical Hispanic Pokemon, served as the mascot of the Spanish version of the second edition of CWC's PokeSite. The absolutely broken miscarriage of a website that came as a result of Chris trying to make his website from scratch in HTML instead of using a template. In late August, he made Yoshi into a Pokemon, which set a precedent for him taking copyrighted characters from other franchises and making them into Pokemon. In the year 2000, Chris turned 18 and held a birthday party he eventually wrote about, saying, "We hung balloons and streamers and we laid refreshments out on the table. At the door was 4 of my high school amigas, and one of them brought a friend. We ate pepperoni pizza and drank Pepsi. It was great. As mother lit the candles, I was filling up with ecstasy. After I blew the candles, I was presented with a big jawbreaker from Kelly, an R.L. Stine novel from Sarah, a planner with stickers from Miranda, and a rabbit doll with jelly beans from Tiffany. We watched Good Burger and had fun. After they left, it was done. What did I wish for? I'm not telling. Though they obviously went to his party in the spirit of charitability, the fact that he was likable enough to inspire these girls to humor him is a sign that, despite his problems, Chris was functional, even if in his own way. In the same year, Chris began taking Paxil, a medication to help with his autism, and overall, it seemed like things were headed in the direction of stability. But who could ever predict what was coming next? Chris's interest in Pokemon endured, and he continued to create new Pokemon playing cards while having people from his school sign his site's guest book, complimenting his art. With all of these social rewards he was getting from expressing his creativity through his interests, Chris's ambition and belief in the potential of his creations only grew. During a computer graphics class, Chris was assigned to create a CD album cover, but with the caveat that the image could not include any copyrighted character. Because of his dependence on derivative material, he struggled with this limitation. That is, until he came up with a brilliant idea. If he were to make a hybrid of two copyrighted characters, the resulting admixture wouldn't be copyrighted, and thus, it had to be acceptable. The CD, dubbed ChrisChan's Favorite Hits, would feature a picture of Chris himself alongside a few OCs of his, but with one unforeseen addition: the one and only Sonichu, a mixture of Sonic the Hedgehog and Pikachu.
It's here.
He commented on this moment, saying, "It dawned on me at that moment after lunch, much like the random creation of Bionic the Hedgehog during basketball practice in my freshman year, Sonichu just bursted right into my imagination. A blur at first, but then it became more clear and came together very well. So as swiftly as the creation of Bionic, I drew Sonichu on paper from imagination. Then I drew him on my currently open Photoshop program. After checking with my teacher and my father, who is big on copyrights and whatnot, Sonichu was legal then, and still is, and only mine. So, soon after, the CD cover was made, printed, and passed with an A+ grade. And just like that, things would never, ever be the same. Soon after Sonichu's conceptualization, Chris would immediately start making homemade Sonichu merchandise as if he was a real character. One of the girls that went to his birthday party, Kelly, received a Sonichu sweater Chris had made. Though it's a virtual certainty she had no idea what kind of psychotic horcrux she was dealing with at the time. Chris's creative streak would continue to manifest through another assignment he had to do, wherein he would have to document a week of his high school life, which he would dub A Week with ChrisChan Chandler. The cover art is a picture of him wearing an Ash Ketchum hat with his dog, Patty. Above it is the title scribbled in Chris's incomprehensible handwriting, while underneath is the most menacing drawing of Sonic the Hedgehog ever made. This pattern of randomly drawing Sonic's head continued through the project. As in the first page of this assignment, we have this rendition of Sonic looking like he's been run over by a Japanese bullet train. As for the actual content of Chris's paper, it details a pretty uneventful week, with Chris helping his parents move, sleeping during class, playing Pokemon, and reading R.L. Stein books. While most aspects of his life kept their monotonous rhythm, Sonichu festered in the deepest crevices of ChrisChan's mind, taking on a myriad of different forms such as Dark Sonichu, Surfing Sonichu, and Snowboarding Sonichu. A man for all seasons. By June, Chris graduated from high school, though it was not a good experience for him. In his Wikipedia autobiography, he said, "Graduation for me was a sad one then. I only got recognized for my grades with a star pin, yet they had more fancier awards for more important qualities. I should have been highly recognized for my artistic talents I showed in many art classes for the award ceremonies before graduation day. I felt crestfallen greatly from not getting recognized for any of my talents. I excelled in math too, for the love of God. I had gotten over the award ceremony on the graduation day, but to add lemon juice to an open wound, it was dark and rainy that day, and they handed out more talented awards right before handing out any diplomas. When I went up there to get mine, I was feeling depressed, upset, crestfallen, and ticked off. When the award was handed to me, I took it without looking anyone in the eye, and I did not shake anyone's hand. I just walked back to my seat in the graduating crowd. Then, soon after, I just walked the wrong way up the center aisle, found an isolated table, and cried myself out. My mother found me later and comforted me. My father was so ashamed of the way I acted, and he would later still be angry at recalling the moment. Tiffany also found me and gave me a caring amount of condolences back there. I gave her a plush Psyduck as a graduating gift beforehand. But I left out two other reasons why I felt crestfallen at graduation. I never got the chance to ask Kelly out on a date, and more importantly, that I was leaving all my close gal friends behind. Soon after finishing high—
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest here. I feel for the guy right now. I'm not defending him or anything for what he's done currently, but like this moment, I feel for him a little bit, because like, I mean, he's autistic, and you know he's not as social as most people, and hearing him be close to even just you know, people doing kind of charity for him or hanging out because he is just that nice of a guy, you know, nothing's wrong with him right now. And hearing him kind of be sad that, you know, he was scared to ask a girl out on a date, and that, you know, that it was his last day of, you know, technically being a kid and moving on to adulthood, where he probably knew it was gonna suck, because like he wouldn't have most of his friends, he would have to, you know, have some responsibility, which I'm pretty sure he had some sort of responsibilities, but like, again, I think mostly Barb and his dad just did a lot for him, but like, I think he also realizes that like he's being treated differently currently at the moment, like how everyone is being recognized for what they did, but he's not, and it wounds him. That's all I'm saying. It hurts him because he knows that he's different for sure, but he just doesn't know how different he is, I guess, in a sense. But I feel bad. Because, like, I don't know. In this moment, you know, he just feels bad, and he just doesn't know how to express himself because of so many reasons.
High school, Chris would enroll in a community college, though at this point his priority was clearly Sonichu. In CWC's Poke site, he announced that a dedicated Sonichu page was in the works, and a logo for it was released. His indelible originality follows Sonichu and Rosechu with Chikachu and Meichu, the female versions of Pikachu and Raichu respectively, though what function these pieces of OC serve is completely unknown. In October, the Sonichu site goes live and it looks about how you'd expect. Zero improvement whatsoever in website creation since CWC's Poke site 2. As a matter of fact, the Sonichu website is mostly a carbon copy of the Poke site, mostly containing recycled material from it. At around the same time, Chris decides to further his commitment to the Sonichu IP and makes a Crayola medallion of Sonichu's head with his mouth covered with red sauce, like he just feasted on an order of glizzies. At the tail end of that year, he creates Sonichu's female counterpart, Rosechu, which is basically just Amy Rose from Sonic the Hedgehog with little if any changes to her appearance. All of this marks the beginning of Chris's rapidly deteriorating mental health, as his obsession kept growing into unhealthy and straight up odd directions, and he started putting on significant amounts of weight. Though the first half of 2001 was mostly uneventful, Chris began working at a Wendy's in August, his job description being cleaning trays, tables, and carpet/tile flooring, keeping the place neat, and serving the customers with kind, understanding help. Just a couple of months after he was hired, however, he was let go. Chris claims this was due to emotional differences and that the manager had a spike on his shoulder against him. Over time, more concrete reasons for his dismissal began surfacing, such as drawing a coworker of his as an ugly Pokemon, or making a child cry by doing a terrifying impression of Donald Duck. Regardless, he made a total of $500 before being fired.
Okay, I feel like this is... Oh, hold on. Sorry. What else did they say?
A coworker of his as an ugly Pokemon, or making a child cry by doing a terrifying impression of Donald Duck. Regardless, he made a total of $500 off the job before being fired. 2002 was
I feel like those instances though of like he was just trying to cheer up a kid or to, you know, be friendly with a kid, and you know, unfortunately the the side effect was it coming off as terrifying. But the other one, I feel like, you know, it's kind of his own way of expressing anger. Like him drawing his coworker as an ugly Pokemon is just, you know, him expressing he dislikes them, which, you know, makes sense for who he is. But like, those are pretty tame fucking situations, and like you could have explained to like the people, like, you know, he's autistic, so you know he has trouble expressing himself, and that's kind of how the only way he expresses himself. Or, you know, he was just trying to help out the kid, you know, he's trying to be friendly, you know, be nice and everything else. Like, those are pretty tame fucking situations. So, like, them kind of being reasons he got fired is kind of fucked up, not gonna lie.
For ChrisChan standards, with nothing much happening besides him turning 20 and developing a nigh unexplainable seething hatred for Harry Potter, apparently because it became more popular than Pokemon around that time. In a card he made of himself called Dark Christian, where his Pokemon type is autistic, his ability is knocking out whoever says that they love Harry Potter more than they love Pokemon. The bottom of the card reads, "Christian says, kill Harry Potter, revive Pokemon." Early on in the year, his 21st birthday is ruined by his teacher, as he details. "My 21st should have been as nice as my 18th or Sweet 16, right? Wrong. I was attending an English class at PVCC with this old male teacher. I don't even remember the son of a bitch's name. Anyway, on February 24th, 2003, the day of my 21st birthday, he had the nerve to kick me out of his class just because of my doggone autism. If I could do it over, I'd give him a swift kick. But then I might have gotten kicked out of PVCC, and violence is rarely the answer anyway. Still though, he wrecked my turning 21. Angry face. The actual reason for him being kicked out
Can I just also say that, like, Chris is a little bit of a wordsmith. Like, I don't know how he has this fucking huge vocabulary on him, But the motherfucker's somewhat of a poet. Like, this motherfucker's using words I would never use or never think of using. I'd use them if I was writing something down, but like, you know what? Maybe that's exactly what it is. Maybe that's exactly what it is. He just uses them when he's writing them down. But like at the same time, I'm like, Jesus Christ, Chris. All right, pop off, show off your fucking knowledge of big words, man.
Of class is mostly unknown, with Chris sporadically saying the teacher randomly ejected him from the class because he was autistic. A more believable iteration of this story happens in one of Chris's retellings of it, where he mentions that the topic of homosexuality came up in a group discussion during class, and Chris, being the fancy gentleman we know him to be, said something offensive. Though we don't know what exactly it was, Chris expounded on it, saying, essentially, when it came to critiquing the papers of the other students, when they started talking about drug use and homosexual content, I wrote with exclamations you'd likely hear from a black person in church. He also emphasizes
whoa,
that
whoa. Where did this come from? What the fuck? How the fuck did he just... Where did this kind of racist stuff just come from out of nowhere? The homophobia is crazy. But like, the way he said that, like, what the fuck? Well, no,
teacher being a man had something to do with it, and how whatever problems he was having in English class went away once he retook the class with a female teacher. Chris also says without explanation that after that day, he realized he needed a female sweetheart. This was the beginning of what would be known as Chris's love quest. Initially, not much changed in Chris's general behavior. He continued to give CDs and gifts to his gal pals, and of course, they all included Sonichu in some form because he genuinely thought it was charming. Being romantically inspired, he wrote the first Sonichu story called Sonichu and Rosachu, the genesis of the Love Hogs. Though this story was not illustrated as the latter entries.
The genesis of the Love Hogs? That is a fucking title.
Into the ChrisChan cinematic universe would be, it provided revelatory insight into the inner workings of Sonichu's canon. According to this sacred text, Sonichu came to be when Chris accidentally collided with a Pikachu that stood nearby as he fought a monster. Due to being charged with energy from the Chaos Emeralds, the Pikachu was permanently transformed into Sonichu. Rosechu, on the other hand, was a Raichu that happened to get hit with the rainbow that emitted from the creation of Sonichu. Eventually, for no reason other than Chris's tendency to insert everything from real life into his work, Sonichu and Rosechu kissed and became lovers. About a month later, as Chris resumed his community college classes for the 4th year, he came up with a brilliant idea to solve his problem. He posted up the very first attraction sign, which was a resume to attract a girlfriend. The sign read,
oh my fucking... Well, actually, to be fair, 21 and single white male. I mean, I guess he's described himself, so I mean, that makes sense. For a second there, though, I thought...
One in single white male. Shy, smart, young at heart, computer skilled, humorous. A great thinker and go-getter. Natural salesperson. Enjoys good parts of life. Diplomatic, friendly, loves his family. Peaceful, very creative. He's lonely, seeking a cute 18 to 21 single female companion. 18 to 21 years of age, does not already have a boyfriend. Single. Average to slender weight/body type. White. Lives
oh, okay, hold on. Oh my god. You're kind of going off with like I mean, yeah, makes sense. You want a single woman, average to slender weight and body type. Chris, no offense, my guy, but you're not like fit yourself. I'm not saying you couldn't get, you know, a fit woman, but just saying you don't fit the criteria yourself, and that's coming from someone who's got a little chunk me on his stomach right here. No offense. I mean, hey, this KFC hits. Trust me, it hits down below where you just have that almost beer belly. I'm not afraid to admit it. I'm a little chunky here and there. But you know what? That's okay. Women love the chunk. Do the truffle shuffle.
in Charlottesville or Ruckersville area. Does not smoke or drink alcohol.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. To be fair, if to be fair, I wouldn't. Well, I date a woman who drinks. Not gonna lie, I date a woman who smokes. But at the same time, as long as it's not constant.
Happy, positive personality, average/high income, drives a vehicle. If any men read this huge sign, mind your own business. And to all men with girlfriends, except marrieds and blacks, go jump off a...
Whoa, hold the fucking phone. Except marrieds and blacks, go jump off a cliff, have a nice day. What the fuck, Chris? Where did the racism come in to play? Why did you need to say that? Could have just left it at.
Cliff.
Could have just left it. Hold on. Could have literally just left it at. And to all the men with girlfriends. Oh wait, hold on. Sorry. It could have just left it. If any men read this huge sign, mind your own business. That could have ended it right there. You did not need to add this part of the
All
fucking
men
thing.
with girlfriends, except marrieds and blacks, go jump off a cliff. Have a nice day. You know, I would make fun of the fact that he requires the girl to be average to slender, have income, and drive a vehicle, despite Chris himself possessing none of those things. However, my standards have become so low due to the typical kind of person I cover in my videos that, honestly, I'm just glad he's looking for someone older than 18. Even LolCows used to have standards back then. They should strive to be more like Chris. Oh yeah, don't let me forget to mention that he also emblazoned this sign with some like white version of Sonichu, perhaps to signal how much importance he attributes to the girl being white. This month is also special because that's when Chris makes his debut as a recording artist, dropping his album ChrisChan and the Hedgehog Boys. It's interesting to note that the cover includes Chris alongside Sonic and Sonichu in the foreground, while two black versions of Sonic, at least one of which is supposed to be Shadow the Hedgehog, are in the back, looking upset. The album boasts 8 tracks, all of which consist of Chris reciting parody lyrics.
Can I just say this looks straight out of something like that was kind of like a parody rap, like hold on, wait. I feel like I should. Young Nugget. Do you guys remember Young Nugget? Is that what his name is? Young Nugget. Hold on. Young. Yeah. Wasn't it Simp? Yeah, Simp Detective. Like literally. Hold on, wait. If I go, yeah, Simp. If I go here, look at that. That looks exactly kind of something like his CD cover. Chris's CD cover looks straight out of something like a parody rap for like Young Nugget or something. Straight up looks like that. That's hilarious.
Lyrics over actual songs, not even instrumentals, just full-on songs, ranging anywhere from Backstreet Boys to the Macarena.
Oh,
Seriously, just get a load of So Need a Cute Girl, Chris's rendition of the Backstreet Boys, I Want It That Way.
And I never wanna hear I want a boyfriend.
Another track, Best Friends Forever, is subliminally dedicated to the aforementioned Sarah Hammer, who at this point had a boyfriend whom Chris was jealous of. The lyrics are quite interesting. You hang out with your new friends you made and your boyfriend who acts as a black Sonichu. It is your choice to go with them instead of me. Soon you'll realize you're not complete because I'm not there.
Now hold on a second. You hang out with your new friends you made and your boyfriend who acts like a black Sonichu. If I'm guessing, this is the 90s. And I'm guessing that her boyfriend is pretty much acting like a white gangster. That's pretty much what I'm assuming.
If it wasn't
is what he
clear
means
yet,
by black
Sonichu, along
Sonichu.
with pretty much every other character he made up, were either self-inserts or blatant wish fulfillment fantasies for Chris. Because of his utter inability to deal with the problems he was facing in his life, he articulated them through his OC. After a few months of his sign being
look
posted
at his
up
fucking-
without any
look at his
takers,
nugget.
respect, it was taken down
It's
by
fucking
the dean of
huge.
the college, Mary Lee Walsh. Chris had a few words to say about her. That evil witch, Mary Lee Walsh, mocked me and even crumbled my efforts and threw them into my face. It was serious, heart-shattering insults like that which literally shattered my heart to almost nothing and murdered my soul. Like, as if I didn't already understand that love can't be hurried, but they all left a huge impression among the general population that having a sweetheart was illegal in Virginia. Thus, Virginia is for virgins, not lovers. Despite Mary's best efforts, every time she took one of Chris's signs down, he just made more and more of them and posted them up around campus, even creating MySpace and Facebook pages to advertise his pursuit of a boyfriend-free girl. As 2004 began, Chris began mulling over the idea of merging his writings with his drawings and making comic strips for his Sonichu stories. He also tries to negotiate with Mary Lee over emails, saying, "Mary, I've slept on it and I've realized that note hanging is not the way to get attention, and I don't really want to meet with either you nor Susan, no offense. I'll tell you what, let's forget the meeting, and if you will allow my newsletter to stay in distribution, I will do all of the following. I will never hang notes on the wall again. I'll consider stopping my silent treatment on Susan. I'll consider knocking you and Susan up my scale of respect, each by 2 points. 0 equals no respect, 10 equals respect." By newsletter, Chris means Sonichu's news dash, which he thought would more effectively attract girls by mesmerizing them with his artistic talent. Mary wisely chose to not engage with Chris's shenanigans, opting to just remind him of when his appointment was and leave it at that. At said
What the fuck? She was on the news too? God.
meeting, despite Chris's Saul Goodman tier bargaining skills, he was forbidden from putting up signs as well as distributing his newsletter, which deeply embittered him, leading him to resent Mary and make her the primary villain of Son.
The fuck does it say? Yes, the autistic virgin has fallen into another dimension We can seize the moment after extensive plotting and take down all that which he has protected. My fellow villain brethren, the time has risen for our divine retribution against Christian Weston Chandler. What the fuck? That is hilarious. Oh my god.
In one of the diary entries he would post to his no longer existent MySpace account, Chris wrote, "Mary Lee Walsh made it illegal to distribute the news dash. I am very angry at that. In response, I plan to incite the masses and hope they demand the return of the news dash so my chances on getting a girlfriend can be restored. I've also declared war on them as well." About a month later...
you know what's funny? You know who he sounds like when he said, I'm declaring war? Daniel Larson. He sounds like Daniel Larson. Oh, that's fucking funny. Oh, that's fucking funny. I fucking Chris trying to say he's going to incite the masses to bring back his fucking whatever. Can you imagine him just standing in front of the fucking college with like a Sonichu sign and like, ah! I'm surprised he didn't do it. I would have been there with him being like, yeah!
Later, he added that Mary Lee was trying to get him kicked out of college altogether for his stunts, though it's unknown the degree to which that's true, as Chris is a very unreliable narrator. Since
a lot of these guys are, to be
the
fair.
ladies in the college campus, he took his sign to the Charlottesville Fashion Square Mall. Though initially seeming more promising than his Love Quest attempt in the college campus, it ran into problems at the mall as well. His diary entries go into detail. "I've just had my worst trip to the mall. I was working with my heart on a red string of fate when from out of the blue, a jerk cop shattered my heart and ripped up the red string. I am very mad and upset because
hey, hold on.
idea for a fall.
What the hell are you doing here? Shit! Scared the shit out of me. Yeah, I'm streaming. No, it's fine. It's fine. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry guys, my brother my brother popped in. I haven't seen that motherfucker in a while. But yeah, he's a good guy, man. I've been seeing him, man. He's good. He's great. Anyways, yeah, sorry about that, guys. Let's continue though. But that was good singing.
Just like that expletive at PVCC did. Before I read on, I have to make a note here to explain that the red string of fate Chris mentions is referring to a heart made out of paper that he would throw at girls at the mall, in the hopes they held onto it so that he could reel them in. If this sounds insane, it's because it is. Anyway, Chris continues, I was not bothering anyone at the mall today while I was just trying to sell myself when I got arrested for trying. I fortunately did not go to jail, but I've been stripped of my right to go to the mall by myself. I would be required to bring my mom or dad with me. My independence and my soul were practically murdered. This encounter inspired him to create one of his most famous terms, jerk-ops, a portmanteau of jerk and cops. From then on, whenever something bad happened to him, Chris would find a way to blame it on the jerk-ops.
What the fuck? Oh, dirty
He even
rats.
made a Pokemon card for them, with the description reading, this copper fiend wants to shatter the virgin's heart by destroying his tools for attracting a boyfriend-free woman. Within a week of his arrest, and possibly because of it, Chris gets suspended from his college, saying, I got suspended from PVCC by the board, and I have that meddling, expletive, to thank for this as well. I am super angry. My dad is bloodthirsty for revenge as well. He's going to write to U.S. President George W. Bush Jr. and Laura Bush to help me get allowed back to PVCC. We all curse death upon Mary Lee Walsh. After this, both his
What is he calling her, though? What is he calling her? Because, like, that's a lot of X's. What the fuck is he calling her? Is it like... I want to say, is he calling her a whore? Because, like, that kind of makes some sense, but at the same time, I don't know. Oh, let's continue. But that's weird. What the hell is he calling her?
entries and his attempts at the love quest die down for the time being, most likely due to his parents telling him to cut back on it to avoid getting in even more trouble. In the meantime, Chris was mandated to consult a psychiatrist for an evaluation as a result of his community college's board. It has a few noteworthy excerpts, such as, according to his parents, there have been a number of incidents which led to his suspension. They feel strongly that the suspension was unwarranted and did not take into account the patient's developmental limitations. One such occurrence was during an interaction with African American classmates. These young women were questioning the patient regarding his search for a girlfriend, at which point he told them they could not be his girlfriend because they were not white. This was perceived as racially insensitive, although from the patient's perspective, he was merely pointing out that they did not meet his standard criteria for a female companion. To the surprise of many, the psychiatrist considered Chris to be dealing with his autism in a relatively healthy way.
I don't want to defend him on that. Like, him saying that, like, if he's looking for a boyfriend-free girl, he should be accepting any girl, to be fair. And I don't know why the fuck he just had that criteria of them having to be white. And, like, I get where the psychiatrist is coming from, where, like, yeah, he just was telling them he didn't fit the criteria. But at the same time, I feel like there was more to what he said to them than just, you know, oh, no, you're not white. Which, I don't know. Where is he learning this from? Because he has to, because hate for race does not just appear out of nowhere. It's learned. So that makes me wonder, is it like Barb and whatever the fuck his name is kind of doing this, like, saying racial stuff in front of Chris and then just, I don't know.
Way, despite the occasional mischief he got up to. One interesting point that has been brought up as a consequence of this document is the fact that both the Love Quest and Sonichu, Chris's two most destructive obsessions by far, only began manifesting after Chris began taking Paxil in 2000. Though I'm no specialist on the matter, some have said that Chris should not have been put on an antidepressant, let alone Paxil, which is the most potent SSRI available.
Paxil is the most potent SSRI available, meaning that it has the strongest effect on preventing the reuptake of serotonin. Even at a lower dose, it may have stronger effects on neurotransmitters than other SSRI drugs. Huh. I don't know what that means either, but it
Considering how
kind
mild
of
the
sounds
symptoms
bad.
were up until that point, it would make a lot more sense for him to just have regular appointments with a psychologist instead of being medicated with no follow-up whatsoever. The psychiatrist that did this particular evaluation, however, was not of this opinion, and instead recommended that his dose of Paxil be increased from 20 milligrams to 30 milligrams daily. I bet that after this, Chris improved by leaps and bounds. Regardless, the rest of 2004 was quiet, with the exception of a video Chris recorded in his bedroom singing a few of his songs, wherein he was wearing the outfit he would become almost exclusively associated with. Along with it, he is donning his esteemed Sonichu medallion, completing the ChrisChan uniform to a T. Unfortunately, despite asking Santa Claus for a girlfriend, Chris spends yet another Christmas as a
You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I think if we once we talk about more LolCows in the future, I'm just gonna be wearing the ChrisChan outfit. Straight up, just gonna do it. It'd be funny, dress up for the occasion. But like that's so fucking fun. I feel weird doing that, but at the same time, I think it's kind of funny, at least in my opinion.
virgin full of rage. 2005 rolls around, and a few posts begin popping up on Chris's website, claiming to be hot chicks who have seen him at the mall, but didn't come up to him for one reason or another. Though few and far between at this point, these were Chris's first proper trolls, first of exceedingly many. However, one of the people that commented this wasn't joking. An actual girl witnessed what Chris was up to at the mall she worked at and decided to seek his website out. This was quite the event, since, up until this moment, Chris never got the time of day from anyone, let alone a girl. Her name was Anna, and in a blog post titled, "The Tale of the Crazy Pacer," she writes extensively about her encounter with Chris, saying, "Once upon a time there was a guy who paced in front of Abercrombie & Fitch. He'd come and do it for hours on end, just walking back and forth. He was an okay looking guy, not evil looking like creepy molester dude, so he would pace for his allotted time, then leave. Sometimes as he paced, he would sing or shout. Nobody really could ever tell what he was saying. Oh yeah, and he always wore the same shirt, a nice little long-sleeved red and blue number that had a gold crest on the left side and a white collar and cuffs. Someone, I can't remember who, suggested that the next time he looked in, we wave at him. Whoever suggested it should die, unless it was me, in which case I feel I've received enough punishment. Of course, he looked in and we all waved at him. He looked kind of bewildered and sort of scared at first, but quickly caught on and waved back. So we went about our business, doing floor set and junks, and a little while later he came in. I was kind of...
Nah, so you gave him, to him, you gave him an in. You waving at him was like, oh, they're interested. They like me. They see something in me. I gotta go inside. And, that's, like, it's an in, I guess, and, like, that's unfortunate that, like, he took
apprehensive
that.
About
He
this.
probably
I mean,
took it that
I've been
way.
doing floor set all day, and I didn't really feel up to dealing with another crazy, but he came right up to the counter I was standing behind, and he looks right at me, all fidgety and twitchy, and this conversation ensued. Chris, you look to be about 19 years old, right? I busted out laughing because he guessed it right. That's exactly right. See, I know these things. I can just tell how old someone is, he said, kind of proud and still timid at the same time. My name is Christian, but you can call me Chris. I'm Christian W. Chandler. Oh, hi, Chris. So, do angels have names? I found out later that he meant to say, do angels like you have names? Poor guy was so nervous he didn't get it right. Probably, but I don't know. Well, what's your name? Sorry, I don't go for pickup lines, I replied, kind of laughing. His face kind of fell, and I felt sorry for him, but he pressed on. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. I was just asking your name. So what is your name? My name is Anna. Okay, well...
Dog, like, that's straight up me in this conversation. I'm Chris right now. I just can't talk to women, man. I fail to talk to women, like, if they're not into anime or manga or, just like one of those two, I have nothing to talk about with a sudden woman I just met. I'm just like, yeah, nice to meet you. That's it. That's the conversation. I'm literally that guy that be like, so, you watch anime, read manga? That's the first question I ask people, and it's like such a bad thing, in my opinion, because I'm just like, come on. You can think of something else. You can think of something better.
Oh, Anna, is there any way I could, get your phone number and maybe I could give you a call sometime? No. Well, do you want my phone number then? You can call me on my cell phone. No thanks. So, do you have a boyfriend, Anna? No, I'm not looking for one, though. Alright, well, do you have access to the internet? Yes. Okay, hold on 1 second, I'll be right back. I nodded, and he went back to his spot where he kept his 2 tote bags and his Sam's Club cup. So, Christian came back and handed me a card with a crudely drawn Sonic the Hedgehog and some other yellow Sonic-looking creature on it, along with Christian's name, email address, and website. It was a homemade business card. That's my email address, and you can just email me sometime, okay? Okay, I said, not intending to email him at all. Despite how awkward these exchanges self-evidently were, you gotta give it up for Chris's autistic riz. Even if just a little bit. For a guy with as many setbacks as him, he handled the situation with more dignity than expected. Many guys today are afraid to even approach a girl. On March 24th, he released...
I mean, Tom's not wrong, man. I'm afraid to go up to women. Most of the times because if I'm afraid to go up to them and they'll be like, hi, how you doing? They're just like, oh, who the fuck are you? I'm just like, oh, okay. Women terrify the shit out of me, man. They're a different breed of race in a sense, man. Not saying that they're bad, just like they scare the shit out of me. Cause like one moment, perfectly fine. Next moment, could be on your ass for one reason or another.
It's one of the earliest proper comic book productions, Sonichu Adventure Sub-Episode 1, dubbed Jerkop-tastrophe. Despite being called Sonichu Adventure, it's mostly just about Chris himself, retelling the story about being banned from a mall. On March 29th, an update to his love quest is posted to his diary. Well, at the mall today, my heart had an extremely fast recovery. Then it became majorly shattered again. I went to the mall like normal. I picked up some chicken nuggets and a drink. Then I went to my spot. I pulled up a chair to sit and eat my food. Then from out of the blue, this cute girl approached me and she asked me if I was looking for a girlfriend. Her name was Hannah and she was 18 years old. I said yes and we small talked for a bit. Then she invited me over to Starbucks for coffee. After she left, I became very excited and oh my god, all over. After calling mom and eating my nuggets, I lifted the chair with such cheer and grace and spun around with it like a dancer. Then I put it back where it was. I felt that my love quest had finally come to an end. And I so elated that my shattered heart had a full fast recovery. I went to Starbucks and we talked about basic things. I showed her my Sonichu scrapbook. She was very impressed. I gave her my email and both my phone numbers on a Sonichu site card and she gave me her email address. I was very attentive as I took notes about her and maintained eye contact. As I left her, I gave a double take flirt. That was the rise. Now here comes the fall.
What the fuck's a double take flirt? Hold on. What the fuck's a... Shit, hold on. Shit. The fuck is a double take flirt? Double take is the same reaction. But hold on, what? Flirting 101, the double take? Hold on. What is this?
Do you know about the flirt double take? My name is Benjamin. I'm a flirt coach, and in this video, I'm going to talk about the flirt double take and how that's going to make you a better flirt and help you know if someone is flirting with you. The double take is this. It's a quick glance away.
Hold on.
And then a glance back. What this does is play on the element of scarcity, and when you feel like something you like is being taken away, it makes you long for it even more. So you're going to use the double take in a flirt like this. You're talking, right? You're making eye contact, you're flirting, and then just kind of glance down and then glance back up. Or you're at a restaurant, you're having dinner, and you're going to the bathroom. You start to walk away.
What the fuck?
Glance back, and is your date, is the other person, are they looking? It's time for the goodbye. You're walking to your car, your bike, whatever, and then as you're walking, you look back.
So hold up, chat. Hold up. If I'm like this, if I'm just talking to you straight up like this, and I just look away and then I go like that, is that all I have to do? That's crazy. Hold on. That's crazy. Just like that. And it's like yeah. Alright. Oh, that's hilarious. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay, well, we figured it out.
As I was sitting at my spot thinking about future steps for later dates, Anna and Dana told me that when they talked to Hannah, she told them she was setting me up in a prank. I could not believe it, so I found and asked Hannah. Sadly, it was true. Then in major shock, Anna and Dana told me that when they talked to Hannah, she told them...
I'm sorry, can I just say, I did not read that as Dana. Just Donna. That's Dana, not Dana. I don't know.
Me up in a prank. I could not believe it, so I found and asked Hannah. Sadly, it was true. Then in major shock, my heart shattered again by 85%, and I let out a big no. After that shout, I got kicked out again, and I'm still without the Fashion Square shopping center. That
well, hold on. What can I all I can imagine is Darth Vader when he like pops out of the fucking thing in episode 3. And he's like, no. This is fucking funny.
Accustomed to after my whole life. So my love quest has restarted, and as for that date of ours, I'll always remember it, but as far as I'm concerned, it does not count as my first date. I was not as happy as I was today in a long time. I am once again heart-shattered and sad, but I will not give up on my love quest, because there has to be one true boyfriend-free, dateable, non-pranking girl out there somewhere. Poor guy really cannot catch a break. Around this time, Chris finished Sonichu number 0, the first proper edition
Go on, Sonichu. Go out and zap to the extreme. I will. Thank you, Father.
of the comic book series. The hand-drawn premiere issue, as he puts it. The stories in it were mostly reworkings of previous standalone comic strips, complete with nonsensical plots and nightmarishly ugly artwork that ChrisChan later became synonymous with. He also begins drawing new Sonichu releases during his public outings for his love quest, and is even noticed by someone who gives probably one of the best summaries of ChrisChan's essence at this point in their blog post. So Sonichu returned to Alderman today. I am not sure what to make of him. He sits in his chair and draws his Sonichu comics, harmless I assume, yet I feel like he knows he's different. He knows that the world rushing in front of him is not his own. Surrounded by the brightest students in America, whatever that means, he sits in his chair and draws, 23 years old. I'm not sure he even graduated high school. In front of him, texts of Plato, Faulkner, God, and Kleist swirl. Does he have the capacity to understand these works? Whether he can or not, I'm not sure, but there is something in his eyes that realizes that there is a level of understanding and thought that he is unable to partake in. As he slumps lower and lower in his chair, with each student he eyes reading or holding a book, he falls into himself, into the markers and colors on the page in front of him. He seems intelligent enough to understand that he does not understand, and that is the hardest part of all. I never thought I'd see Chris be described this poetically in my life. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Amidst these sightings, Chris decides to go to the Mid-Atlantic Anime Convention, where he took a few printed copies of Sonichu number 0 and distributed them to whoever would accept. As his love quest sinks to new lows, Chris gets kicked out from the local McDonald's.
You know what? I feel like that's the best place to sell, like, at the time for Chris to sell his Sonichu. That's how people, I think that's probably how a lot of people actually discovered him. Because, like, think about it like this. If you're just like a small time artist or something, going to like these kind of Comic-Con events or something, and you just distribute out your own work, some people will definitely take it because, like, again, it's like you're trying to support, in a sense, a fellow artist. Like, I'll be honest, I'm going to FanX here in Utah in a week or so from now, and if there's original work there from like small booths and that look interesting, I'll definitely go and get it. I mean, I'm willing to take the chance, see if it's good, and, you know, but, like, I guarantee that's how you discover people, too. For example, I think one year when I went there with one of my friends took me, I took a lot of pictures with a couple of cosplayers. I think one of them was actually, like, had a pretty good following, which I was shocked to learn. That they even handed me out a business card, which is crazy. But, yeah, you know, you meet crazy people there, but you also meet nice people that are willing to, like, support small work, in a sense, you know? It's nice.
McDonald's, where he's also been conducting his attraction sign experiments. I'll spare you from hearing the diary entry in its full extent, but the Managerks, Chris's nickname for the managers, started calling the cops on Chris for loitering in their establishment. In later Sonichu episodes, the manager received in-universe stand-ins. One of them was named Married Senor Comic, an alias which is completely unexplainable to anyone with a functioning brain, and for no apparent reason, had robot arms and legs. After Married Senor, Chris's creativity must have run out, since the other one was just succinctly referred to as Black Fat Jerk, on account of the fact that, to Chris, that's all he really was. If his diary entry is anything to go by, Chris began explaining his situation to them in song and dance. When one of the managers asked Chris to just have a normal conversation,
I have to ask too. I gotta figure this out. Where the fuck did some of these pictures just come from? Like, did he literally just like pose like this? Yeah, fucking, and his mom was just like, yeah, that looks good, Chris, and then just snapped a shot, and he just fucking like that. Like, this is almost looking like straight up like the historical pictures you see in like history class. This is literally what this reminds me of. This is fucking insane. I mean, he's technically a part of internet history, man. There's no doubt about it. ChrisChan will go down in history. He already has, but he will go further down for more probably crazy shit.
With him, he sat silent for a minute until he came up with possibly the most schizophrenic own ever uttered. I do not speak to any man other than myself, because they have all taken the pretty girls, leaving me with none. What a wordsmith. He followed this up by giving them verbal punishment, the finger, and last but not least, curse Yehamehas. What's a curse Yehameha, you may ask? Well, luckily for us, Chris has demonstrated in video.
Curse Yehameh!
A month later, a similar situation played out at Target as the managers called the cops on
that's
Chris.
fucking great.
He claims that as he was about to give them a prepared speech, 5 cops chased him down, pulled his pants, handcuffed his wrists and legs, and hogtied him. After being briefly taken to county jail, Chris was given a court date for disorderly conduct and trespassing. Later on, he dramatized the situation.
I'm back at jerk cop. What the? Oh, fuck. What the fuck? Datalyzing for searching and wanting a girlfriend for about 2 years, and by the order of Mary Lee Walsh, I'm taking you down, Christian Chandler. What the fuck?
In a Sonichu comic.
Down to where? All that is down is only the... What the fuck?
As he always did. Fortunately for Chris, after 2 hearings, he was given a $30 fine and had to pay $56 in costs. Within a week of the Target fiasco, he was once again arrested for following too close while driving. And yes, at this point he was a licensed driver, if you can believe it. After
Crazy how we got all that information.
his suspension from college was lifted and he started regularly interacting with other people his age again, things relaxed a bit for a while as advances were made in the love quest. After bidding goodbye to Anna, who moved to Utah, Chris makes a few more attempts at finding a date.
Hey. She's in Utah now? That's crazy. She's here, guys. She's here. Anna, if you're watching this, if you ever see this somehow, hit me up. I want to talk to you about Chris. This is some crazy ass shit. She has to be like... fuck. She has to be way older than me, for sure.
Over MySpace messages, mostly to no avail. The first one was Jelena, who turned him down because he seemed too desperate. Then came Lindsay, who consistently rescheduled her dates over the course of 2 months in order to never actually have to see Chris in real life. Overall, things seemed dire for our brave hero. But it was around this time that he began to rouse online attention, with a thread on a Sega forum centered around Sonichu popping up. Earlier that year, YouTube was created.
See, Sonichu was popping up, and it's probably because he handed those out during, like, the Midwest Comic-Con or whatever, and people were like, who the fuck is this guy? They read it, and they were like, what the fuck? I gotta know more about this guy. This guy's a fucking loon.
So the golden age of ChrisChan was at the gates. Meanwhile, he was getting some traction in his emails. Though his application to become an official Nintendo game tester was rejected, Chris got into regular correspondence with a girl named Megan. On the 1st of November, Megan emailed Chris asking him to buy an episode of Tintin on eBay for her. They had already met in person before in a video game convention a year prior, but it wasn't until these emails at the tail end of 2005 that Chris grew obsessed with her. Though she clarified from the get-go that she wasn't interested in Chris, or anyone for that matter, in a romantic way, this didn't deter Chris, who clearly saw her as a love interest and continued to invite her on dates. To date, Megan was probably the person who had been the nicest and most patient with Chris. 2006 marked a significant rise in Chris buying the most random, useless garbage from eBay for My Little Pony and Sailor Moon.
Whoa. eBay bid confirmed 30 German World War II. What the fuck? 32 German World War II photos, lot 210. What the fuck? Sailor Moon lot. What the fuck? Nintendo German. Jet. Okay. Why is there German World War II in here? What the fuck? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. For some reason, the Sailor Moon shit and the Nintendo stuff makes sense, but not the World War II stuff. Why is he looking that up? Why is he buying
German World War II photos. Apparently, all of the purchases were influenced by Megan's interests. Based on their emails, we know that Megan was into MLP, Sailor Moon, and for some mysterious reason, Wehrmacht soldiers from World War II. Considering how desperate Chris...
Hopefully she wasn't a Nazi. That's... to be fair, I guess if you're, like, into history, maybe you'd be interested in Nazi uniforms or whatever, I guess, but still kind of weird.
Was to get a girlfriend. It's surprising he didn't start LARPing as a Nazi to impress her. Eventually, he got her a Nintendo DS, which she turned down due to the fact that she already had one she bought herself. While Chris was busy spinning his wheels into the mud during his love quest by chasing after an uninterested Megan, he managed to graduate from community college, getting a degree in computer-aided drafting and design. Over time, Chris began wearing her down, continually being pushy about wanting to date her despite her repeatedly saying she wasn't interested. Most likely because of this, Megan being pushy about wanting to date drafting and design.
I have to
Over time, Chris
it's not your fault. You don't have to fret. We'll get Crystal back. I'm just glad you're safe. You are sweet. You are the sweetest girl I know, and I hate to lose you too. Christian, Christian, I thought I was gonna lose you. I feel just terrible if I lost my friend who I really like. I'm
down.
So
continually being.
I'm also sad that your sister fell in and I couldn't save her.
Despite her repeatedly saying she...
What the fuck? This is some terrible ass. Okay, I should have expected this, but this is some weird ass fucking writing. Jesus Christ. It's
He
terrible.
wasn't interested. Most likely because of this, Megan severely limited the amount of times they met up in real life to once a week. And even then, Chris would take that as an opportunity to be as handsy as possible, which
Oh,
she obviously wasn't
fucking
okay
A,
with.
come on.
After months of this dynamic going back and forth, Chris overstepped a few boundaries when he started complaining about Megan being friendly with other guys. This was grating for her since not only were they not dating, but she was also not interested in the guys Chris was paranoid about. This caused her to email him in a slightly stricter tone, saying, "I don't want to have to tell you again or I might get really angry, because you know unwanted remarks or advances to a girl is sexual harassment, and I don't take that lightly, okay? So can you understand now? Anyway, sometimes I get the feeling that you copy me to get me to like you. Like Sailor Moon, for example. The only Sailor Moon thing you had was that adult video, and since I told you how much I love it, then you start getting into it. Kind of like My Little Pony. That kind of thing really annoys me. You make it sound like I have to get your approval to be that kind of friendly to someone." And I felt rather disappointed about those remarks. And you already know I don't love you, so why do you make yourself unhappy by holding grudges and trying so hard to win me over? So please, if you really want to make me happy, please let me make my own decisions and figure out my own life, okay? Besides, even if I had a boyfriend, what makes you think I'll stop being friends with you? I'm not that kind of person who'd say, well, I have a boyfriend now, so see ya. No, I'm not that kind of bitchy girl. You know I haven't talked to this person in a year. I'm not really wanting to get together with him either. Boyfriends aren't for me. Don't want them, don't need them. However, I can't say I like how much you call him a lucky jerk. Why is he a jerk? Why do you call all guys that? Because they take all the pretty girls, leaving you none to choose from? Hate to be blunt, that's a pathetic way to think. You don't go to a mall and buy a girlfriend. The thing is, guys didn't take all the girls. The girls just didn't choose you. Quit blaming other men. Personally, I think you shouldn't be so picky about what they look like. All you say is you want a pretty girl. Well, it's the inside that counts. After all, a pretty girl can have the personality of Satan. Meanwhile, an ugly girl may have a heart of gold, but you wouldn't even give a second look, would you?
Pop
I often
off,
wonder,
Megan,
if
pop
I was
off.
an ugly girl, you wouldn't even come near me, would you? Little did poor Megan know that the powers of the Chaos Emeralds render Chris impervious to reality checks of any nature. While
Oh, that's fucking funny.
this drama ensued,
I can't believe it. The fuck? Fucking, I can't believe it. Her reign of heart-shattering terror was over. Well, I won. Let her get away with it. What the fuck? And it was a good thing. I've informed the citizens about the difference between blank jerk-offs and the true police people. What the
Chris
fuck?
never stopped cranking out new issues of Sonichu, all containing the same themes recycled over and over again, such as Sonichu's enemies always being conspicuously black, the text bubbles being randomly placed on the page with no discernible reading order, Chris vicariously defeating his real-life opponents such as Mary Lee Walsh and the guy who Sarah Hammer dated instead of him, so on and so.
Wes, you jerk, what's the meaning of this? The dame comes with me. Okay, who played the Megamorph? What the fuck?
So forth. What was noticeable in the later episodes was that, progressively, Sonichu became a secondary character in his own comic, with the protagonist becoming Chris himself. Sonichu's function was primarily to serve and protect Chris, and every once in a while symbolically represent who he wanted to be. Additionally, other than real-life people, Chris also added a character called Crystal Weston Chandler, a female version of himself that seems to simultaneously fulfill the ideal role of the mom, the ideal daughter, the ideal sister, and the ideal girlfriend. The fact that this guy wasn't regularly seeing a therapist is a travesty, to be honest. As Megan put a healthy amount of distance between herself and Chris, his eBay purchases started drifting towards the salacious. Items include Bootylicious Love Doll, Pearl Beaded Prolong Ring, Nina Hartley's Guide to Sex Toys, and my personal favorite, Space Nuts. After years of frustration, Chris began taking matters into his own hands, and following this general theme, he also decided to give up on Santa, since for the past 3 years, he was asking for a girlfriend which Santa never delivered. 2007 begins, and Chris begins working on a new project called Yep, I'm on TV, which consists of videos he had recorded on VHS tapes burned onto a DVD. Of course, he had no idea how valuable an archive of his activities would eventually become, and most likely he just did this out of his narcissistic self-obsession with every moment of his life. Later on, the leaking of this DVD was of great assistance to those interested in the CWC lore. But at the very
Jesus Christ, 4
end
hours?
of this highlight reel about Chris's life,
It's longer
there
than
was
this
one
fucking
filmed
video.
solely for the purposes of being put
Holy
into the DVD
shit.
called ChrisChan Weston Chandler's Future Message.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers.
In this 9-minute long prophetic manifesto,
Hey, that's actually a pretty banger opening. Maybe I'll steal that from Chris. You hear that? That's actually a pretty good opening. Hold on.
Future Message.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers.
In
See,
this
that's a pretty banger. See, if a YouTuber came out with that, oh fucking, it'd be used over and over again. That's actually kind of banger. Not gonna lie. See, he was a YouTuber before it was cool, man. He was coming out with the what's going on, guys, kind of thing before it was even cool, man.
This 9-minute long prophetic manifesto, Chris summarizes the lessons he had learned up until this point. He did this because, ideally, he wanted this video to be played in schools. In it, he goes on about why going to school isn't torture, why drinking and smoking are bad, the extreme importance of staying straight, and last but not least, that girls should consider dating uglier guys because they will have a better personality and a brighter...
What'd he say?
Torture, why drinking and smoking are bad, the extreme importance of staying straight, and...
Yes, hold on. What does it say here? Yes, I am a homophobe. I fear them all. I fear the tormenting temptations of falling off the straight path. But then I mentally sometimes sometimes from a DVD. And if you pardon the expression, shove some pussy in my face. What the fuck? I'll tell you what. If I ever think going down, fall off down, what the fuck? I can't even start. If I ever down to changing my path, I might as well get a gender change. What the fuck?
And last but not least, that girls should consider dating uglier guys because they will have a better personality and a brighter future. It's around this time that Chris reconnects with Cole, his previously mentioned half-brother, to offer him a copy of his autobiographical DVD. For the first half of the year, it's business as usual for Chris, who continues to exchange emails with Megan, where she continually complains about him touching her when she doesn't want him to. By June, she leaves for Kentucky, and Chris misses her dearly since she was pretty much the only female he could get close to that wasn't his mom. This wasn't the only thing causing him to be upset though, as by the end of June, Chris's dog Patty, that he had had since 1988, had to be put down. He even wrote his dog a eulogy, saying, "When Patty was brought to the vet on that faithful day, I was distraught with fright and concern for her health. I stayed with her during her final moments with my hand on her head and a tear in my eye. When my mother was brought the paper that gave the doctor permission to send her on her way, I didn't want her to be the one to sign it. I raised Patty since she was a 6-week-old pup, and I wanted to take the strain for signing the one-way ticket. It was hard for me, but it was for the best. So I signed that paper with a crying sonnet face saying, 'We love you, Patty.' After that, I gave her my final pets, hug, hand to paw hold, eye contact, ear rub, cheek to fur rub, and I sadly waved her for the final time, and I said, 'Goodbye, Patty, I love you.' As I stood outside, I heard Patty's last bark saying, 'I will always love you, Chris. Thank you.'
Oh,
regardless of how thorny and problematic of an individual ChrisChan is, losing a pet you've had for that long is tough, especially considering how few and far between were his sources of affection. Patty must have meant a lot for him, and it's hard not to feel for the guy. But let's not dwell on this for too long, because Chris did not either. By July, ChrisChan had entered a contest called Chop Chop Master Onion's Rap Showdown, which was created to promote the Parappa the Rapper game that was coming out that year. The grand prize was 2 PSPs and an all-expenses-paid trip to Seattle for the 2007 Penny Arcade Expo, which Chris was hoping to use in order to seduce Megan out of Kentucky and back into his arms. Well, not quite back since she was never there. Anyway, this is Chris's entry if you were curious.
AP Station, my name is Christian Chandler. I live in Bucksville, Virginia. I have a PSP, I like the rap, I play with the rapper, I go with you now. The only song I know is Master Onion.
July was also a very active month for his eBay, and he bought plenty of more stalls.
Okay, what the fuck did he buy? Officer Nasty Fantasy Doll, the best of amateur angels. What the fuck? Free DVD for life. DVD/free gift. Build your own collection. What the fuck?
Adult videos and
Jesus Christ, where the fuck did he use this from?
Information aids of all kinds. Mind you, all of these trinkets, gizmos, and gadgets were bought on the credit card of a nearly 80-year-old Bob. Whenever he wasn't getting busy with those, he was emailing every person he'd ever interacted with in his life to vote for his Parappa the Rapper contest entry so that he'd win the prize. He even tried Cole, but to no avail, since he seemed to be interested exclusively in trashing Chris's parents. This technique must have proved effective since his video made it to the final rounds, but in early August, it was made public that the winner of the contest was not Chris, but a guy named Adam Stackhouse. Chris would put in his 2 cents about this unfavorable result. That stupid, no good Adam Stackhouse won the trip. He had music and more than one person in his video, which were in violation of the official rules. 3 other videos out of the remaining 9, Apralewski, Brutal, and Soria Buckwald all violated the official rules as well. Those 7 people of those 4 videos should have been disqualified. Period. I am so angry of the fact that the PlayStation Company and their promotional associates will not do anything to bring these violators to justice. Sworn on my autism, justice will be served to these 7 people of those 4 videos.
What the
Of
fuck?
course, while accusing other people of cheating, Chris overlooked the fact that he himself had made over 120 fake accounts to vote for himself, as he admitted in an email to Megan. Also,
100. Hold up. How many?
had made over 120 fake accounts.
He made. This man is dedicated to winning no matter what. This man is dedicated to his ego. He made 120 different fucking accounts to vote for his ass so he could vote for himself. He's fucking insane. I respect the dedication, but that is fucking insane. He is so fucking full of himself that he fucking created over 125 accounts just for this shit. Oh my god, there is no way that this, no way, dude. Holy shit.
Accounts to vote for himself, as he admitted in an email to Megan. Also, his claims that Adam's video had music are based on the facts that Adam beatboxed, which hardly qualifies. In any event, his tirades continued over at his PSN blog. This is directed mostly to Adam Stackhouse, the SOB who was the alphabetically first video in the Parappa contest and got wrongfully the big prize. I loathe Adam and his sister for stealing my one chance at taking my sweet gal friend to Seattle. It would have been terrific. I might have even been able to change her outlook on not planning on having children. She and I are both virgins, although I am a frustrated, high-functionally autistic 25-year-old virgin. I don't have much going on for me, really, because I have been the dog in America's
you act
favorite
like it,
game,
Chris. You
Kick
really
the
do.
Autistic for my whole life. I curse those 7 people between the cast of the
Fucking
3 legal
what?
videos
Kick the
to
autistic.
die and burn. As for Adam, if he's reading this and is asking, "You've got something to say to me?" I do. P.S. Fuck you, you dream-smashing son of a bitch. One thing I've neglected to mention is that while
Isn't this-
Megan was away in
isn't this
Kentucky,
kid,
she wasn't
like,
checking
fucking-
her emails, so she had no idea what kind of garbage Chris was filling her inbox with. When she returned and saw what he had been up to, she once again tried her very best to shut Chris down. I just want to say that your behavior has irritated me for the last time. First, I'll start off with saying that I'm glad you didn't win the contest, because I have no interest in going on a trip alone with someone who can't keep his hands off me.
Good.
I'm not your girlfriend and I never will be. When I say, don't touch me, that means don't touch me. What may seem friendly to you is sexual harassment to me. You whine that you're just being friendly, but you obviously have no consideration for my feelings. Also, I can't say I like how you use my photo in your video and on the cover of your comic book. I want them removed from the internet immediately. Since I'm not a MySpace member, I can't view what you post. If there are any photos of me on your blog, I want them removed. And I don't like your Megan obsession. I don't like being a character in your comics. I don't like how you made me a character in Soul Calibur and Animal Crossing. That kind of behavior really freaks me out. With all that said, we're down to 2 options. A, we remain friends and only friends, period, as in no more touching me, following me, asking me personal questions and giving me things. We can still battle and trade cards and talk. Or B, never see me again. I'm sorry it's come down to this, but I've told you repeatedly in a nice way to stop, but you've never listened. I hope you will.
At least she's
take
giving
what I
him
just said
chances,
into
man.
serious consideration,
It's crazy, though,
and
that
now
she's giving
know
him
that
so
if you try
many.
your advances again, I won't be very nice about it. Despite how clear Megan was being, it would once again fall on mostly deaf ears, as Chris would reply with another email titled, "Ouch, my heart," trying his hardest to guilt trip and yakking about his love quest once again, concluding it with a declaration of his love for her. A couple of weeks go by and Chris continues sending her love mail, all while purchasing more and more sex dolls. Eventually, it seems he did take what Megan said to heart and complied with her demands, and she thanks him for it. The peace treaty between them didn't last very long after Chris began expressing his distaste for one of Megan's friends who happened to be gay. After being confronted by Megan about it, Chris replied, "Originally, I was not fond of him because it was obvious that he was a homo. Yes, I am a homophobe. I fear them all, and I fear the tormenting
No
temptations
way.
of falling off the straight path. But then I mentally, sometimes from a DVD, and if you'll pardon the expression, shove some p***y in my face.
No
I'll tell you
fucking
what,
way.
if I ever stoop down to changing my path, I might as well would get a gender change operation." What a prophetic statement from Mr. Chandler. By some miracle, Megan is once again tolerant and patient with him, saying she understands why
What
he's
the
like
fuck
this,
is up
and
with
she also
Megan's
had a
photos?
tough
Like,
time in high
dead
school,
ass?
and
That is the craziest fucking photo. That looks like she's not even fucking just chilling. That looks like she's straight out of a fucking cult. Fucking crazy.
felt very lonely. In that same month, a new dimension to the CWC story was revealed, as for the very first time, an online community took note of his existence. On a thread about Eulilia on the website Something Awful, Chris gets brought up, along with his Sonichu comics. Soon, he gets his own dedicated thread titled Sonichu and His Quest for a Boyfriend-Free Girl. After 2 decades of people either pitying or distancing themselves from him due to his eccentric sensibilities, Chris finally finds his niche, a target audience of people who relish in how strange and demented he is. In the thread, people point out how his website looks like a visual rendition of a grand mal seizure. Some even theorize that there was no way everything CWC made was this naturally awful, and that he must have been doing it on purpose as a really elaborate prank or performance art piece. But a handful of the users actually had experienced Chris in person. One user said, "I posted in the other thread, but I've seen this guy in real life. This is no prank. He used to go to the college I attended until he got kicked out. If anyone here is from Charlottesville, Virginia, you may have seen him also. He hangs around the UVA Alderman Library and the Fashion Square Mall. I had seen him around campus and just thought he was in an anime club or something. I never saw him with his signs. I learned a lot more about him when he messaged my sister on MySpace and invited her out for a soda. She declined and he became increasingly more harassive towards her until she blocked him. Yes, he wears that Sonichu necklace around everywhere he goes." People slowly realized that Chris was definitely not your run-of-the-mill internet weirdo. Not only was it evident he was a special kind of, well, special, but no one up until that point had probed the depths of the Quickie-verse. Despite how small of a community there was around Chris and Sonichu at the time, it was like stumbling
Can I just
into
say that is
King
such a
Tut's and finding Mount.
that is such a weird name, the Quickie-verse. That sounds like a weird fucking like type of shit. I don't know how to explain it. Just fucking a weird fucking
Some
name.
archaeological artifacts that have been hidden away from the world for centuries. The same user from the previous post found and shared an updated and enhanced version of the attraction sign on Chris's website. This edition included a list of Chris's turnoffs, which are the following: smokers, real drunk alcoholics, gone to Moe's often, current/previous mothers. I support them fully, but I would not feel comfortable walking into a previously made family. I would feel more comfortable starting fresh and having my own children. Real ugly women, currently over 230 pounds, the low functionally mentally handicapped, the seriously physically deformed, autistic, high functional or otherwise, although I myself am high functionally autistic, but that's besides the point, medium or dark chocolate, police women. What stands out, firstly, is the amount of hypocrisy in this list. Not only does he exclude the ugly, fat, and autistic, all of them being categories many would group him in with, but he says police women are a turnoff when, at this point, he had bought a total of 3 cop-themed blow-up dolls. He also mentions that mothers are a turnoff, but I don't want to get ahead of myself, so I'll save that wretched can of worms for later. In the dark underbelly of the internet, news travels at light speed, and just a little after CWC's debut as a LolCow in the Something Awful forums, discussions about him sprung up in the cartoon and video game boards on 4chan. Unfortunately, because these were from so long ago that 4chan didn't have the reputation it currently has, and, consequently, almost nobody archived what went on, we don't have all of this chatter saved. Regardless, we can imagine the kind of discussions that were going on. A few days after the word of ChrisChan had been spread around, someone named Evan from the cartoons board emailed Chris saying, "This is some fan art of Sonichu my friends and I have drawn. I hope you enjoy it." One of the attached images seemed to be a GIF that depicted Chris in a staring match with a Sonic-like figure, and that was the only attachment that wasn't a veiled troll. The first one was a drawing of Chris in his love quest with a sign that said, "No darkies."
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my god, no fucking way.
The other two were NSFW renditions of Chris and Sonichu doing unspeakable acts.
Oh, fuck.
Because of his infinite naivete, Chris replied, saying, "Thank you for your fan art contributions. In constructive criticism, I like the one with me in the girlfriend auditions, as well as my glaring in the eyes of the blue guy. But I am feeling great to test towards the other two. Sonichu and I are not of that nature at all. If you would like to make it up to me, though, please draw a strip of Rosachu stripping for Sonichu, and have him her, and draw Rosachu masturbating and squirting." Emphasis added. "I am straight, damn it. I will not be veered in any other disgustingly grotesque direction." Again, most nasty fan arts are not appreciated at all. Please feel free to share that quote with the rest of the fans. Sincerely, Christian Weston Chandler. Attached was an image of Chris and Sonichu staring menacingly.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Let's just continue.
Subtitled by the phrase, "We're keeping track." It's bad enough that Chris likes the no darkies image, but the Rosachu hentai request signals a major shift that Chris was undergoing at this time, from oddball virgin to corrupt pervert. Evan obeyed his wish, but with a twist. Much to Chris's surprise and chagrin, Rosachu was depicted as having a giant penis. Chris replied, "Do me a favor, draw a vagina on Rosachu. Rosachu is a girl. She never had a freaking pickle. If I see one more freaking pickle, and you may spread this quote to other adult fan artists, I will create you in Soul Calibur 3 and beat you up like there's no tomorrow." To which Evan responded with a simple "uh-oh," along with another MS Paint drawing of Rosachu holding a pickle, this time literally and not figuratively. This trolling conflagration hit its peak when an
Fucking
article
great.
about
That's a
Chris
good-
went up
that's a
on
good one, I'm not
Encyclopedia
gonna lie.
Dramatica. After being informed about it by two people who seemed to genuinely care, Chris claimed that the article caused him to have the worst weekend of his life, saying a hacking terrorist group, Anonymous, and 4chan are somehow involved in that page. When the article itself mostly went over the things we've already covered, it did so in the typical ED fashion, rife with insulting expletives directed at Chris and his creations. Along with it came a few people trolling on his email, but no one really got to him besides Evan, probably because Chris's attention was directed elsewhere. All of this obviously upset him, and a couple of days later, he expressed his disapproval of the ED page in an uncharacteristically polite and genuine way that it's hard not to sympathize with him. In the video titled ChrisChan's Public Announcement, he simply asked that the page be rewritten in a more favorable light, suggesting edits such as including his family history. According to his headcanon, he was a descendant of Anne Boleyn on his mother's part, despite the fact that Anne Boleyn never had any children. Additionally, he claims to be 1/16th Cherokee through his father,
What the
saying,
fuck?
"We're a respected tribe." After apologizing for anything he could have possibly done that wasn't nice, he asks that the page be taken down. Much later, Chris relayed on emails that during this time, he and his mother were badgering the management of the game place for CCTV footage to try and figure out who took that picture of him that was featured on the ED article, which they deduced must be the same person who wrote it. However, they stopped once the owner of the place threatened to ban him for a month. It's really funny how Chris isn't afraid of being arrested by actual cops like he was at Target, but if someone merely suggests taking away his ability to play Pokemon cards with preteens for a single month, he folds just like that. On November 10th, an image of Goatsy was added to the article's gallery of images above the caption, "The true brains behind ChrisChan," and this was the straw that broke the camel's back. That set him off to make an account and try to edit it into a positive light himself. Emphasis on the word try because it seems not even Christian is capable of making himself look better. He removes Goatsy along with words like retarded and scary because he doesn't like them. In the section about Evan's trolling, he replaces the phrase masturbation and squirtin' with just masturbate, and added a couple of notes that said every person is doing it and relief, with a smiley face next
Hey,
to it.
yo, I need to get a hold of Tom. His voice acting is phenomenal. You hear that? You hear that relief sound?
Every person is doing it and relief, with a
That's going hard. Tom, if you ever want to voice act, man, let me know. I don't know a lot of people, but man, it'd be fun to get you it'd be fun to voice over some anime with you. That'd be funny.
smiley face next to it. In an attempt to defend himself from the accusations that he was racist, Chris edited in the following section. He's also old-fashioned. In his idea of a sweetheart, she is not black. He is cool with adoption, but his dream of his future daughter calls for blood, tears, and sentinel descent. His verbal acumen never ceases to amaze me.
What the fuck did? And nah, that's fucking
In
wild.
regards to the mockery of his attraction sign, he put in the only reasonable and inexpensive idea he could ever fucking think of. There was also some clarification about the medallion, which people were speculating was made of clay, but Chris specifically said it was made of Crayola model magic. This was just the first day's worth of edits. It was a day later on November 12th that Chris made the brunt of his most notable edits, such as commenting on his Officer Nasty doll, saying, "Nah, it's just my artificial woman in her plastic blue outfit. Awesome to and the cleaning maintenance is simple. She'll only last until she has her internal injury." Among these discretionary, even humorous
Internal
additions, he
injury?
also
What the
makes
fuck
possibly
does
one
that
of the
mean?
worst mistakes of his life. For absolutely no comprehensible reason, he makes multiple additions to the gallery, all consisting of hand-drawn Sonichu hentai, with the exception of two images. The first is titled MaryWantsIt.jpg, a nude Mary Walsh on her evil throne, beckoning with her finger and saying, "Come and lick my pussy, my jerk-off slave." What the fuck? If you can believe it, that wasn't what got him in trouble. But the next image, the infamous Shame Came for Quickie.jpg,
No.
which featured Chris with a smirk, a naked female with one hand and doing a thumbs up in the other.
No fucking way. I think I've seen like references to this image, but I had no idea it came from Chris. I should have suspected it when like the art style was pretty much the same.
With, "Your sister has come for me." Though obviously I can't show the whole image, people have done some anatomical analysis on it in
What the fuck?
order to understand the inner workings of ChrisChan's creative mind. People began wondering what Chris meant with the caption, because usually when doing trash talk, the target tends to be people's mom, not their sister. Discussions ensued as to what this actually meant to Chris, with some even thinking that the girl in the drawing was Crystal, his imaginary sister/daughter/girlfriend. Little did they know that Chris, at least at the time he wrote the caption, believed John, Megan's brother, was the mastermind behind the trolling, and the caption was meant for him. The girl in the drawing was Megan, but no one knew this other than Chris. The rest of that year's edits of the ED page were uneventful back and forth between Chris and the site's moderation. Over in Chris's emails on December 30th, he wrote and sent a poem that's quite the mouthful to say the least. "For my true love, I'd treat her tenderly, sweetly, gently, like a summer breeze. I'd caress her skin gently with my
Hey,
strong
bro,
fingers."
what's up? Welcome in. How you doing tonight? As you can see, we are unfortunately deciding to dive into the world of LolCows this week. And I thought, what better way to start this amazing fucking adventure with the one and only ChrisChan. Oh, fuck. The most well-documented LolCow in history. God, dude, this fucking guy. Holy shit. But anyways, besides talking about Chris, that's good. You doing good? That's good. I'm doing great, man. I have been just dealing with some IRL stuff, so I haven't streamed in I think 2 weeks, which sucks, but hey, it happens. But I'm back. Tired, but back, and I've been overall good. Yeah. Oh no, ChrisChan. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Unfortunately, man, it's. This guy, yeah, dude, this guy's. We're at the part where he just got done drawing his friend's nude and doing a certain thing to her, and he's getting in trouble with that. But I can't believe that this guy is this crazy. This is 3 hours long video, and this guy is already down the rabbit hole. I felt bad for him in the beginning, but he just started becoming a terrible person as time progressed, which is just fucking insane. But let's continue, I guess.
Take her to eat and provide for her to my ability. I'd start small at McDonald's, then let it get better in due time. When the mood is right, I'd whisk her in my arms and lift her up in sweet gentleness. If she is willing to allow the pleasure, I'd lay her down, caress her gently, tickle her fancy, have her tickle my fancy, and give it to her with the learned, lonely experience I've endured. I have no idea how Chris's post-McDonald's erotica is more articulate than the writing of Sonichu. It's insane to think he thought this would be romantic for a woman to read. By the way, he didn't send this directly to Megan, but to a mutual acquaintance of theirs who presumably read it before passing it on to Megan. It's unknown if it actually got to her, as there's no email of hers acknowledging any of the stuff said in the poem. For the first 2 months of 2008, there was a great quiet before the storm. That is, besides Chris getting some anal beads that came with another one of his purchases, and Megan briefly living under the same roof as him due to her having issues with her family.
Oh,
Given his reputation for touchiness, I'm sure she tried to keep her time there as short as possible. Their uneasy, but not quite all negative relationship survived until early March, when Megan emailed Chris thanking him for a trade and consoling him over.
Well, now you get to know now we're both in this together. We are journeying down to Chris's story, and it's a doozy. All right, I think we're hold on, how far are we? We're an hour in, and it's fucking crazy how much he's done in just a couple. We're not even up to the current date. This is all in the past, but it's so fucking crazy.
Being banned from his local church, which later we find out happened because the pastor found out about his ED page. The tune suddenly changes to a very different one come the 12th, when Chris emails her profusely apologizing, saying he was caught up in the rage when he did that, followed by a string of, "Megan, I'm sorry for hurting you." It's worth noting he doesn't specify what he's apologizing for exactly. This may seem like a random thing, but it's actually because, in their communications outside of emails, Chris was trying to pretend that the girl in the drawing wasn't Megan, but Crystal, as the trolls had supposed. At the time of sending this email, he hadn't quite let go of that lie, hence the vague language he uses. He also promises to take the ED page down, or his name isn't Christian Weston Chandler, which is interesting considering it used to be Christopher and eventually would become Christine, but that's for later. The next day, he emails her again with some quote-unquote detective work on this 4chan fella that's been ruining his life.
ChrisChan was just going through forms. Like in the beginning, he was Christopher. For the golden age of his life, he was like fucking Christian, and now for like the dark ages, he's Christina. Is that what he fucking called him? I don't know.
In this one, he does specify that he was the one that made the drawing, giving up trying to dodge that particular bullet. On the same day, Megan replied saying, "I just don't know what to say now. I'm very much scared by that image and it will never leave me. And I can't decide what's worse, the image in general, or the fact you intentionally drew it and gave it to the webmaster for that site that you hate so much. Not only have you poured gas on the fire by doing that, adding obscenities to the already horrific site, but you've also embarrassed and humiliated me and degraded and demeaned me, whether you realize it or not. I mean, I'm not that kind of girl, and you know what? So why? And you also lied to me about it. So I'm unsure what to do about this. I can't say I really think of you the same way anymore. I'm sorry to say. I will continue to give the remaining items for the Zune, and that will be all the contact you will have with me unless I decide otherwise. I hope you understand. So we'll let time decide how I feel about this current situation. Until then, please don't come up to me anymore unless it's to give you what I owe, which seems kind of awkward now. I know how it feels to be alone, but I can't keep throwing away my pride little by little just to keep you satisfied, you know what I mean? There has to be an enough is enough at some point, and I cannot continue to disgrace myself by forgiving things that I never find forgivable in the first place. I'd like for you to just completely leave me alone for a while until I can sort things out myself, you understand? It's not like I hate you, but I don't see you in the same light anymore, so just leave me be for a while. Let me try to recuperate with my few other friends, and maybe we can just start from scratch sometime." Despite this message having a much more final perspective on Chris and Megan's relationship, by some unexplainable reason, she still leaves a window open for possible reconciliation in the future. Chris, in his all-enduring grace, sees this charitable reluctance to completely cut ties with him as an opportunity to cork out the gnarliest, gigantic turd on it. Here's what he replied with. "I understand. You may or may not have had much exposure to sexual images as
Oh,
I've
for
had,
God's
so the idea of a hand job, which was the act drawn there, as a part of outer course versus intercourse was a surprise to you. I'm sorry. If it helps put things in perspective, I can recommend finding information on the internet through this educational website I found through adameve.com. Or I recommend renting The 40-Year-Old Virgin. That movie touches on some of the issues around and how it can really frustrate an older virgin who hasn't had the pleasure yet. Or I can loan you my copy of The 40-Year-Old Virgin. The point is allowing yourself more exposure to sex to make yourself more comfortable with that fact of life. While I am on the verge of taking
Chris. Oh my god. Chris. Chris. How could you read that and be like, "Oh, she's just not experienced." It's not. Yeah, no, I'm fucking insane. Fucking wild that he read that and was like, "Oh, she just doesn't know better." I'm just like, "No, you fucking moron. She knows. You're just being a fucking creep. She's telling you, hey, back the fuck off. Fix yourself. Take your shit down, because what you did offended me, because I'd be offended too if that was me. And just fucking back off, Chris." Dude, he's fumbling so hard. I don't know how he fumbles through life this hard, but this is fucking insane. Oh my god. This is crazy.
that Encyclopedia Dramatica page down. I understand that there are a number of other web pages that hate against me, and as much as I would like to be able to track down everyone and report them, and get on the verge of taking them down as well, someone else may put up another hate page up against me. It's a fact of this modern world known as cyberbullying. As for the drawings, while I have shoved the text information down their throat in an attempt to drown them into submission, there were too many images of penises, yetch, on there. I drew drawings promoting to go against those heads. I did the drawing of Sonichu f***ing Rosachu. I did the drawing of Bubbles getting it from Black Sonichu. I had the idea of pairing them up in the comic book anyway. I did the drawings of Angelica and Mary Lee Walsh, that witch hag. masturbating, and I did draw the drawings of me giving you a hand job from among my adult fantasies, with your eyes censored to conceal your identity. It was a massive step outside of my boundaries, and I did it out of anger, and I regret having done it, and I'm really, really sorry. But we all do things in the heat of anger and or out of our boundaries that we end up regretting later. No accountability whatsoever.
No
The cherry on
fucking
top
way,
being Chris
dude.
implying the only reason she got upset was because she wasn't as sexually mature as him. To make matters worse, a couple of days later, after getting no reply from her for entirely justifiable reasons, he emails her again asking for her to help him out with the ED page. He also mentions he's been trying to remove or work around mentions of her in the article, and his genius way of doing that is concealing her face by zooming into her vagina in the drawing. This once again sparked Megan's ire, who replied,
Chris.
"Look, my main issue
Chris,
is
what the
not
fuck are you
website
doing?
itself, it's just the fact that you drew those weird pictures. Instead of removing that one completely, you just enlarge my crotch. Thanks a lot. Why didn't you just remove it? I don't care how lonely you are. I haven't had luck with relationships either, but I don't boast about being a virgin with rage. When you say things like that, it just makes you sound like you're looking for someone to P.S. I think it's rather amusing how you complain of these people defiling you. Yes, many posts are ridiculous, but you have defiled Mary Lee Walsh and our wonderful security officers who were simply doing their job. Then you defiled me and lied about it. You need to stop with this mindset that the whole world's against you and start taking some responsibility for once. Example, it's wrong to
Thank
hate
God.
these people when you broke the rule by soliciting.
I love that she's just going ham on his ass, being like, no, you fucked up, motherfucker. The world is not against you. You are being a fucking crazy prick about it. Stop this fucking mindset of the world is against me, woe is me, motherfucker, and just fix yourself. Simple as that. And honestly, at this point, you fucking should start fixing yourself. But this is Chris that we're talking about. It's not gonna go fucking through. It's fucking insane.
Loitering.
God.
Hey, at least they're doing their job, and I support that. In many instances during the general story, there are moments where we can sympathize with Chris, but this certainly is not one of them. He continues to email her, blaming everything on ED and claiming he's the resistance against the alien dominators, whatever that means. Worst of all, he begins defending his drawing of She Came for CWC.jpg, saying, "As for the drawing itself, I've realized that it was done not only out of inspired fantasy, angst against ED, and love for you, but also a major release for my crazy mixed up hormones. If I didn't have the foresight to put my pent up frustrations and feelings in the form of something, I might have become an abusive maniac, so thank God for allowing me to release my bottled up frustrations in a more positive yet not so politically correct and not physically hurting others method." So not only is he blameless for the actual drawing, it's actually a good thing he did and should be thanking him for, because if it weren't for She Came for Quickie, he might have raped her or something. I don't know.
I'm fucking stunned. How? Oh, the fucking Sonichu necklace? I have no fucking idea. It's branding. It's branding. We'll just call it branding. But it's because, technically... Yeah, also, what the fuck? Yeah, just... This guy, man. Jesus. You know what's even more fucked up? I have an idea. If we dive more into LolCows in the future, I'm wearing the ChrisChan fit. I'm doing it. I'm just gonna come, act like Chris, be like, "Hey guys," just fucking watch it. Oh god, that's fucking crazy. No, I probably wouldn't. Actually, never mind. I probably won't want to do that, because if Chris finds out I'm doing that, oh, he's gonna be fucking pissed. He's gonna harass me, man. I don't want that. Last thing I need is ChrisChan fucking coming into my life. Oh fuck.
Exactly what's being implied. What a thing to admit to a girl you're supposedly in love with. He follows us up with claims that he's suffering way more than she is to get her to pity him, which does not work as intended.
I know, yeah, you're gonna cancel for real. Yeah, I'm gonna cancel for real.
He drew part of his friend. If that wasn't bad enough, his next email was him complaining to her that she brought the page up again, describing the drawing as a little dirty detail they should both forget about, and that in giving it so much attention, she made his month stressful. He also reiterated his lack of regret for drawing the image, just in case it was understated in the previous one. Completely unaware of how deranged he sounds, he closes it off with the following statement. "Although I do understand your feelings, and I can only respect your wish of staying away from you, sob, sob, my heart still cries for you. I'll always be worrying about you, and I will always love you, Megan Schroeder." In order to display how contrite he is,
What
he
the
edits
fuck?
ED once again, creating a gallery of images called You Know What? I Hate Me Too, consisting exclusively of drawings from Sonichu wherein Chris was being beat up or hurt in some way. This was not an effective strategy, as a month later, Chris and Megan shared their last email correspondence, with Megan saying she wasn't interested in any more gifts from Chris. And just like that, Chris's most worthwhile...
Oh, for fuck's
places
sake, he brings up that
alienated
image
because he
again?
couldn't
Jesus
resist drawing
Christ.
himself fingering her and putting it up online. After being baptized in the month of May, Chris earns himself a permanent ban from the game place for reasons such as scaring the kids he played card games with, taking his consoles with him into the store and hogging the TV with them, singing Britney Spears during games, among other things. He tried to apologize and appeal the ban along with his parents to no avail, as the manager of the game place, Mike, would just call the cops on them. Much later, he had this to say about Mike. He's hated my guts after multiple times borrowing the store's HD TV for console gameplay, and in subtle retaliation, I hand her out on a cardboard box, Michael loves the F out of Mary Lee Walsh. I tried to protect myself when he found it weeks later after having wrote it. I even convinced myself that the F meant fiddlesticks. It originally meant fuck. That was why the son of a bitch kicked me out of the game place.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Where the fuck did the anti-Semitism come out from? What the what does him being Jewish have to do with anything? You just straight up just said, why that son of a bitch Jew kicked me out. What the fuck? Fucking just Chris being a fucking racist and... What? Hold up. Yeah, you're right. Wait. Like, I'm just gonna say anti-Semite, cause like I... What the fuck? Yeah, that came out of nowhere, yeah. No, but then again, there have been hints that Chris is, like, definitely, like, an anti-Semite, because, like, he doesn't want to date black chicks. What is it? What else? Oh yeah, he even told them a couple of black women were interested in him because of his little fucking like flyer saying I want to find a girlfriend. Came up to him and he's like, no, you're not white, so no. And he tried to pass it off as, you know, he's just simply telling them that they don't fit his criteria. And then like I think it's pretty clear that, like, what is it, in just a while ago in the video, every black Sonichu character is, like, representation of, like, a black hedgehog. So it's like that, and it's just fucking weird. And then he's homophobic. He straight up said he's just homophobic. It's wild.
After years of loyal volunteer service in the...
But you know what? I believe... Here's my thing. I believe he absorbed this from him, from the people around him. And by that, I'm pretty sure his mother and his father are definitely a little probably racist for fucking sure. Because Chris had to have learned somewhere. Like, no doubt, had to have learned somewhere. Cause you can't, like, just straight up be born a racist. Cause, like, he straight up just, I'm pretty sure Barb and Bob were just like, fucking, yeah, you know, saying some shit in their own home, and Chris just absorbed that. I was like, oh, I guess these certain people are not cool, and just learned it like that. Cause there's no way he just woke up one day and was like, yeah, I don't know how I feel about other races or other people of different religions, and I hate them. Like, there's no way that happened.
Pokemon TCG League, I had apologized numerously before, but he's still the pig-headed, stubborn he was back then. Out of all of the isms Chris had expressed up until that point, a dislike of the Jewish people was certainly a new one. With both Megan and the game place now gone from his life, he was in the darkest place he'd ever been. Without any place to escape to and no one to vent to anymore, Chris takes to YouTube to confront Encyclopedia Dramatica and its surrounding community over the article on him, blaming them for his fallout with Megan, all the while very explicitly publicizing that the girl in the drawing he made was her, which most of the time did not know. The video was titled Quickie's Second Message, and it was a certified golden age of YouTube classic. In it, Chris coins terms like pedoforks when trying to defend himself from pedophile accusations, as well as proclaiming his love for China, not the country, but his stilted way of saying vagina. Conclusively, he threatens to never release the 7th issue of Sonichu if the ED page wasn't promptly taken down. A little while later, Chris would post another video requesting that people send hate mail to the...
Dude, in that fucking video, he looks like the guy from Full Metal Jacket, like the one that, like, got beat up with, like, bars of soap. He looks like him right now. Jesus
Creator of
Christ.
the page, Jason, closing the video with the iconic line,
As sure as I am to get at least 1 ounce of vagina, I have your number, and you're going down.
I should mention that for the duration of both of these videos, Chris always held a PS3 controller as he spoke as if it were some kind of regal
Christ
staff.
almighty.
Through the rest of the month, Chris made and uploaded more videos in the same vein, dictating commands to an imaginary community of loyal followers, telling them the latest Sonichu news and teasing the new issue. In the middle of August, a now octogenarian Bob would make an extremely
Classic.
depressing addition to his letter to
God.
future Chris, saying, "Dear Christian, at this time in life, you and Sonichu need a quest and purpose in life. Let Sonichu become a champion for autistic persons everywhere, and continually defeat the perils of autism. Sonichu could become the spokesperson for autistic persons, with an ongoing fight for them in chapter after chapter, or good deeds on the internet. He could become the spokesperson from now on. You and Sonichu could become famous worldwide." Jesus, I forgot how stupid this story is. In a few ways, Bob was right, and Chris would become famous worldwide, just not for being a good role model for autists.
Yeah.
During the same period, Chris would establish contact with another girl through emails. Her name was Blanca, and she took the initiative in emailing him to show her OC character, Jiggly Amy, a hybrid between Jigglypuff and Amy.
Not gonna lie, that kind of looks pretty fire. I mean, like, for OCs, that kind of looks pretty cool. Not gonna lie.
From Sonic. Of course, they were lying and trolling, and of course, Chris fell for it, hook, line, and sinker.
Of course he
Within
did.
a single day, he was telling her he was interested in a relationship. Not only that, but he also asked her opinions on pornography and asked her to get on webcam with him. Mr. Chan was in quite the hurry. After uploading even more images of Rosachu drawn naked to the ED article for no
fuck's
particular
sake.
reason, he does the unthinkable and sends nudes to Blanca. For the sake of accuracy and journalistic integrity, I should make it clear that this wasn't exactly Blanca he sent nudes to.
What
it was
the
someone
fuck?
unrelated to the 3 trolls behind the original Blanca identity who took it upon himself to pose as her and ask him for nudes, which Chris gracefully obliged. I should also specify that these aren't your regular nudes.
Oh, for
but a
God's
close-up
sakes.
picture of Chris's penis with a Sonichu drawn on it, along with pictures of Chris wearing his mother's panties. Within a month of the nudes being successfully acquired, they
God.
went up on the
Oh,
ED page,
Jesus
much to
Christ.
Chris's
Oh,
despair,
fucking
who
mighty.
preemptively emailed his church to notify them of it. Blanca's MySpace page would have its About Me section edited to say, "Hello, I am a large, hairy, homosexual black man in a pickle costume. You love me. Pay no mind to my profile pictures. This is the real me." The message is followed by a picture of a man in a pickle suit. In Chris's email to his church, he says he was deceived and that Blanca was a troll, but that was just posturing on his part, as he would hang on to the obviously non-existent Blanca for much longer after this incident, claiming she was real and exchanging emails with the other Blanca accounts. It's also during this roller coaster of a month that he briefly entertains the idea of a love triangle between him, Blanca, and another troll that claimed to be a Sarah Jackson. Unfortunately for Sarah, Chris picked Blanca, eventually drawing Sarah getting hit by a truck in one of the later issues of Sonichu. The fallout of the nudes being sent was still going
Oh,
strong.
for
as
fuck's
a whole week
Jesus
later,
Christ.
all of Chris's accounts were hacked and everybody in his contacts list got a copy of the images. Meanwhile, Chris got himself involved in yet another conflict with a troll, this one called Jimmy Hill, who was claiming to be the original creator and IP holder of Sonichu. Speaking of Sonichu, around the same time that the 7th edition of the comics were released online, Chris would announce that a video game was in the works. He announced it on his website, saying, "With the Sonichu franchise growing wildly with lots of energetic hype, I'm ready to take Sonichu and my world of Quickieville back to Nintendo of America and Sega of America. And upon the unity in business between Nintendo, the company provided me with my second gaming system, the Game Boy, after my very first Commodore 64 computer, Sega, the company who introduced Sonic the Hedgehog, is not only my lifelong hero, after the American Rabbit, but as the true role model icon, I am proud to have learned some of my
Who the
attitudes
fuck's
and
the
beliefs
American
since
Rabbit? What the
1991,
fuck?
And myself, Christian Weston Chandler, we will make Sonichu and Rosachu and their world being more real than I was able to make them by myself with pen and markers in hand, and a vastly knowledgeable imagination. You won't be able to truly say you've caught them all until you've caught the original Sonichu and Rosachu and a Quickie-approved Nintendo/Sega Pokemon Lightning version on GBA and DS to catch a great share of the other currently available 400
No shit. Yeah, he really is fucking delusional. Like, this... Okay, again. This is the guy. This is the guy who currently, right now, in this period of time in the video, has a fucking ego the size of fucking the pyramids of Egypt. And this motherfucker, it only gets worse. Because, unfortunately, here's a spoiler. If I remember this correctly, the reason he's in the current state he is now, as in, like, believing himself to be God, is because, and if I remember correctly from a certain article, fucking a bunch of trolls convinced him that every single one of his little worlds that he's created, every fictional world, is real, and he himself is the god of the Sonichu universe, whatever the fuck that means. And so he just went down a fucking rabbit hole of like fucking being like, oh yeah, it's me, the prime Sonichu, whatever the fuck kind of thing. It's fucking crazy. But he's gone fucking off his fucking rocker. And no doubt it's only going to get worse, for sure. For sure.
193 Pokemon. And I have the idea for the video game myself. If I can swing that with Sega as well, an epic tale of my tragic adult life straight from my tortured heart and soul. I will bring the pain to the jerk-offs. I will kick Mary Lee Walsh into her cauldron to burn, as well as the other villains. And I will have support from my electric hedgehogs, my mother and father, my closest gal pals who I've grown to love, Megan Schroeder and Anna McLaren, to name a few, sparingly in the game. I plan to have this game alone go multi-console between Nintendo Wii, PlayStation 2, and PlayStation 3 with downloadable content. And all the
No, if someone ever fucking made a ChrisChan video game, if someone somehow decided, fuck it, let's make an actual ChrisChan like storyline game. Oh my god, can you imagine what the fucking mission? Nah, I can't. That would be so fucked on so many goddamn levels. I would never play that because, oh god, dude. Oh my god, if someone actually made a ChrisChan game, Lord have mercy on all of our souls, because that is a game that should never be played.
This can come to fruition with your help, the populace of Sonichu, Rosachu, and Christian Chandler fans. All I ask for in minimum is to contact Nintendo of America and Sega of America by way of posting in their respective forums, sending them emails, and highly recommended handwritten letters to both companies that you want Sonichu and that they should get in touch with me, Christian Weston Chandler, via telephone or snail mail or in person. Both companies have my information in their computers, as I have written to them a number of times in my life. In the wake of this catastrophe, a brief opportunity to find solace presented itself to Chris. First, his got him in contact with a counselor, a particularly patient woman called Rocky, who began accompanying him from a distance through his misadventures, for whatever that was worth. But that wasn't all. Someone had been emailing Chris for a while now, a girl named Vivian Gee. Despite being a girl, Chris never gave her his usual CWC treatment for a combination of reasons. She never sent pictures or indulged in his delusions about Sonichu. As a matter of fact, she was the one person who was always consistently realistic and bluntly honest about Chris's situation, which scared him off like the plague, since he only wanted enablers to count on and naysayers to antagonize.
Of course he did.
Initially acting similar to the other trolls, this quickly gave way to a much more sincere and concerned attitude towards Chris.
Listen, hold on, what did it say? Hold on, sorry.
To the other trolls,
Listen, please, I broke my promise to stop the contact. This is how severe. From Vivian Gee. Chris, you have to listen to me, please. For God's sakes, man, you need to stop trusting everyone on the internet. Go outside. The good days for you, man. You don't want those back. Get off the internet. Panda is a troll. She is just setting you up for a fall. Reply telling me you acknowledge this, please. Okay, I also can I say something? I think one thing that always bothered me is like certain trolls have like stuck with me where I'm like, yeah, what they're doing is kind of harmless, but then when certain trolls are brought up and they just send Chris into like a more worse place than he already was, that makes me kind of question, are we really doing anything good for this guy? Like, I'll admit, I also respect the people that have gone to Chris and been like, dude, listen, get off the internet, take a step back, reevaluate yourself, become a better person. I respect the shit out of those people for at least trying, but at the same time, you're kind of losing a battle here because Chris is never gonna change, but I respect them trying. But the people that like put Chris in a worse position than he already is, for example, the trolls that convinced him he is God, you are fucking evil kind of people. Not gonna lie, because you can already see he's not in a good state of mind, and you decided to fuck with him more, and it just went down the shithole. And that is like where I'm just like, okay, yeah, trolls are harmless, people like to fuck with people. It's the internet. But like when you change a person's mental stability and they just become a worse person, you're kind of part of the problem. But I just wanted to bring that up because at least this woman, Vivian, is trying her best to get through to Chris.
quickly gave way to a much more sincere and concerned attitude towards Chris. She was also deeply familiar with the Sonichu comics and held them in a kind of fascination, even making audiobook renditions of every single one of them. In a strange way, during this period, Vivian was one of Chris's only friends, if you could call her that.
Yeah,
On the day the
yeah,
news were leaked,
that's true
she
too.
emailed him trying to snap him out of his delusions. I don't know where to begin. I'm not even sure why I'm sending this to you. Listen to me. Listen. No one gives two shits. Your pictures are now all on the internet for everyone to see. Tons of celebrities have nudes and they don't care. They are way more popular than
Just
you'll
the
ever
old
be,
days
so
of the
don't get your
internet.
fucking panties in a bunch. There are no fans of Sonichu. Sonichu is a bastardization of properties that belong to other people. Your entire comic is pretty much a bastardization of your life. Sonichu will never get anywhere. Quit your dreams of Sonichu, the game, the comic merchandise, everything now. And if you still feel you need to be creative or whatever bullshit you say, make something completely original. Don't base it off your life. Don't base it off stuff that exists. Just make something completely new. If you quit Sonichu and start working on your real life harder, I'm sure you'll find success. If you stay in your deluded fantasy land, I don't know what you'll become. You have never tried when it comes to women, never. You can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. You have to make it happen. If you can't muster up the courage to do that, then you will never get a wife, let alone a girlfriend. There are places where single men and women go to. I'll let you find them on your own in your area. Take off that medallion. I can't stress this enough. If you do, it will signify your detachment from Sonichu and a brighter future.
He can't take it off though. It's literally fused to his body. It's like fucking. It's like a Horcrux in Harry Potter. If he takes it off, his soul just transfers into another person. It's it's pretty much that. If I had the Sonichu medallion, oh, you better trust me. Somehow Chris is gonna enter my body and take over my life. That's how bad it is.
Forget about all those haters. They don't hate you. They're trolling you. They want to see you become this way. Don't you understand there's no reason for you to get upset at them? That's what they want. If they see you upset, defeated, angry, you're just giving them victory. Their latest comics is a retaliation as a result of that, and they love it. They don't view it as an attack. They view it as a victory.
Fuck,
if you
this is
feel you
hard.
can't do any of this, get a therapist. Get a real one. Ask your parents to send you to one. Do something about your life instead of and draw comics about it. Chris, you've got a way to fall, but you can change that. This didn't even get a reply from Chris, so you can imagine how successful an attempt to help him this was. Later on,
It is
in the
Dr.
month,
Bright.
Chris
It is
goes back
Dr.
and forth
Bright.
between dating Blanca and a new troll account called Panda, and more images come out. This time of Chris making sweet love to his Officer Nasty doll. A Skype conversation
Except
of
it's
his and
worse.
Panda, where they discuss
It's Chris.
was also leaked at this time. From it, we can glean that Chris believes that men have a limited amount of skin, which Chris refers to as comeuppance, the same way women have a limited amount of eggs. At this point, Chris was well aware that everything he told anyone always ended up on ED, but since he wanted to keep lying to himself and pretending Blanca and Panda were real girls and not trolls, he started pretending everything was due to him being hacked. Early on in October, the trolls got him to mail her a Sonichu medallion along with a heartfelt letter. After receiving the package on October 9th, it was instantly leaked online, prompting Chris to make a video doing damage control, saying that Blanca wasn't the one behind this, but random trolls that lived in her area and intercepted the package. He also lied about having gotten the medallion back to make himself look like less of a loser. This lie is dispelled on October 20th when a video is uploaded of the trolls cutting the medallion up, putting it in a pickle jar, beating it with a hammer, and finally burning it all together. A day later, Blanca broke up with Chris, supposedly over the photo of him.
They've done it. They destroyed one of Chris's many souls that he's put into the into it. Yeah, they've done it. His curse is lowered a little bit, so that way, if someone finds out in the wild, they put it on. They're just like, oh, this is stupid. But if anyone else found that before they destroyed it, he'd be like, oh, he just possessed their body. Jesus Christ.
Wearing his mom's underwear that the Pickle Man tricked him into taking. The same day, he releases an update declaration that he has reached his lowest low. A few days later, he was pushed into doing a Q&A with the people from his IRC chat in an attempt to get him in better spirits, though this wasn't very effective. After years of claiming to be lonely, depressed, upset, and a heap of other negative emotions, this is the first time Chris genuinely seemed completely despondent, without the motivation to keep up his regular spiel. The only mention-worthy thing from the Q&A is that he pretends he's met a girl in real life, claiming he's kissed her and lost his virginity to her. He quickly forgot he told this lie and resumed his lamentations over the loss of Blanca, while Vivian Guy was still trying in vain to prove to him that she wasn't another troll. The next 2 months are notably uneventful compared to the rest of the year. Other than a few Q&As in his IRC chat and some conversations with Panda, right near the year's end, we have the founding of 2 online forums, the Sonichu Girls Fan Club and Gays for Sonichu. It would still be a while before he said anything about the latter, but just days after Sonichu Girls popped up, Chris was already posting on it himself, introducing himself himself, and once again, reigniting his sweetheart search. His
Oh, for God's
introductory
sakes.
post read, "Yes, it's your man of the way more than an hour. I've read my accent/voice was a favorited feature. Blush. I've rarely thought my voice was that alluring, although in my honest opinion, it sounds like a direct match to Sonic the Hedgehog. Anywhere from the classic and Sonic X shows and all games, starting from Sonic Adventure, and when singing,
God
I can
damn
have
it,
a Frank
exactly.
Sinatra or Bing Crosby flavor." Yeah, honestly, I honestly don't even disagree. Honestly, I don't know why I'm still single either. Even my own mother finds me handsome. Oh, no, 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 no. Aside from the understood facts,
no.
I feel that I'm truly in touch with my feminine side, to the point where I am capable of learning from that to better understand how to treat women in a caring, nurturing, positive way. Sometimes I wonder, between my caring attitude and the lack of a sweetheart, if I was born the wrong gender. I would wonder what life would have been like if I'd actually been born a girl. But afterwards, I'd realize that I should still appreciate being born a boy to gentlemen. God gave me the package and I signed for it. And while it is true, and I am not ashamed to admit it, that I've seen my fair share of I have learned how to better, positively treat a woman before, during and after the act. I would definitely stay until she woke up, and I would call her back later to see how her day was. And I would have put the seat up, then back down when I used the restroom she would use later. I care more about every woman's feelings and opinions over their body. On the flip side, I feel discomfort around men because they can be such mean and cruel jerks. I should go on with what I detest about them, but I will not stoop to their level of cruelty. Also, I feel discomfort when shopping for underwear for myself. They do not need models pictured on the package. It grosses me out to see that thing. It's bad enough that I sometimes see my own when I look down, of which I don't feel as much discomfort, but the very sight of others is like kryptonite to me. It makes me feel like throwing up even when the image randomly pops up in my head. The amount of foreshadowing is tremendous, but the lack of self-awareness.
Oh, what the
manages to
fuck
be
kind of
even
video
more
was that? What the
fantastic.
fuck?
He genuinely believes that the Sonic U Girls forum popped up organically, and beyond that, there's a worldwide fan base out there somewhere. At this point, ChrisChan's popularity had significantly died down, and with it, a lot more disorganized trolls appeared. The only people left behind were stragglers interested in where this story would go next, and dedicated trolls who saw Chris's full potential and weren't keen on letting him slip away
fuck
anytime
me.
soon. 2009
No.
held exponentially worse things for Chris. The year started out slow, with Chris doing very
Oh, that's fucking wild. Imagine he actually does, like, somehow in the near future, it actually, on video, he literally just, like, splits himself in two, and then there's the old Chris and the new Christina, and just, like, two separate entities. Oh, God, dude, that'd be terrible. Having one Chris in the world is bad. Having two ChrisChans, oh, the world would not be a safe place. If he can split himself in different forms, the world is not safe. Can you imagine just him going around the world being like, yeah, fucking A, dude. Oh God, it would be insane. Yeah, it'd be a terrible. It'd be like the second. Oh no, it'd be like I don't even know what it would be like. It wouldn't be good.
little besides continuing his work on new Sonic U episodes and his correspondence with the Sonic U Girls on IRC, which in reality consisted of multiple male trolls actively participating in group sexting a severely autistic man in his late 20s. Honestly, the lengths people will go to do it for the Vine are astounding, and sometimes funny and sometimes pathetic. On the 5th of January, Chris is contacted via emails by none other than Shigeru Miyamoto, the game director behind most of Nintendo's biggest franchises.
Wow.
The troll behind this particular interaction was Clyde Cash, who later became the central troll in the Quickie saga, at least for a period. Chris fell for the Shigeru bit, especially since a few days prior to this email, Clyde was already preparing the groundwork for it, emailing Chris as Takashi Tezuka, the general producer for Animal Crossing, acting as if he wanted to feature Sonichu in the next game. The day after the Shigeru email, Chris was already announcing that Sonichu and Rosachu would be in Animal Crossing. Clyde was multitasking the trolling of Chris, simultaneously posing as multiple different characters. After establishing the connection with Nintendo, he began emailing Chris as Greg Mays, posing as another Nintendo employee that was in charge of updating the Sonichu website with an appropriate redesign to market Sonichu for Animal Crossing. By doing this, he finessed the admin password for Chris's site, promptly logged into it, changed the password, and locked Chris out.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Sonic fan base, unfortunately, due to a troll having found access to the database behind Sonichu.net, it is temporarily shut down, and I cannot change the password at the moment. Greg Mays, if you do not re-upload Sonichu.net back to the way it was before you even started, I will come down at you. And my lawyer man for Nintendo, Jay-Z, You gotta come down with his boys on Nintendo and the boys at Sega. They're gonna track you down.
His next email to Chris read as follows. It is I, Jason Hendrick.
Jesus Christ, wise words. I fear the man who just told him that. If that was me, if ChrisChan sent that video to me, oh, I'd be pissing my pants, man. I'd be scared for my life. He's got Sega on his side. I'm screwed, man. They sue me. I'm out of here. I might as well take my own life. I'm not paying them back. No. ChrisChan suing me? No, I'm in deep trouble, man. Deep trouble.
Rick Howell. If you ever want to see your beloved site restored, you must meet
Scared,
my demands.
yeah.
If you ever wish for me to hand over your beloved website, you must announce your homosexuality to YouTube. You must not reveal that I told you to do this. Otherwise, you will never see your site restored. You must detail how you've been kept in the closet for so long, your search for a sweetheart as a cover-up, and why Sonichu is so gay. You must be angry. Of course, you could always make a video proclaiming how straight you are. Either choice, gay or straight, which will it be?
Gay or straight, English or Spanish. Oh, it's funny. Oh, it's great.
Chris quickly obliged.
I, Chris Chandler, am straight.
Whoa, Chris.
Don't
There are
you forget
children
it.
watching.
But this didn't satisfy
Put that down.
Chris' demands for a longer video, wherein he explained why he was straight and totally not gay. Chris once again obliged.
So I tell you for sure and for true that I am straight. I can tell you why from a lifetime stories, but I'll tell it to you in just a few short minutes.
I don't want to know, Chris.
Anyway, right. So, Christian Weston Chandler, I am straight.
You tell him, Chris.
After this, Clyde's next
I don't
request
like
was
that.
for Chris to upload a short video where he and his parents go over his accomplishments in life. That video would never be made. Instead, Chris's next upload was him denouncing the ED page and 4chan once again, though what led him to rekindle this beef is unknown. This lack of compliance with Clyde led to the site being hacked once again, and in email, he admits to Chris he isn't Jason Howell, the creator of the ED page. Chris doesn't even quite absorb this information, replying with threats instead about involving the police in the situation and praying to God and Jesus for Clyde's death, while Chris continues to refer to him as Jason. This led into a voicemail Chris left for the real Jason, who had no idea what was going on or why he was receiving it.
Oh, fuck.
Jason Kendrick Howe, you bastard! Bastard! You fucked everything! You have driven me so beyond the wall I can't even describe it! You love me now, but I pray you dead! Goodbye!
This would do nothing to stop all of Sonichu's web presence,
The
along
fuck?
with Chris's personal accounts, from being constantly hacked and vandalized in all sorts of ways. Because of this, he ceased communications with the Sonichu girls, unknowingly ending their cryptic troll campaign. However, he only did this after sending all of them locks of his hair in plastic packets, along with certificates.
Yeah, he does sound mad, but the only problem is I could not understand a fucking word he was saying. Oh, he does not sound mad? Oh. I mean, he raises his voice, but, like, I don't think Chris has ever got, like, full... I've never seen... I mean, I think eventually we will see Chris have a full-blown freak out, but that was, like, pretty tame compared to, I think, what happens later. So he's, like, more of just, like... I think he's, like, trying to be intimidating, but he's still kind of scared, is what he's trying to go for.
Of authenticity, you know, just in case someone tries to make fake quickie hair packets to sell on eBay. He had to
Ugh.
make sure people knew these were the real deal. In
Ugh.
the meantime, over at the Shigeru email situation, because of all the hackings, Chris's identity came into question, and to prove that it was actually him and not a troll, he made a video addressing Miyamoto and showing his driver's license on camera. Chris also made another update to declare that he continues to be straight as an arrow, despite what his more recent outgoing emails may claim. In order to prove his straightness, he claims to have a subscription to Playboy and stomps on the dildo he got from Adam and Eve. A couple of days later, in his IRC chat, when Clyde accuses him of wearing women's underwear, which Chris did do at least once, Chris
It's like
inexplicably
Anime
decides
Boy
to
VA
reveal the
mad,
fact that
yeah.
he has, and I quote,
Yeah.
numbers of pairs of dirty, crapped briefs. Amidst
Okay, so hold up. Does Chris have two different eye colors? Because, like, every drawing, everything I've seen him in, he's, like, got two different eye colors. Does he have... What is that? What is that thing? What is it called when you have, like, two different eye colors? Oh, shit. Goddamn cookies. Colored eyes, yeah, okay. What was it called? Oh, shit. Heterochromia. Heterochromia. Okay. Alright, I knew it was something like that. But does ChrisChan have heterochromia? Is that what it is? Hold on. No. I'm gonna fucking, just because I'm not gonna be able to remember spelling it. Oh, shit. Oh, does ChrisChan have heterochromia? To be overweight and also has sentient disc with black arms and legs. She has heterochromia, meaning that one of her eyes is slightly different color than the other. What the fuck is this? The Bloody Choice Game Wiki? What the fuck? I'm confused. Oh, okay, I kind of see it. From, like, certain photos and angles. Oh, my God. Alright, let's get them off before he jumps through my screen. Oh, Jesus.
Chris claims to loathe and love boobs and vaginas. Chris also claims that at those times it mostly slipped out without my knowledge.
Yeah.
In reference to his bowel movements. During this time, Chris hardly did anything besides staying in those IRC chats, interacting almost exclusively with trolls to a masochistic degree. Though a lot of it isn't worth getting into, as it's mostly just Chris voluntarily exposing himself to verbal abuse. At one point, Clyde and Panda, Chris's quote-unquote girlfriend at the time, cooperate to say that Clyde is Panda and that she's expecting a child. I would say that's cruel if Chris hadn't flat out ignored multiple people that told him Panda was a malicious troll because he'd rather believe he had a girlfriend. If their objective was to freak Chris out, they didn't quite accomplish the goal because he reacted nonchalantly, even suggesting she should move in with Clyde since the child was going to need a father, going as far as to say Clyde had proven himself to be a good man after repenting for hacking the Sonashu site and being willing to let Panda and the child move into his house. I can barely believe the words coming out of my mouth right now. For the majority of January, Chris fluctuated between wholeheartedly believing that Nintendo representatives were in direct contact with him and trying to set up a meeting, and being dubious of the whole thing and just admitting that the emails were once again the work of trolls. On the 22nd, Chris claimed to leave Washington for the meeting, and after that, he spent a few days offline, which caused people to wonder if he managed to convince his parents to let him go there. 5 days later, he came back with another upload talking about how he'd spent the past few days with Shigeru Miyamoto, which confirmed that Chris had just been lying. Soon after, he admits to Clyde over emails that this video was a lie, and later on, makes this same admission publicly in a new video. In it, he blames the deal falling apart on Reggie Fils-Aimé having an issue with a panty shot in Chris's PowerPoint presentation he made to pitch Sonichu, even implying that this meant Reggie was in some way opposed to heterosexuality. He also makes several references to seeing them in court, as if that was a remote possibility, though it was probably Chris's wishful thinking at work, trying to make himself seem important enough to warrant lawsuits from the top brass at Nintendo. A day later, Chris took the video down, retracting his statements and apologizing for this behavior, which I can only assume was some attempt to get back on Reggie and Shigeru's good graces. In a recorded conversation Chris had the same day, he mentions he often ponders what his life would look like if he was born a woman, saying that it would at least be better than his life was right now. It's during this time that another troll enters the fold, Blue Spike, a 13-year-old boy who used his high-pitched voice to pretend he was a girl called Julie, and this is possibly the most disturbing and horrible chapter of Christery, at least early on. While Clyde Cash stuck to tricking Chris into admitting he was gay, which is relatively harmless, Blue Spike went much further. Initially, the Julie LARP consisted of nothing but acting as a potential sweetheart. By the 13th of February, an audio had surfaced of Chris and Julie having what can only be described as furry phone sex, where Chris is Sonichu and Julie is a cat. I won't play the audio to spare you the psychological scarring that inevitably comes from it, but as Sonichu, Chris electrocutes Julie's genitals, seems to have a lactation fetish, and can be heard manipulating a plastic cup at the end of this hellish event. What's the plastic cup for, you might ask? Well, later on, Chris explains quite explicitly. I don't like to make a mess, so when I come, I have a clean plastic cup by my side, and I just make sure to put all of my semen in the cup there. After recycle, I rinse the cup and dispose of it. I recycle my own semen because, you know, yes, I do masturbate. I'm not ashamed to admit it, as a lot of guys, I'm sure, have done the same thing in their time. Anyway, I recycle it, so that way I won't lose any unborn children. Then I can still have a good number of good semen count. Maintain that by recycling it. Though personally, I've been getting sick of swallowing my own, so lately I've been disposing of them. Where to begin? So Chris spends 20 minutes masturbating while in character as Sonichu, having phone sex with a 13-year-old boy.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, no, there is no fucking way he's that stupid. There is no way he believes that. That is fucking disgusting. That is the grossest shit I've ever heard anybody do. That is not the cup, bro. Oh my god, man. The cup, bro, man. Fucking drinking it with Fanta or whatever the fuck. No, dude, that's fucking wild. I cannot believe that shit. How the fuck? No, that's crazy. No, that's fucking. How? Did they not fucking actually teach him anything about sex ed? Like, seriously. That is the grossest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire. That is the grossest thing I've ever heard. That is one of the grossest things I have ever heard. And I have fucking seen 2 girls, 1 cup. I have seen 1 guy, 1 jar. But this probably takes one of the newest fucking disgusting cakes in my line of shit. This is fucking. Oh, god damn it. God, he's up there with them now, dude. He's up there with the grossest fucking people I've ever seen on the internet. God damn it.
Pretending to be an adult woman, pretending to be a cat furry. Just a few days later, it happened again, and this time, Blue Spike would notify other trolls that he'd be engaging in cyber sex with Chris, and they took this opportunity to make 4 calls with Bob, asking about Chris to try and cause Bob to walk in on it.
What are you doing? Nothing. Give me that crap. Now, what's going on?
Dad, will you get out of here?
No, I will not. People tell me that you're about to kill yourself on YouTube.
What?
What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything.
I'm going to wake your mother up and find out?
No.
Then get out of here, off that internet.
Fine.
What is your trouble?
I'm not going to kill myself.
Get away from that TV.
Fine.
Get away from the internet. I'm cutting it down right now.
No.
Cut it down.
No.
Yes.
No.
What are you doing?
Don't do it, Dad.
I'm going to shut this thing right down.
No.
Yes.
No. Dad, no.
Stop. Go wake your mother up. Don't bother me. Okay? Go wake your mother up. Don't bother me. Go and wake your mother up. You tell her what's
Bob the
going on.
hero.
This thing is going to go down.
That's fucking wild.
Yes.
While initially this wouldn't succeed, the trolls began claiming that Chris posted a YouTube video threatening to kill himself, which prompted Bob to run as fast as he could to where Chris was at, which was in the kitchen where the computer was. You can imagine how traumatic of a situation this was for all parties involved. Honestly, I understand that a lot of things that happened in the late 2000s and early 2010s only happened because the internet was a wildly different place, but this crosses multiple lines. Trolling Chris by telling him you're the original creator of Sonichu is one thing, but having cyber sex with someone as mentally debilitated as him borders on unspeakable. Besides, Blue Spike eventually said he was having phone sex with Chris pretty much every night. I mean, for what? What was the point in doing that exactly? And where were this kid's parents? How can you be motivated to do that at just 13 years old? And how can the other trolls be okay with this kid simultaneously subjecting himself and Chris to this hell?
See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. He was doing this every fucking night, and no one was stopping him. Not his parents, not the other trolls. They were just allowing this 13-year-old boy to pretend to be a fucking older woman and having phone sex with a mentally disturbed individual. This is what I'm talking about. This is where I'm like, dude, look, you're going too fucking far. It's in fucking insane. Yeah, the trolls are just as bad, exactly. And like, look, if I'm a troll, and I'll be honest, if I'm a troll and I see this shit happening, I'm fucking immediately being like, no, okay, hold on. This is taking it a little too far. Like, yeah, we fuck with him, telling him we're the original creator of Sonichu, or, we're the guy that made fucking Animal Crossing, or, Nintendo and shit. That's a whole other thing. You're just basically lying to him and fucking with him. And at the most, it's just going to be an inconvenience to him. But this is considered a fucking crime. And this is like fucking, if anything, Chris could have gone to jail for this. And he's technically the victim in all this, because remember, it's Blue Spike doing this and the trolls, not Chris actively seeking out. And again, Chris does not know that he's actually talking to a 13-year-old boy. So technically he's the victim, but if this got out and actually went to the police and everything, Chris would have gone to jail, no doubt about it.
All of this is beyond
Which is weird me trying to defend Chris in this situation, but like, oh god, it's bad.
Chris instantly stopped what he was doing. Understandably, having his sleep disturbed, he was mad at
the fuck. No, Dad, no. Get away from the internet. I'm cutting it down. Oh, that's fucking crazy. Oh my god, that is the weirdest fucking
Chris
picture.
delivered the line he's probably the most famous for, "Get away from the internet, I'm cutting it down right now," which earned him the nickname the Lumberjack. Days later, another audio of this same kind was leaked. All the while, Blue Spike continued to share Skype conversations with Chris and everyone else. On the 20th of February, the results of another of Blue Spike's Julie antics became public. As some kind of private tantalizing display for her, Chris made love to his body pillow of Kimmy, filmed it, and emailed it to her. The video is 8 minutes long and it's available on YouTube in audio format, though I doubt that anyone would be interested in suffering through it. It was originally uploaded to an adult website where it received over 3 million views. That's no small feat, seeing as I have a hard time cracking that number myself. If only Chris had the mind to use his autistic superpowers for good. But the abject cruelty is not over yet. In order to cover up the obviously deliberate leaking of Chris's tape, Julie claimed that the leaker was her abusive older brother, Max. Immediately following this new development in the Julie canon, a new narrative was created. Max had kidnapped Julie and took her to the headquarters of the Miscreants, the name for the group of trolls that Blue Spike was a part of. What he was planning to do with her was not clear, but the conclusion was that in order to save her, Chris would have to drive to Cleveland, Ohio. This Herculean task was mostly discussed in his IRC chat with the trolls, though at this point the line was being blurred between trolls and people who interacted with Chris out of a genuine infatuation with him, even if coded in irony. While some people were all for pushing Chris to do this trip, whether because they thought it would amount to anything beyond an inconvenience for him, or that he wouldn't do it at all and just pretend he did, or other people were becoming a tad more hesitant about this particular mission. The drive to Ohio would be 7 hours long, as Chris had to drive 400 miles. This was a cause for concern since, as you might have noticed, Chris is severely autistic and not quite the street smart survivalist.
Exactly,
If he were to encounter some serious trouble along the way, he certainly would not be able to fend for himself like a normal person. Additionally, an interstate car trip on the highway is a very different beast than driving around your little hometown in your mom's car, which was the totality of Chris's driving experience according to Bob himself. Another person with whom Chris discussed the trip to Cleveland, Ohio was the co-founder of Sonichu Girls, Sarah May. In this conversation, Chris says, "I've been planning my trip to go to Cleveland to meet and escort to Virginia, Julie. I have received much support in the trip not only from my online fans, including yourself, but also from God, Jesus, and the spirits of my Aunt Corinna, as I touched her hand before they closed her casket. Even these spirits from my past Weston family members who were buried at the same church, including my grandparents and my great-grandparents. I'm using money I got on my birthday for the trip. I'm leaving
No
tomorrow
fucking way. This guy was like, God told me to go on this trip. Motherfucker thinks he's Moses about to go on an adventure. This is fucking insane. And the fact that like so many people were rooting for him to do this is fucking crazy. Cause like Bob said, whatever Bob said, he just knows how to drive in a small town, not a lot of traffic, and this is a 7-hour drive. Something Chris is, of course, not used to doing. So this could have been very fucking dangerous. Very fucking dangerous.
I have a road map for Eastern USA, directions to Julie, and from MapQuest. I have set aside 6 changes of clothes, and I'm not informing my mother and father until the last minute with a note and photocopy of my printed directions and the portion of my road map with a marked path. Confidentially, I have about $45 in my bank, $16 in my wallet, my phone will be fully charged, and I have a freshly filled tank of gas. On the morning of the 26th of February, precisely at 5:30, which is the exact hour that Chris was born, he left his Ruckersville home to head for Ohio, ignoring his parents' concern that this was some kind of elaborate troll or to catch a predator sting operation. Upon waking up and finding the note he left behind, Bob and Barb notified the police and filed a missing persons report in fear that he would get himself killed on the trip. The ride to Ohio would be mostly uneventful, and when he was crossing state lines and passing a toll booth, Chris managed to lock himself out of his own car. Luckily, someone else at the toll booth had AAA and called on them to help Chris get back in his car. In a fateful coincidence, his other stop on his way to saving Julie was to get a hamburger at a restaurant called Sonic. Eventually, he made it to the random address given as Max and Julie's residence, but all he found was a beat-up old house where an old black lady lived, with no sign of his sweetheart or her abusive brother. Fortunately, this trip was harmless for Chris, and after calling his parents, he headed back to Ruckersville, getting home at about 3 in the morning. Despite how much trouble he got in with his parents, who threatened to leave him homeless if he ever did anything like that again, and despite the money he wasted and the fact—
True. He should have just straight up took that hatchet of his, went over to the internet line and went, straight went, I'll cut it down. Would have been epic. Bob just kicks in the door, fucking with the fucking giant ass hatchet, runs over. I'm gonna save you, son. Fucking heaves hose it, fucking shit. And Chris is like just, he's like taken out of a trance. He's like, oh my god, what happened? I don't remember so much of my life now because I was on the internet. If Bob had actually just cut down the internet and taken it away from Chris for years, Chris might have saved himself so much. Bob should have done it, man. Bob should have done it.
In fact, he was tricked into going there. Chris himself eventually came to hold quite the positive outlook on it, saying he enjoyed the sights as he drove. After his safe return, he had one last conversation with Blue Spike where he relayed his story of the trip, while Blue Spike struggled to believe he actually went to Ohio. The conversation shows that Chris continued to be in the dark about Julie being completely fake even after the trip.
Fucking come
Mars
on.
began with his left foot. Someone from ED produced postcards with frames from Chris's tape with Kimmy and sent them to Bob, who took away Chris's ability to make videos, which is quite fair and should have been done a long time before it came to this.
Yeah, no shit.
2 days after this, another absolute tragedy happens, also due to malevolent deeds of Blue Spike. On the 3rd of March, Chris gets in a call with Julie, Max, Clyde, and a few other people. The circumstance now was that Max had control over Chris's PSN account, his Yahoo email, and the login information of Sonichu and Rosashoe.com. By threatening to sell his accounts on eBay and send Julie back to Europe, which is where she came from according to the lore, Max gets Chris to do his bidding. The particulars of this began mildly, having Chris declare Billy Mays, one of the other trolls, as the mayor of Quickville, and have himself imprisoned. However, things would go downhill in a way that every other troll didn't expect and weren't okay with. In the middle of this hour-long torture session, Max begins demanding that Chris either burn the Sonichu medallion or cut it up into pieces and introduce them into his butt. Throughout this entire ordeal, Blue Spike's psychopathic mean-spiritedness came off towards Chris as extremely off-putting, and the other trolls would intervene, telling him to stop what he was doing as it went way past any line imaginable.
Oh, fuck. Okay, so this is where you draw the fucking line. Not him having fucking phone sex with a 13-year-old boy. No, this is where we draw the line. Come on, what the fuck? How do you... That's where you draw the line, really? That's where... These fucking people are idiots. Sometimes I wonder just how, like, that is, like, less worse than talking to a 13-year-old boy and having phone sex with a 13-year-old boy. Like, that is tame compared... No, not tame, but fucking... That's less bad than him just unknowingly having phone sex with a 13-year-old boy for every night. That's just fucking wild. That this is where they draw the line.
Blue Spike would follow it up with telling Chris to burn his house down, which Chris immediately resisted against.
Jesus.
And the other people in the call once again intervened. After all of that, Julie finally made an appearance, only to start telling Chris that she had something to tell him. Chris went along with it, only for Blue Spike to finally make the long overdue reveal, stating that all of this time, Chris had been having phone sex with a 13-year-old boy. Chris reluctantly absorbed the information, while the now fully revealed Blue Spike accused him of being a pedophile, and that Chris Hansen would have him arrested. When Blue was about to start up another narrative about how Julie died in a wildfire, like many of Chris's other faux girlfriends, Clyde decides that enough is enough and chimes in an attempt to get Chris to understand what had just happened. He says, "Now you're going crazy, okay? We don't have to do the whole wildfire thing. Shut the hell up. Look, Chris, there are more things to life than your PS3 and whatever. Your whole internet life has been a lie. There are no Sonichu fans. Nobody gives two shits about you. The best thing you could do is go outside for the love of God, okay? Shut up, Blue Spike. He's been fooled so many times." What is this, the 9th time so far? You know how many people have told you this, that Blue Spike is a boy? I can't believe how many times. And you still believed. There are very few moments in Christery as grueling as this one. Thankfully, it seems Clyde's message got back to Chris, even if just a little bit. After being ill for a little while and asking for his fans to attack Blue Spike, Chris takes up contact with another girl named Emily, and on the 19th of March, he's chaperoned by his father for a date with Emily at the mall. Sure, she was also a troll who orchestrated the whole thing and planned to head to wear a wire during the date to record it, but at least this time it would be in real life. The video of this incident is scant and Emily's face is obscured. However, we have the audio of the entire thing. From it, we learn that the whole thing lasted for a little over an hour, and that though the date was Chris's, it got completely hijacked by Bob, who began talking to Emily way more than Chris did. The date ends when a man dressed up in a pickle costume arrives at their table and invites Emily to go to the Watchmen movie, which greatly disturbs and upsets Chris, while Bob is mostly just confused about the situation.
What the fuck? That's gotta be fucking wild. Yeah, not again. Jesus Christ. Can you imagine just fucking... See, this is kind of... It's mean-spirited. This is mean-spirited. Like, them faking a date and then having some guy in a pickle costume come over to him and be like, yeah, I'm gonna just steal your girl. Like, that's mean-spirited a little bit. But at the same time, it's way less harmless than what the fuck Blue Spike was doing. Like, I'd rather do this than doing what Blue Spike was doing. 100%. Just saying. It's fucked up. It's fucked up for sure. Cause like you're kind of fucking with Chris's emotions, but at the same time, I'd rather do that than, you know, him talking to a 13-year-old boy. Unknowingly talking to a 13-year-old boy. Fuck.
After the date, he calls her up, but not before he receives hookers at his door, ordered by Clyde Cash. Later on in March, Chris uploads himself giving a tour of his house, as well as a video of him singing a song wherein he declares his love for farting. Chris also mentions Megan, but only to ask for trolls to stop bothering her. After the end of the Julie arc, Chris moves to...
Well, at least he's kind of just been like, at least he didn't like try to go back into that route with trying to get in with Megan and just like, hey guys, yeah, you stop bothering Megan. Thanks. Like, at least he's kind of some character development in that area.
Another potential sweetheart by the name of Ivy. He also pledges to leave YouTube forever, though just a week later he returns, announcing his new website. Shortly after this, he makes another video greeting Ivy, which is paired with yet another video, this time of him kissing Kimmy, the sex doll, with an image of Ivy taped to her face.
Oh,
the
God.
first half of April is more or less calm, with Chris uploading a few funny videos, such as this one where he pretends to be some kind of Irish Easter bunny. By the 16th, the miscreants leaked 3 videos they obtained directly from Chris by pretending to be girls. One where he's drinking his own semen mixed with Fanta, one where he's spanking his own naked ass, and lastly, one where he's dancing around naked in his filthy shower stall.
Oh,
Absolutely
God.
depressing, Chris takes these in stride, as just a day later, he uploads another video kissing Ivy's face on Kimmy. It's also in the month of April that the long-forgotten ChrisChan and the Hedgehog Boys drop a comeback album. Other than that, we have a potential marriage proposal for Ivy, and a couple of other leaked videos of Chris displaying his raw strength to attract possible mates.
I have the power!
You will now be watching the strong man lifting a very...
I can't hear the weed sweetheart the same again.
The chair
Oh,
weighs
dude,
a
Jesus.
grand number of pounds.
Hello!
Now we will be seeing the strong man lifting the same chair, but with a very heavy...
I can't hear the
basket
word sweetheart
full
the
of
same again.
junk
That's
in the
crazy.
chair.
I was still a man from Nantucket!
As well as a video of him sprinting naked in his room, which I can't show you, but you can imagine how graceful it is. One of this month's highlights is a comic Chris drew for Ivy of himself about to begin intercourse with his giant ding-dong. Of course, these instances of trolling are much more lighthearted than what preceded them. When informed that a little girl called, bear with me here, their words not mine, Ching Chong stumbled across the videos leaked of him doing those egregious things, Chris felt compelled to explain himself, and so he did. In the couple of videos he posted, he says the things he did were normal and good, and Ivy, the person whom he admits was the reason at least one of the videos was made, is definitely a real girl and not a troll, and that they soon will meet up in real life and have sex, and it will be awesome. One of the videos got linked to the website Fark, where it got over 200,000
We're gonna have sex. We're gonna lose our virginities to each other, and it's gonna be awesome. That is...
views. This landed him in the public eye of mainstream media. A few of his videos were being featured on a Boston radio station, while his admission to drinking his own semen was being discussed on an LA radio station. ChrisChan's fame had gone nationwide, but he had no idea. As while this was happening, he was too busy drawing a comic of himself marrying Ivy, as well as a few of himself, as Sonic, having explicit sex with a Sonic furry version of Ivy. He also attempts to put his autobiographical article on Wikipedia,
Fucking
but it
Christ.
gets taken down and he subsequently protests. By the 15th, his relationship with Ivy quietly ends as he takes down all of the videos mentioning her, and Clyde announces that they broke up. Later on, Clyde goes into detail about what caused the breakup. It was revealed during this time that Chris had gone to the police because of Josh, and with Rocky. As previously stated, Chris kept mentioning going to the police, but I didn't think he'd actually do so, as that would entail explaining things to his parents. Also, Bob and Barb have always been extremely afraid of the authorities. Bob hid the vast majority of troll material from Barb. The breaking point for Bob and Barb had been Josh. He had sold Chris a PSP with a non-existent feature for a higher price than a normal PSP. While Josh was scamming Chris scammed Josh back by giving him a bad check. Bob and Barb ended up agreeing to go to the police with Rocky to catch Josh, and only Josh. They agreed only to discuss matters regarding Josh, as they were handling Clyde and the other trolls on their own terms. Taking advantage of the situation, Rocky blindsided Bob and Barb at the station by monopolizing and domineering the police's help. She pushed for the authorities to investigate all the trolls, and Ivy as well. Despite his parents' protests, Rocky went against their wishes and ignored their harbored anxiety. Needless to say, I was pretty pissed. While Bob and Barb and Josh continued their feud over a PSP, I broke up with Chris over his betrayal. Fun fact, this Josh character happens to be one of Chris's oldest acquaintances, having attended the same speech therapy classes as him during their childhood. While this was going on, Quickieville.com, Chris's site at the time, got hacked, and messages attacking Chris began being displayed on it. 4 days later, the site went down, and the revelation that Ivy 2 was a troll prompted Chris to upload a video to his YouTube channel saying that, from now on, he would only be taking real-life encounters with women into consideration when it came to finding a sweetheart. Too little, too late. A few days later, his drinking confession finds its way to the, at the time, infamous Opie and Anthony show, which was nationally syndicated and one of the largest comedy shows in the US. It's unsure if Chris ever found out that this happened, but if he did, it certainly contributed to the delusions of grandeur he was already harboring.
Oh, fuck me,
At the tail
dude.
end of May, Chris tries to engage in his love quest on Craigslist, but his ad gets taken down for racism. In June, his YouTube account gets hacked, and the hackers re-upload the video where he admits to being gay, which he was coerced in the first place into making by Clyde. When Chris gets a hold of his account, he immediately deletes it and favorites multiple Britney Spears videos to prove how straight he is. Later on in the month, he uploads a song called Don't Trust Any Homos Over There, a spoof of a similarly named song from the Boondocks.
No fucking
Hello,
way.
my name is Uncle Ruckus. No relation. I'm gonna sing y'all a song I just made up. It's called Don't Trust Any Homos Over There.
I'm surprised he didn't actually just use the original song. Because, like, that wouldn't surprise me at this point, because if Chris is homophobic, is like a big homophobe, and there's already hints to him kind of being an anti-Semite, I wouldn't be surprised if he just sang that song with straight up the N-word. Oh, man. I'm just shocked I'm not too shocked at this point, but I'm still shocked that I'm shocked that he's doing it, but I'm also not... I'm not shocked that he's doing it, but I'm also shocked that, like, he hasn't gone that far yet, which is insane.
Sing along if you know the words. Da, 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 da. Don't trust any homos over there, leaving their homo
There's no
stank in
fucking
the
way.
air. Them sappy, flappy, dumb homos with their finger on the trigger. Don't trust any homos over there.
No
Once
fucking
again,
way.
his attempt to attack gay people, he throws some racism in for good measure. Also,
And I was just fucking saying that I was shocked he didn't go that route, and then he fucking proves me wrong. Oh my god, this guy he is just fucking full of surprises.
So, he appears not to know how to upload a video not recorded from his camera and is manually holding up a sign that says this video is audio only. Besides this, the month is pretty scarce of any salacious occurrences, other than Chris drinking his first ever alcoholic beverage, and a pretty strong one at that. Meanwhile, possibly one of, if not the best Chris trolls makes his debut in the latter half of June. ChrisChan Sonichu CWC, better known as Liquid Chris. Despite sharing essentially no similarity with ChrisChan
All
besides
time.
his last
The
name,
music of
Liquid
all time.
Chris decided to make the account to claim that he was the real CWC. In early July, he uploaded a video formally denouncing the original ChrisChan, whom we'll be calling Solid Chris whenever both him and Liquid are being discussed simultaneously.
Crazy.
Initially, Solid Chris chose to ignore this, either out of laziness or because Rocky, his advisor from church, helped him avoid needless conflicts online. At this time, Larry Bundy Jr., or Guru Larry as his channel is called, conducted an interview with Chris and began uploading selected excerpts online. In this interview, Chris is decidedly uncooperative and not his usual energetic self, though it's unknown if this was accidental or done intentionally by Chris to appear as more of an unfazed diva who is used to being interviewed. Rocky's efforts, however effective they may have been at other moments, came up short on the 17th of July, when Chris uploaded multiple videos attacking random trolls, calling them the R word, which Chris previously denounced prior to this, and also telling them to keep themselves safe. The thing is, the people that Chris was targeting in these messages had already closed their accounts by the time the videos went up, so this was completely gratuitous. Because of the not exactly terms of service friendly rhetoric Chris was espousing, his channel was shortly terminated thereafter. A day later, he makes a new channel called IBA Chandler, and he makes a post titled A Near Public Apology, where he tries to get forgiveness for his past actions of attacking those users. The real motivation for doing this was because his PSN kept being hacked, and he was trying to appear contrite to get it back. However, the trolls noticed that Chris wasn't wasn't wearing a Sonichu medallion in the video, which in ChrisChanism meant that he wasn't being sincere. After more videos of Chris drinking came out, a picture of Chris with a lady surfaces on the V board of 4chan. Though little is known of her or the precise context of this image. Along with this shift in demeanor, the ChrisChan classic Rollin' and Trollin' comes out, which is widely seen as one of the more positive moments in this story.
Alright, we're coming to you live from Quickville today. We're over at the Quickville Pavilion. The Hedgehog Boys and Master ChrisChan Mayor, they perform here every Friday night, and it draws a crowd. It's very good, you know.
In it, Chris displays some self-awareness about the fact that he's an online phenomenon for being who he is, and plays into the theory that he had been a troll all along. Though it's evident he's just pretending, Chris tries his hardest to sound like a normal guy in his 20s, with a regular voice instead of his usual high-pitched register, and no Sonichu medallion on. Even if he was coached into doing this, which he most likely was, as this doesn't really seem like an idea he'd come up with himself, the video shows that Chris is well aware he's an unusual guy, as he can approximate how an actual normal person behaves better than you'd expect. For a myriad of reasons, many people see this video as the canon ending to Chris's story. Little did he know that this little ruse of his was playing right into Liquid Chris's campaign. A couple of days after Rollin' and Trollin', Chris uploaded another video dispelling it because a troll threatened to cut off his disability checks due to his claims to have a job in his LARP as a normal man. After Liquid Chris supposedly sold some Sonichu merchandise at an anime convention, Solid Chris decides enough is enough and makes a video addressing his counterpart. In it, he derides the fact that Sonichu merch being sold at the convention was made out of paper, when he, the true and honest ChrisChan, only ever makes medallions out of clay. As the embers of the conflict against Liquid Chris slowly grew into a raging fire, Solid's battle to reclaim his PSN account from hackers raged on, and he kept being coerced into making humiliating videos. One of these videos, which leaked to the V-board, contains Chris humping his PS3 while declaring Sony and PlayStation the winners of the console wars against Xbox and Microsoft. Approaching the end of July, Solid Chris posted a video of himself playing More Than a Feeling in Guitar Hero, which then prompted Liquid Chris to reply with footage of himself playing the same song, but on an acoustic guitar. People were taking Liquid Chris's side en masse to rile up Solid.
Well, would the real CWC play a fake guitar? CWC, leader of the famous CWCville band, ChrisChan and the Hedgehog Boys. What the fuck does that say? Some naive, damn, dirty imposter troll with plastic guitar. Oh, that's funny.
Chris, even making version versus Chad type meme images mocking the real Chris and acting as if Liquid Chris was the original one and the creator
that's pretty
of
good.
Sonichu. This culminated in Solid Chris shaving his goatee in the aptly titled video. It took me weeks to perfect that goatee, but it will grow back, because for whatever reason that would prove that he is the authentic one, I guess. This isn't ever really explained, and of course it did nothing to sway the people swarming his comment section saying Liquid Chris was the real one to
Oh god, oh my god, oh my god, I don't like how he's doing that. I don't like how he's doing that. I do not like how he's fucking forcefully shaving his fucking face. That razor is dry as fuck, and he's just cutting himself. No doubt about that. I can't, oh god. Oh, that irks me, because like, oh, why are you doing that? Why? Just use like an electric razor. Don't do that, Chris. Don't do that. Don't do that.
So Solid proceeded to challenge Liquid to a battle on SingStar, which if you don't know is a competitive karaoke game for PlayStation. For most of the first half of August, they were squaring off for a total of 5 rounds. In his entry for the third round, Liquid
he's gonna cut himself.
Solid's online handle was IBA Chandler, and decided to allege that his
that
real
makes
name
me
was
worried,
Ian
man.
Brandon Anderson. This led every...
Because, like, hopefully when he did that, he didn't cut himself deep, but I'm pretty sure he cut himself. And that's because he's fucking just pissed off, which I just don't like that. Like, if he wanted to cut off the goatee, just use an electric razor and then maybe go through with it later on. But don't fucking, like, press it like this and fucking go like that. That just makes me worried for his safety. Oh, God. Which is shocking to say, because... it is Chris, but
troll under the
I don't want him cutting himself like that.
Sections with mentions of Ian, which deeply irritated his narcissistic sensibilities. No matter how desecrated and disfigured the reputations and images of Quickie and Sonichu were, he wanted to be the center of the attention it got, regardless of whether it was negative or positive. In order to preserve himself, Solid went even as far as shedding his pride, pointing out that if Liquid Chris was the real one, he'd be a lot more challenged, and I'm paraphrasing here because Chris uses the R word to refer to himself. In the video where he does this, he claims that Liquid Chris's real name is Jeff, while acting like his dad somehow got in touch with a task force to settle this matter once and for all, and that all Liquid had to do in order for Solid to call them off was to admit that he wasn't the original creator of Sonichu. As you can imagine, this didn't have very much of an effect, as Solid's threats were obviously unfounded. After Liquid's 5th entry to the competition, Solid drops one of the most memorable highlights of his YouTube content, succinctly dubbed Chris Chandler.
And another thing, my name is not Ian Brandon something! I am Christian Weston Chandler! So get it through your damn fucking skull and call me the real name that God has been given to me and the bear at Regency Square Shopping Center during 1989. You damn fucking bastard!
Apparently, he was deeply irritated that Liquid hadn't done the entire song but opted to just do a portion of it and then do commentary. Whenever he isn't comically raging about being called Ian Brandon Anderson, he's once again threatening Liquid with some type of unspecified legal action. Though it's a virtual certainty, Solid never actually went through the hassle of registering Sonichu as his intellectual property, so it's not a very credible threat, is it? He also reiterates that the medallion is made of Crayola model magic and not paper, which only signify how much importance he attributes to the exact composition of these Sonichu artifacts. Like it must be made of just the right combination of materials.
Yeah, now that's mad, yeah. Yeah, that's
Sonichu.
mad. That's a big
few
mad.
days later, Solid Chris posts yet another video saying all of the same things, but this time without the rages, probably due to some counseling from Rocky, who informed him that screaming and throwing tantrums like a 10-year-old doesn't do him any favors with the trolls. While he's certainly not at his most likable, this month is punctuated with a post from Chris where he expresses his disgust and disapproval of some fan art that was sent him, which included Guro. It's a category of not safe for work stuff that includes grotesque themes, and Chris specifies that the fan art of Sonichu that was sent to him included pedophilia. Surprisingly, this has been one of the things that he's been the most consistent on over the years, despite the Blue Spike occurrence. He also claims to have the mind of a family man and compares himself to Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin, as if that was necessary to justify his opposition.
I don't think you should ever compare yourself. No offense. Both of them are decent fathers, but I don't think I could ever be Peter Griffin. I just don't think I could ever be Peter Griffin. Or Homer Simpson, for that matter. Go, Sonichu. Go zap to the extreme. What the fuck was this whole... Did someone make a parody of this? I will, thank you, Father. That's fucking crazy.
Himself to Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin, as if that was necessary to justify his opposition to Drawn CP. Approaching the middle of August, the winner of the SingStar Challenge is to be declared based on the votes of 6 judges. And
yeah, they're not good people either. They're not good people. Well, I think in a matter of sense, Homer's a way better person than Peter is. Because let's be honest, Peter has done some really heinous shit. But Homer's always been the kind of dumb, sweet guy that has so much more, like, nice things. Yeah, Homer's good. Peter, on the other hand, Peter is just an asshole. Not Peter, yeah. I think if you compare yourself to Peter Griffin, you got some major issues. If you compare yourself to Homer Simpson, I think you're a dope, but at the same time, I think you're a good guy. Because like if you can compare yourself to Homer Simpson, you are probably one of the best people. Because like, yeah, you make mistakes, Homer does, but like, you're a good family guy. I mean, you're a good family man, not a family guy. Oh shit.
Each get to pick 3.
That's
Most
funny,
likely
though.
due to the influence exercised by trolls, one of Solid's judge picks chose Liquid, giving him the win by 4-2. Liquid uploads a video celebrating his win, and at this point, he's become extremely good at impersonating the real Chris's mannerisms and way of speaking. After a few days of silence, Chris decides to manifest himself, only to claim that the contest was never to decide who was the real Chris, but just for fun, obviously because he lost. Behind the scenes, Chris was furious at the gal pal, Katie Bay, who voted for Liquid, emailing her saying, "You know yourself after the extensive online history that I am the real deal. So why did you final vote for that brown imposter? I am on an emotional edge right now.
Brown
I apologize
imposter?
for
What the
raising my
fuck?
voice like that. I implore you, Kate, please change your vote. I had just dedicated 2 White Stripe songs for you during a recent KCWC Light Everything lunch hour. Sigh. Stay safe. Christopher Christian W. Chandler. Unfortunately for Chris, votes couldn't be changed and the result was set in stone. For a while, he was noticeably affected by this, behaving a lot more irritable and vengeful towards people. Vivian Guy, who had been remarkably amicable to him in emails, would once again start getting Chris's negative attention for promoting DVDs of her audiobooks of Sonichu. He commented on a YouTube video of her saying, "And you, Vivian, I liked your book, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let you get away with that counterfeit law-breaking stunt. Christian W. Chandler." To which Vivian laconically replied, "It ain't law-breaking, bro." On August 14th, Liquid Chris respectfully bows out of being an active Chris troll, with the in-universe explanation that he would be focusing his endeavors on turning Sonichu into an acclaimed media franchise. This once again aggravated Solid to no end, as he would publish yet another diatribe screaming his personal information at the top of his lungs to prove he was the real him. This is also the source of the Curse Yehameha video played earlier, but we'll play it again right here just for good measure.
No, don't do it.
It appears that Chris takes the Curse Yehameha much more seriously than everyone else did, as soon after...
It's like fucking Voldemort's Avada Kedavra, like that fucking scene out of Harry Potter where he just like, the boy who lived to come to die, and he's just like, you fucking just like, oh. That's basically what the fucking Curse Yehameha is.
Delivering it, he becomes remorseful and fears that it was too great a punishment for Liquid, and decides to issue a retraction and forgive Chris for his past misdeeds.
Jesus
We
Christ.
stand a merciful king. As Clyde had previously mentioned, Bob and Barb purposely decided to not involve anyone else in the troll situation, claiming that they were dealing with it on their own terms. Partly, this was because they didn't want anyone else finding out how inept and negligent they were in regards to their son's obvious special needs, but to an extent, it's also because they didn't know how bad it was, most likely due to...
Hold on. I want to go back to that statement.
Partly, this was because they didn't want anyone else finding out how inept and negligent they were in regards to their son's obvious special needs, but to an...
Okay, so previously they were talking about how they did get Chris some speech therapy, but the problem was I think he's only ever been on medication for his autism or whatever. He's never gone to a therapist or anything else. So Barb and Bob doing that is kind of fucked up for sure, because like, yeah, they're just ignoring his special needs for sure. They're ignoring him straight up, which sucks, because if they didn't, Chris might have actually turned out to be a decent person. But because they did, and because they're bad parenting as well, it's, you know, Chris turned out the way he was.
To an extent, it's also because they didn't know how bad it was, most likely due to Chris downplaying or straight up not telling them about it. The Chandler family's strategy, or lack thereof, when it came to handling trolls, was compelled to change after Bob found out Chris had uploaded 2 tours of their house, which revealed where they lived.
Oh,
In
God.
emails, Chris said, "Because of my months-old mistake," referring to the house tour, "my mother took away my car keys, my driver's license, trapping me in the house that love built. But years later, chaos ensued." Sob. "Mom and Dad are both very angry with me. I'll call my detective tomorrow. I don't know. You have in with the trolls. Please see if you can talk to them into helping me remove that footage off the internet. I know they'll be too damn stubborn, stupid, and cocky to help, but any port in a hurricane, feeling dizzy, I gotta get back to searching on YouTube for the similar videos and flagging them. Rally the good, loyal troops. Yet another major reason to take down that ED page, because they probably have all that shit on there as well. And all it took was one troll calling my house and telling my father about seeing a portion of his wall of records in pictures." The same day, Chris takes this concern to YouTube in quite the peaceful fashion.
Not even deserve a captain's log introduction, because this is dead serious. The inside and outside tour I did a few months ago of my house, everyone on the internet, my mother and my father are angry at me. They're blaming me. It's my fault. I admit it's my fault. I want everything about my house off the internet. I'll send in detectives, I'll send in police, I'll send in everything in my power. So yeah, please, get everything off of the internet now. Curse the trolls. Peace to everybody else.
You might have noticed the strange jump
Jesus Christ, that is the most childish freakout I've ever seen from Chris. That jump, the way he like was flagging his arms like that, crazy. But he's pissed though. He's pissed. If it was me seeing this from at the time, I just do what he says. A man like that, dangerous.
jump cut in the middle of the video. That's because there is a full uncut version of it, which was leaked by Vivian Gee just a few days later after the upload. In this extended version, Bob walks in and begins explaining to Chris that the reason he's pissed off at him for exposing the house isn't just that it violates their privacy, but it's due to how filthy and unkempt their living conditions were due to the fact
Whoa,
that
whoa, whoa, whoa,
reporters,
whoa,
the
whoa,
health
whoa, whoa,
departments of
whoa,
Greene
whoa,
County
whoa, 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 whoa. No, I haven't seen. Nah, okay, hold on. Immediately, that's what we're going for. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. Have you seen about this? The end hentai situation is crazy. Okay, hold on. No, we'll keep that on the log, but that's crazy. Anyways. Oh, but did I spell that right? Oh, it's only plays. Yeah, fuck me. Hold on. What the fuck? Is it this one? Oh, hold on, wait, no, that's the whole entire stream. Yeah, no, wait, it is. Oh my god, there's a lot of them. I stink AI Russian song. Pork fried washing machine. Sitcom intro. No, hold on, wait. Only plays ChrisChan sitcom intro. They used this transcript. No. Oh, hold on. We're doing this one. This has to. This is it.
What did you say for the voice?
Inside, outside tour I did a few months ago.
He's got like a weird, like, kind of ChrisChan-esque list. That's so fucking weird. Whoa, that's good, dude. I'm fully behind you, Chris. Do whatever you gotta do to get rid of those trolls. I'll help, dude. Yeah, I'll join you. I'll join your web quest too.
Listen to me. Yes! Shut that goddamn thing off. I don't care what you do, you get all that stuff off of there tonight. I'm working on it. Go work on it. Do you realize something?
This is like the ChrisChan, like, sitcom intro. Starring Bob Chandler.
I'd love to see this synced up with the original video.
Yeah, perfectly overlaid to the editor.
Please.
Editor, you know what to do.
That was perfect. No way. That was so good. Holy shit. Oh, dude, I love Oni. I love Oni plays. They're so good, dude. That's perfect. Hold on, one more time. I gotta listen to that one more time.
What did you say for the voice?
Inside, outside tour I did a few months ago.
He's got like a weird, like, kind
One more
of
time. One more time.
list. That's so fucking weird. Whoa, that's good, dude.
I'll send in police.
I'm fully behind you, Chris.
I'll send in
Do whatever you
everything.
gotta do to get rid of those trolls. I'll help, dude.
Oh, this is so good. Yeah, I hate that it sounds so good. It's so catchy too. Oh my god, it's so good.
This is like the ChrisChan, like, sitcom intro. Starring Bob Chandler.
I'd love to see this synced up with the original video.
Yeah, perfectly overlaid to the editor.
Please.
Editor, you know what to do.
Oh, that's so good. Wait, hold on. Well, there's Corey's favorite. Let's see. There's ChrisChan Joker trailer. No, okay, hold on. Perfectly. Oh no way! Hold on. Perfectly cut ChrisChan. We're gonna see this. I hope. We'll take a break from this. I gotta see some of this.
Hello. My name is Christian Weston Chandler from Rutgers, Virginia. My mother and my father are both really nice, old-fashioned type people. I was diagnosed with high-functional autism, and I lived a somewhat rough life. Some of the teachers and
Someone has to be, like,
they
paraded.
pin me to the ground. Every detail on that heinous page against me is all a pack of lies.
I want everything about my house off the internet.
Well, hold on. Oh, the stream? Yeah, I probably will because like that is funny. If they're doing it like the whole AI thing, that's funny. I gotta look more into that.
You see me smile? Because I'm smiling.
I want you to back off, my friends, and come face me, man to man.
Leave me and my friends alone. Back the fuck off. Oh, we are going to have so much fun together when you and I are together.
We're broken up. Hope you jerks are happy.
If you smile through your fear and sorrow, smile.
This message is for everyone of the present and the future beyond this date.
We're told the fire started in a first-floor bathroom, but got quickly out of control. The cause of the fire is still under investigation.
Captain 2 was exactly what Scott Hedgehog? A cartoon, and listen to what Sonic said.
Don't call anybody. My mother, my father! I agree with me. They're glancing at me. It's my fault. I am ignorant. If I like to try, I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go.
Holy shit. Wait, hold on. Look, it's actually the Joker, dude. He's actually the Joker.
You just
Oh, the dedication of these people. I love it. I hate it and I love it at the same time. But that's getting... Oh, that's hilarious. What was that one? Lore speedrun world record. 20 minutes? I could have just watched this instead. God damn it. It's over. When you bring me out on stage, can you introduce me as Christine? No fucking way. I don't actually watch a gritty movie about ChrisChan's descent into insanity. ChrisChan on live TV with Dr. Phil. Chris rants about the constant trolling and his failed love quest. He cursed Yahameha as Dr. Phil does killing him on live TV. And this is the climax of the film. Oh, that'd be perfect. That'd be so fucking perfect. Fucking just have him actually be on fucking Dr. Phil, and then he just like fucking like fucking Dr. Phil's like no, disintegrates and shit. Oh, that'd be fucking perfect. Oh, that's so great. Oh my god.
Hello there.
Hold on, Machina.
Could condemn the house to be demolished, and they'd be evicted and left
Back to the
homeless.
dock.
Because of this leak, along with their previous deeds, Chris was furious at Vivian, expressing his wish that she suffers a heart attack and subsequently blocking her. Concomitantly, Chris reveals in emails that he had recently begun applying for retail jobs like Target and Walmart, probably in order to soothe his parents' qualms about how much time he spent on the internet. However, he stressed out about potentially losing his disability checks. When he looked for a job, Chris discovered he really enjoyed wearing sports bras, describing it as a guilty pleasure. At the same time, he'd been using comment sections to single that he was suffering from something like split personality disorder, and that his alter was a homosexual, asking to come out of the closet. For quite some time now, he had been talking to one of his gal pals about how he thought he had DID, which is a bad omen that his mental health started deteriorating again. In the middle of September, Chris finally registered Sonichu as his copyright property after around a decade of working on the project. He also puts up 2 of his Guitar Hero guitars for sale on eBay, which is a sign that he was either having to clear out his room or that he needed some money for whatever reason. Near the end of September, another of Chris's drawings
for fuck's
leaked.
sake.
This one of him having a foursome, which included a black girl, signifying that he's overcoming his racial issues at last.
Yay, character development. Oh, fuck. Well, at least that's better than the, you know, other things he's done, so hopefully he is overcoming his racist ways, man.
Also, the girls with whom Chris is enjoying himself are the members of his Guitar Hero band, according to him. While September was somewhat of a more quiet month as Chris was putting his nose to the...
Fuck is that? Wow. Now that's tall. Sonichu, stay focused. Sonichu, stay focused. We're here to meet the head of the of this company and reason with him. Yes, my blossoming Zappa. What the fuck?
Grindstone, as far as work on Sonichu was concerned, October was full of interactions with trolls. On the first of the month, Barbara contracted colitis, and as soon as this news made it to Chris's online following, the telephone game turned that to AIDS, which upset Chris, prompting him to post it to YouTube in an attempt to dispel the AIDS rumors, as well as to defend.
You know what? I think I'm just gonna start listening to that over and over again. It's perfect. That's so good.
Himself against allegations that he was gay for the umpteenth time. He also posts this comment under a clip of Megan from Family Guy. Megan has always looked good, and here she is really hot. Even better than when she had her makeover. If Seth would let her turn 18, I'd be all over her sweet and breasts. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. This moment is not particularly important. I just wanted to share my pain with you guys, frankly. Moving on from here, we have a deranged video of Chris wigging out and breaking things in his room, as well as throwing them at the camera. This fit of rage was most likely prompted by his conflicts with Clyde Cash, which were still going on and developing into multiple threats and invitations to a real-life physical fight between the two. Later on in the month, Chris makes an attempt at blackmail by blowing smoke at Clyde, suggesting that he may have some kind of compromising picture of him and demanding that Clyde stop the trolling. Of course, Clyde calls his bluff, and nothing happens as predicted. In his attempts to be intimidating, Chris does some flexing of his massive guns, and even attempts to do 30 push-ups while listening to Eye of the Tiger. He does manage it, but it's noticeable that he set up the camera in such a way to conceal the fact that he had his knees on the ground the whole time, which made every single push-up way easier, though not easy enough considering he's grunting through the entire thing. During October, there's a brief return of the Liquid versus Solid conflict to fight for the heart of Casey, a mutual love interest of theirs, and the month closes with Solid Chris making a video addressed to her parents, saying how much of a better boyfriend he would be instead of Liquid. For context, Casey was Liquid Chris's real-life girlfriend who was roped into the trolling campaign and played along. After a 2-hour-long phone call with her retired Marine father, in which Solid is humiliated for being a narcissist.
Let's read this. That's funny because I have to lift like 100 or more pounds for my job, but let me go ahead and get my dad for you because he wants to talk to you. All right. By the way, what's his name? Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. It's Matthew. Oh, Matthew. Okay, yeah. Corpsing. All right. Well, good. Just give me a minute. Okay. Long pause. Hello, Chris. This is Matthew, Casey's father. Hello. Good evening, sir. How are you?
An entitled man-child. He uploaded Sonichu Special number 4, in which he shoots Liquid Chris in the.
What the fuck was this? I would have had my boys at the office hunt down that creep down for the safety of my big girl. Thank you. What the fuck?
And gets together with Casey. This culminated in another call, this time between Casey and Solid Chris, that lasted for about a half an hour. For the first 20 minutes, Casey is reiterating what her father said, which really puts Solid in distress. However, this distress doesn't hold a candle to how he gets when Liquid.
The fuck was this? Well, he came after me. Well, I was pretty much drew him coming after me with a knife, but still, I mean, haven't you ever heard that it's more honorable to kill a man than to cripple him? And I mean, it's your comic. You drew it. Well, I didn't want to kill him. I mean, would you rather have I actually shot him dead instead of just shooting him in the legs? Well, I'd rather you or shot him at all.
Chris wins the call. A shouting match instantly erupts, with Solid losing his marbles every time he's referred to as Ian Brandon Anderson. It's interesting that when other trolls call him this name, he can keep his rage in without much of an issue, but Liquid saying it immediately gets under his skin. Insult is added to injury when Liquid calls him fat, which Solid strictly denies despite the evidence suggesting otherwise.
Oh,
Things
God.
really come to a head when Liquid says he and Casey made passionate love at Solid's house, at which point Solid decides to wake up Bob and Barb to get them to fight Liquid.
No fucking way.
This call took place in the middle of the night, and this madman actually woke up his parents to vicariously attack an internet troll for him. The call comes to an end with Casey declaring she will marry Liquid Chris. One more call was made after this, and Casey continued to carpet bomb Solid Chris with the truth. She tells him he won't make it past 30, and that just like every other potential sweetheart before her, Chris will immediately forget about her as soon as she's gone, going back to his usual routine of playing video games and being a general man baby, while Chris does nothing but sigh. After Liquid and Casey's marriage, Chris actually did try and muster up some kind of genuine melancholy, even posting a video of himself doing his best to cry on camera. As Casey predicted, however, he was back to his usual self the day after. A little while after this, he shoots Vivian Guy an email with a very different tone. Now that I finally have peace of mind, I apologize for the past unformalities and emotional outbursts and past communications. I have decided I will fully approve your continued audiobook videos and sales, but in return, I ask for 25% of all the money changed to USA currency you have and will have made from all that you have put together and sold, as well as 2 copies of each CD and DVD of the audiobooks, and 2 of each other additional merchandise aside from the audiobooks. I extend an olive branch of peace, and I await your well-thought response. Have a good, safe day, Miss Vivian. Initially, Vivian is doubtful that this all-business act that Chris was putting on had anything behind it. In order to have him prove himself, she sent him an email detailing the kind of things he'd have to do if he ever wanted to make Sonichu anything besides these schizophrenic doodles on his website. She began pressing him on emails, asking him how he spent his time, telling him to get new pages of Sonichu done every day, suggesting new ways to market and promote it. It's actually impressive that someone actually put time and effort into trying to make Sonichu into a thing, because despite Chris's psychotic obsession with inserting it into every facet of his life and clinging to it as his magnum opus, he was more than comfortable to let it just fester in obscurity. For the rest of 09, Chris was cooperative with Vivian's efforts to whip him into something resembling an actually productive artist, even if he frequently failed. Another thing Vivian pushed him to do is start taking and responding to fan mail, even if most of the mail won't be coming from actual fans. Surprisingly, based on the mail from the first edition of the mailbag, most of the interactions were pretty positive towards Chris, even if occasionally trollish and ironic. Until the end of 2009, he would do around 30 mailbag entries, and this proved successful at keeping his following engaged and interacting with the content. While things began running a bit more smoothly on the Sonichu end of the CWC operation, his YouTube was as erratic as ever. Upon Vivian's request, he posted himself doing parkour to promote Sonichu, except he calls it parquet and just does some light jogging. Also, due to some interactions from the mailbag, Chris also begins to attack the idea that Asperger's syndrome is in any way related to autism, and to this day it's not clear why he takes offense to that concept, as if people who suffer from Asperger's are somehow trying to attract attention away from autistic people.
What the
Autism
fuck?
Stolen Valor. He takes this seriously enough to write an entire article about it. Good day. I, Christian Weston Chandler, of sound mind and body, type the
the
following
fuck?
from
No
honest
way.
personal opinions, and I apologize for all offensive remarks I'll be making in the statement. Asperger's is nothing at all like autism. I have stated this fact over and over in my replies to messages from people who tell me otherwise. I feel very sick and tired of hearing that false rumor that the two are anything to full similar. Firstly, I can verify that I was diagnosed with autism with papers in my parents' filing cabinets, and I quote, Mr. Chandler is a 22-year-old man with a history of developmental delays in autism. Despite these limitations, he seems to have been quite successful in maximizing his academic abilities. Despite his significant delays in language, he has over the years developed relatively effective communication
Jesus
skills.
Christ,
And with
fucking
that,
yapping
I'm not only
this whole
helped cultivate
section.
the first
God
generation
damn.
of autistic people, but I have gone beyond the Autistic Dreams Academy, communicatively and socially. Still, I have trouble maintaining eye contact. My mentality is sometimes slow yet quick at other times. The people who first evaluated me ever even stated that I would never even make it to high school, much less even write his name. Take that and smoke it, oldest doctors. And those with Asperger's dare to try and take the shine and limelight away from us autistic people, not only with their social flaws and such possibly similar traits to autism, but to shun us autistics by being better communicatively and mentally than us. I have received a message from one who dared to call me normal in comparison to him. If anything, the Asperger people are and have been normal. They think they can one-up or even match autism with the lack of social capability and their clumsiness and such. Those characteristics can be faked by them, who are most normal compared to us true autistic people. Even their title is flawed, Asperger's. It can be misconstrued into a most terrible cut of meat from any animal, even something that can be picked nasally.
Jesus
I have fought
fucking
long
Christ,
and
oh
hard
my
to
God,
make a
hold
stand
on.
for the autistic people. Vic's guide to find a way to be us true autistic people. You would never expect a mentally disabled guy to find a way to be ableist, I guess, but ChrisChan has no limits. To add to his war against Asperger's, he creates an extra mailbag called Autism Mailbag, dedicated solely to blowing up on anyone that tries to inform him on what Asperger's actually is. On the 9th, Chris makes a video complaining about how trolls bought up all the ad space on Wikipedia, a site created to document all of his adventures, only to use them to display gay ads. This complaint only served to make the problem worse, as the gay ads that were on the website were removed.
That's pretty good
only to be
troll, though.
replaced
That's pretty
by
good
more
troll
gay
for someone
ads,
like him.
along with images of pickles to terrorize Chris even further. Besides this, the video also
The
has
the
a
insecurities on this guy is
from his
crazy.
European fans, and then pitching a Sonichu themed episode episode of Family Guy to Seth MacFarlane, who
No
some troll said
fucking
was
way.
considering making an episode with CWC in it. His pitch consisted of an elaborate crossover that concluded in CWC dating Meg, and he was confident enough that Seth would watch the video that he left his phone number in the description, which obviously
sake.
was
No
exclusively
fucking
used
way.
by trolls who wanted to harass him, and never used by Seth MacFarlane to get this deal of a lifetime together. In the midpoint of the month, Chris decided that the Hedgehog Boys' music wasn't enough for him, and he tried out being a solo rapper. His first song, called iPods Down,
Of course he did, of course he did.
himself non-consensually making love from the perspective of an animal. Not kidding, here are the lyrics. I tell you what, ladies, I have a game. Let's play Jungle Fever. I'm the manly tiger, you're the sleek, sexy panther. I pounce on you, you run away. I haven't missed, but I chase anyway. And we chase for a while, and then you wear out, and you take it like a gal. And then we pump until we'll have your little tiger panther cubs.
What the
To top it all
fuck
off,
kind
he
of
finishes
rap
the
is
song by
this,
shouting
dude?
out
What the shit?
Viagra. A few days later, he posted another rap, this time in full Juggalo garb, but this one isn't original and just a cover of an already existent song. The year closes with Chris expressing his discontent at the people managing the Wikipedia because they wouldn't allow him to edit it to his liking, which meant removing anything that wasn't saccharine Sonichu worship. The year of 2010 begins with the ads once again being replaced, this time with comics of Asperchew, a troll campaign
The Jonker.
to Sonichu what Chris did to Sonichu.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. The Jonker. That's pretty damn good. That's a good one.
Abuse and plagiarism. The tweaks made to the character in order to keep it original were also selected to maximize the amount of anger in Chris. The name of the character, Asperchew, is because he suffers from Asperger's. So if Chris were to accuse it of being derivative of the CWC Extended Universe, he would also be guilty of likening Asperger's to autism, which he would hate. With the success that Liquid had at infuriating Chris by imitating him, a combination of copying Chris with Asperger's was sure to be effective. The ads on the website even had depictions of Asperchew and Sonichu with some degree of homosexuality suggested, which ensured the CWC stamp of approval. Meanwhile, Chris quietly established contact with another girl, and though he tried to keep it private so the trolls wouldn't get to it, he couldn't help himself and began name-dropping her in his videos.
Oh, God damn
In a lot
it.
of ways, this girl was Megan's successor, though her communications with Chris were a lot less cogent and lasted less as well. While Chris kept pushing for them to date and being a general weirdo, she kept herself at a safe distance. On the YouTube end of things, having a new good-intentioned gal pal did nothing to calm his anger, as after a wiki is created for Asperchew to further liken it to Sonichu, Chris threatens to kill them with psychic powers. While these visible
No,
trolling stunts
please,
tried to be
Chris.
as entertaining
Please,
as
not the
possible
psychic
and came to
powers.
annoying Chris, the demeanor of the
Don't
trolls
blow me up
behind
with
us
your
was not
mind.
particularly malevolent. Calls between Chris and the creator of Asperchew, who went by the alias of Alec Benson Leary, show that Alec was trying to do the same thing Vivian was doing, make Chris productive and care more about working on Sonichu and not letting it rot away. On the 2nd of March, Chris took to his Twitter to say this: "My father went to the hospital last night at 3 a.m. with a case of congested heart failure. He will be back out in a couple of days, but I have had a long, stressful day. I only got 4 hours of sleep. I will resume daily updates after this week. Redrawing on the last few pages of book 10 are in the works, so Alec, his crew, and I can be on peaceful terms, and that we can all move on with better stories that are more canon to all things Sonichu and Rosachu. Currently, daily updates will mostly consist of mailbag answerings, bio page creations, captain's log updates, etc. I appreciate your loyalty and patience, and also thank yous go out to all who have sent me positive emails and US mail letters, cards, and presents with opposite feelings towards the few who sent me offensive, graphically inappropriate fan art." In the updates that followed this announcement up, Chris said that Bob had made it through safely and was no longer in danger. However, if this event didn't have enough of an impact on Chris, what happened soon after definitely did.
Oh,
Because of an
shit.
oversight while making his little Big Planet level, Chris accidentally left in the full name of the girl who he had been interacting with, and the trolls picked up on it and immediately contacted her with all the defamatory information on Chris that the CWCpedia could offer. Her response was
God.
to tell him to get all of her information off of his things, and that if someone were to go after her and bother her, it'd be his fault. His reaction was this:
God damn, another story when you try to hurt my friends and get them involved like you've been doing.
After some back and forth, as Chris tried to do the same thing he did with Megan and placate her, just enough so that she'll overlook his blatant boundary violations, Chris decides to send her a letter and once again invite her out.
No
This
fucking
was her
way.
response: "Sorry, I won't be able to make it. Besides, I wouldn't want to go if you were going to be there. And I'm not going to the thing next week because I don't want to deal with you. By the way, that letter, don't do that again, ever. I wasn't even impressed with your little gift. I threw it away. Not only that, I was pissed when you said that we had been going out for a month and a half. First of all, I never agreed to anything of the sort. Second, I would never date you. You're not my type. Also, if you want me to stay safe, then you would leave me alone. From phone, email, and mail. I don't want to hear
Damn.
from you ever again. Do you hear me? And who cares if you're a fucking acoustic virgin?" imagine. I'd rather have my best friend's boyfriend take me first because I trust him than you. Besides, I'm asexual, so there's no hope for you, at least from me. Not only that, not even a cheap would want your small dick inside of her. Neither would I. Pretty aggressive as far as put downs go, but given how things went with Megan, it was probably for the best.
Fair,
Because of the completely
fair.
negative feelings, Chris quits the internet only to come back in a day and a half to talk about Family Guy. Mind you, during this whole time, little to no work is being done on Sonichu, which drives Vivian, who up until this point was trying her best to be supportive and helpful, into giving up on Chris and Sonichu. On emails, she
Oh, what the
says, obviously you don't give a shit anymore, so
Sorry,
there's no
I
point in
was barely paying attention. What did it say? George was my partner. I fantasized of Silva, Mia saving me from a dragon. Oh well, I'll figure myself out eventually.
on
What the
Chris and
fuck?
Sonichu. On emails, she says, obviously you don't give a shit anymore, so there's no point in managing something you don't care about. You had weeks to update with anything. You're just playing video games and pretending you're actually putting effort into something. You've shown zero intention of actually updating.
No
A week
problem.
ago, you
No
said you
problem,
might
bro. See you
update,
later.
and then you do
See you
nothing.
later.
You told me like 2 days ago you would, and you still haven't done anything. How hard is it to do anything? You probably spend like 5 hours a day just watching TV and playing video games instead of actually doing anything productive. I'm still offering to take Sonichu off your hands. After this, their communication slowly died down and eventually stopped altogether. Through the month of June, Chris's drinking once again perked up as he began attending Fridays After 5, a kind of block party festival that takes place in Charlottesville. He's actually been cited multiple times attending it, sometimes dancing, sometimes just posing menacingly in his sports bra with the writings "Want Woman" emblazoned over it, and last but not least, mysteriously walking around with a hula hoop under his arm. An account of a sighting reads, he was wearing a bright orange sleeveless shirt with what looked like a beer logo on the back and holding a Budweiser aluminum bottle, a little minifan made to look like an iPod, and a hula hoop for some reason. Most importantly, he had a sort of basic attraction sign with him, nothing elaborate or directly sexual, but it says something like friendly and flirty man zone or something similar to that, and with more smaller text under that I couldn't make out. He was sitting on the back grass part and left a few minutes before the music was over. I would have loved to catch Chris's attempt at using the hula hoop. I bet it was funny as hell. Following one of his attendances to Fridays After 5, Chris goes to a bar and drinks by his lonesome until the brilliant idea of paying a visit to the game place crosses his mind. He instantly drives there while obviously under the influence and decides to try and take pictures of the manager, Mike, to use as a dartboard. That's the story that Chris told in this video about the incident anyway, because according to Michael, the police, and an unnamed woman, he was taking pictures not of Mike, but of his daughter. Chris alludes to this himself as he admits that the police made him delete the pictures, and if they had just been pictures of Mike, there really wouldn't have been any reason for them to do so. Regardless of whether he went there for Mike or his daughter, Chris certainly went above and beyond the call of duty. After police were called on him for trespassing on private property, Chris tried to make a run for it, and on his way out, he tried to run Mike over twice, as well as the
Holy
unnamed woman
shit.
once. Of course, Chris's retelling renders this as Mike and the woman jumping on the hood of his car to make him look bad. When the police showed up, he still tried to drive away, but due to his very limited getaway driver skills, he was stopped by the cops. In their interrogation of him, he immediately breaks into a monologue about how internet trolls ruined his life. It's safe to say it didn't take very long for the cops to figure out that Chris was mentally challenged. They decided against arresting him, settling for having him delete the photos. Speaking of the trolls, ChrisChan decides to one-up them. Instead of having his mediums of communication be hacked by them, he takes the initiative to infiltrate the trolls. At least that's what Chris believed. In actuality, the trolls set up a fake forum and made it look like it was their main hub for planning out the next attacks against Chris. Falling for it hook, line, and sinker, Chris made an account on the forum under the alias of Jinkies Jenkins, followed with a truly bizarre introductory post. My real name is Junior Jenkins. Scooby-Doo was the inspiration behind the Jinkies. Lol. I had a birthday party recently on the 16th of July, so now I'm 15. I couldn't celebrate it with my friends like I would have wanted to because I was hitchhiking my way to Ruckersville from Boston. I'm crashing at a house where I have some relatives there. They're the black sheep of the family, and they're not close within the same house. It is cool because they won't rat me out to my parents and siblings. Like I need another damn minute with those assholes who overlook me. And a better part, their house is across the street from Chrissy's house. Sadly though, the blinds to his bedroom are always closed, but I still get some sights of him and the family out of their house. I've arrived at my new home a few days ago on the 20th. I'll be spending my sophomore year, and so on, in Greene County's high school. I promised I'd write my gal back in Boston, but what happens here, she doesn't have to know. I'll have to make some new friends come September, but I'll be cool. I'm a stud. I'll also miss my favorite duo of dudes, Jerry and Dino. They taught me
What
the
the
ropes
fuck,
of high school
Jerry
life
and
when they were
Dino?
both 16. I looked up to them, like I would have for my older sister if she wasn't such a drag. They were a gay couple, and they respected me as a friend only. I made it my final realization I was not gay with the help of Jerry and my girlfriend Lisa. Sweet little took me in with gratitude on my 14th birthday. She had a few exes from middle school, and her mom was a bondage queen. What? Before then, I had a gay experience in summer camp when I was 7. My bunkmates were experimenting and made me their mofo unwilling guinea pig. I was blindfolded during the entire thing. I can't read this. I seriously can't read this. The next part is basically like a gay erotica that Chris is describing from summer camp when he was a child, I guess. I guess it didn't actually happen because this is the perspective of his troll who he's like making out to be gay. So with that, I was able to move forward feeling more confident in my orientation. Anyway, after moving here, I've studied the times of exits and entries from the Chandler Chateau, looking for a pattern. There was definitely one with Robert, morning for breakfast at BK, and afternoon outings to I don't know where. Barbara appears to come out mostly either in the afternoon or night, sometimes in the mornings. And Chris has no set pattern as far as I can tell yet, but I'll post new stuff as I learn them. Some with, hopefully embarrassing, photographs of Chris as I learn and take. Smell you later, Junior Jenkins, Jinkies. I'm actually speechless as to this. I know I avoided reading a bunch of it. You can look it up for yourself, but it's basically like summer camp erotica written by Chris. What the f is this post?
Oh my god, this is fucking insane. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, shit. Oh, hold on. Oh, I gotta stretch for a bit. Yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, you didn't need to do it? Oh, well, welcome back. I was just about to go on break, actually. So, hold on. We'll be right back. I'm just gonna stretch my legs, get something to drink. Enjoy the... I'm still trying to find out a better way to get a new fucking, what is it? Be right back screen, but for now, just still have the Among Us character twerking. All right, back. Let's continue our messed up journey about Chris. Oh, all right.
Makes sense for him to make the troll character he's playing kind of gay as a roundabout of attacking, them, but the amount of detail he goes into is beyond disturbing. Did Chris just post like CP erotica? Did any of this happen to him? Is he telling someone else's stories? Did he witness this? I have a lot of questions. I mean, since the forum was a honeypot to begin with, and they knew from the beginning that Jenkins was Chris, how did the trolls feel when reading this? I don't think I want to know the answer to most of these questions, to be honest, but it does leave a lot to the imagination, so to speak. Something Chris did not do. All of his other posts as Jenkins are relatively normal, but that one was more than sufficient to dump buckets of fuel to the already raging fire of rumors that Chris was secretly gay. Around the same time, Alec, the guy behind Asperchew, was running the usual pretend sweetheart program on Chris via emails, and as their conversations drifted into the topic of sex, Chris messaged him this whammy. I've had the question of sexual fantasies posed to me before, and there are a few. One is having sex in a swimming pool to emulate a dream I had of being lost in a water-filled labyrinth where I was intercepted by a woman and we made out and had sex. I am game for sex as long as you're my partner and you wore a strap-on or used a butt plug in me, as long as it is not penis shaped. I would also like oral sex, swing set, pole dancing, me, you, or both at once, three-way with two women, role play, and others I can't remember right now. Feel free to suggest other topics and I'll let you know if it's cool with me or not. It's not gay as long as it's not penis shaped, a quote to live by. Also, though it doesn't behoove me to body shame him, the only way Chris pole dances is if the pole is roughly the diameter of a fire hydrant. Another emails to Jackie, he also admits that he'd applied to an escort service, passed out cards, and even put an ad up on escorts.com under the name of Carlos Chanter, but never managed to score one single client. He's not managing to get with girls for free. Why does he think he'd succeed at getting paid for it? According to Chris, his attempt to become an escort wasn't necessarily related to his new forlorn and destitute love quest, but because he's in debt. In more emails, he explains that he has just one credit card and that he owes $720 on it, though he's only paid $50 on it monthly, which means that the interest rate would prevent him from ever being debt-free. Despite Jackie pleading with him to be more frugal, he's unwilling to cancel his Netflix subscription or sell any of his 400 video games. Actually, I have to correct myself here. After repeatedly telling him to sell his video games to pay off his debt, Chris did get rid of them, and by that I mean he exchanged them for store credit at GameStop so he could buy even more games. Truly hopeless. On top of that, every month he buys a $50 PSN card to buy add-ons for Guitar Hero. He also admits that, though he has told his mom and Rocky about the debt, he's kept Bob in the dark about all of this because he didn't want to get yelled at. Meanwhile, the troll set up a reward system for whoever gets their hands on or destroys relics that belong to or came from Chris. One of the larger payouts of $9,000 was for someone to sequester and destroy his PS3 due to how much Chris noticeably loved it. Initially, when Jackie brought this up as a potential way to make money, Chris reacts negatively, saying, I saw their rewards topic. Firstly, let me inform you that considering most of the trolls are immature, underage, demented, twisted, sick, evil, and such, the rewards would obviously be false. If a troll actually comes up with such footage and gives it to someone like Clyde Cash, Clyde would not give out any money. So with that considered, I would never make such a gay video, or PS3 wrecking video, or even $1 billion. And with that, I would appreciate if you would not even think of me making any footage for the trolls' money ever again. Please. However, in his despair for some quick cash to pay off his debt with, ideally before Bob found out, Chris destroys his PS3, which at the time was at least worth a couple $100, or maybe even more if he marketed it properly on eBay with some games. Given Jackie was the only one who talked him into it, promising the destruction of the PS3 would mean Chris was moving forward from being a man-child and becoming an adult who gets his joy from being with his sweetheart. Of course, as he himself predicted,
how, Chris? Why would you do it?
This doesn't at all hinder his trust and love for Jackie, though, and soon after he declares his love for her, followed by sending her multiple images of drawn, not safe for work stuff of her, which I obviously can't feature uncensored. Also, upon Jackie's request, Chris sings her a song while cosplaying as Dragon Ball's Mr. Popo, which obviously was...
Chris, you could have sold it. If you just learned how to market it just a little bit better, you could have sold that PS3, couple of games, made some good money. Yet you were desperate enough to break it and not receive anything for it. You fully admitted it, that you fully knew that these fucking guys were not going to give you a cent because you knew they were trolling you. Yet you still did it. You still did it because you didn't think it through. God damn it, Chris. I shouldn't be surprised, but at the same time I am. Like, come on, man. You love your video games and everything else to the point you're not willing to sell them, you're not willing to destroy them. Yet you do this And you don't get anything. The pictures aren't even good? Yeah. Yeah, the pictures aren't even good. His art's kind of
It's just
terrible.
Alec getting him to do blackface. This was just one of many instances of Chris doing cosplay. Other victims of which include Fred Flintstone and the infamous video of him turning into Sonic with a defective ear.
Hello, folks. Well, and now for something completely different. Electric hedgehog power. Pew! This would be me in my super mode. If I actually had the superpowers.
Other illustrious productions from this period include not one, but 2 different videos of Chris simulating himself giving birth.
My goodness me, look at this. I had sex with my girlfriend, and it backfired on me. Can't believe this. Her egg went inside one, and now it's been in me for like 9 months. Ugh.
As well as an attempt at doing a single pull-up, which he fails. Finally, Alec is no longer capable of keeping up the loving Jackie facade, and after months upon months of half trolling him, half trying to genuinely help him, he cracks when Chris suggests a friends with benefits arrangement and replies with a barrage of emails with the most scathing words he could think of. There are some girls who are perfectly willing to have a casual space relationship with no strings attached. However, these girls always possess the same qualities. 1, they usually have some kind of psychological hang-up, whether it be that they have terrible self-esteem and hate themselves, or they feel like no one could love them and that they couldn't deserve a real relationship, or something like that. Basically, every minute they're in this sort of hollow mockery of a relationship, they're in pain and suffering. But you probably wouldn't care about any of that, since all you want to do is have sex with them and then ignore them. 2, the thing I bet you will care about is that those women only care about the shallowest aspects of men. By that, I mean they want guys who are good-looking, muscular, manly, and have big dicks. You do not fit any of those criteria, Chris. You are significantly overweight and flabby, you have virtually no muscle, your skin is pasty, and your forehead is covered in acne scarring that is the most readily visible thing about you even in low light, low resolution picture or video. Your hair is thinning and looks stringy and greasy all the time because you don't take care of it, your body isn't getting the nutrients it needs to maintain it, and you probably don't wash it all that much. When you dressed up as ChrisChan Sonichu, your distended gut was hanging so low it completely covered your belt buckle and much of your front pants. It reminded me of when Peter Griffin is naked and they don't have to blur his genitals because his giant gut covers them completely. All of those are things that you could take care of if you actually tried, but you just stuff yourself with
God
fast food,
damn.
drinks, and hungry man
Holy
dinners
shit.
all day and night, and make no effort to exercise or keep in shape, which is why you can't do a single pull-up and your body is falling apart before you even turn 30. Also, your penis is rather small and bent at an awkward angle. Girls who want a friends with benefits arrangement just want the biggest, straightest dick they can find. And trust me, they don't have trouble finding them. For every one of a guy like you, there are 5 or 10 guys who actually take care of themselves physically that these girls can choose from instead. Oh, the other thing is that these girls will often forgive a less than attractive physique if the guy in question has a lot of money to spend.
Bro is
but
indeed
having never tried to
spitting.
pursue an actual
Bro
career
is
or earn
indeed
money
spitting
with your
facts.
comics,
Holy
which you have
shit.
claimed many times you always wanted to do, means you have no money either. In all our time communicating with each other, you show that you're incredibly petty and vindictive. You show that you care nothing for other people's property or livelihood, as evidenced by the ridiculous grudge you still possess against Michael Snyder. You went into the store he was in charge of running, you hogged his TV to play your games, even though he never owed you that, and then when he tried to assert his dominance over the business he runs, you scrawled vile graffiti slandering him in his own store, and you refused to play by the rules, and that forced him to ban you. And years go by, and you still hold this childish grudge, to the point of repeatedly trespassing on the store's property and taking pictures of his children in a threatening manner. You are hateful and judgmental towards entire groups of people you know nothing about. You hate gays for absolutely no reason. You're afraid of black people. You think calling someone a Jew is an insult, and yet you still get super self-righteous and act all offended whenever you think someone is disrespecting you because they don't like your autism. You are a hypocrite of immense proportions, always holding other people to standards of behavior that you believe you yourself have no obligation to follow. You criticize other people for social networking, saying the internet is turning them autistic, even though you sit at home playing your PlayStation 3 all day long. You throw words from the Bible at people when they do something that offends you, even though you lie, cheat, steal, want premarital sex, threaten bodily harm on others, and a whole host of other activities that God doesn't like. And whenever you are cornered and can't explain away your rampant egotism and hypocrisy, you'll just claim that the trolls are responsible for all your problems, great and small, and act as though your bad internet
Holy
experience
shit.
excuses you from having to take responsibility
He is
for anything.
fucking
And what's more,
not
you
even
expect
burning him.
others to do everything for
He
you and
is
offer
fucking
nothing in
tearing
return.
his
Whenever either of
cell.
us offer you
He's
an
tearing
idea
him
to
apart
deal with
cell
some
by
problem of
fucking
yours,
cell.
You'll come up with some rationalization why you are too lazy to do it and beg us to do it for you instead. You'll complain about the same problems over and over, but you refuse to consider any solution that is offered to you. You've talked down to me, insulted me, lied to me repeatedly, refused to do something I asked you to do many times, yet you still expect me to be some perfect girlfriend who makes you happy all the time. You place your prized video games above all other concerns in your life. You drop the majority of what little money you have every month on video games, and then whine about how you don't have money you would need to accomplish actual goals. You complain about other people being addicted. You make excuses that once we're together,
He is
then you will
ending
improve
his
yourself, suggesting
Chris's
that you expect me
fucking
to be a
career right
babysitter
now.
and give your life direction because you're too lazy
Holy
to give it
shit.
direction yourself. If you had been a good person, things might have turned out different between us, but you proved your inside was even uglier than your outside. The most succinct way to put why you are not currently ready to be with a girl is that you want to be taken seriously as an adult man, even though you're a person who sits in your room playing video games all day, leeching money off the government that could be going to people who are homeless and starving, and at the same time convincing yourself that God wants you to have free money, have no goals, no aspirations, and no direction, who avoids any and all work like the plague, whines about his father telling him to do chores to real adults who have to work 60 hours a week and take care of themselves, all the while growing fatter, balder, greasier, and closer to death off your diet of fast food and hungry man's and a total lack of exercise or activity. You need to change all of these things about yourself before a relationship, friends with benefits or not, with any girl is practical. You might be wondering, after I just got done explaining why you're such a bad friend, why I would want to be your friend, and that's a valid point. Well, I want to be your friend because I think it is possible for you to change, become good, and get things you want, and it's not hurting me to help you to try. One more thing, I have to ask you again, what has Rocky really done for you? Has Rocky helped you get a girlfriend and or partner? No, you're still alone and a virgin. Has she helped you get healthy or develop a means of
This is the
interacting with
longest
adults? No,
fucking
you still live like a slob and play with toys all
paragraph
day.
I've
You are
ever seen
severely
of someone
depressed
destroying
because you don't
another
have a social
person's
life,
career.
but she hasn't helped you with all of that. All she tells
This
you
is
that
like
nothing is your
this
fault
is
and that your
this is like
problems will be
Kendrick's
solved when
not
the
like
trolls are
us,
gone. Well, when the
but
trolls
just
are all
like
punished,
towards
he'll still be a
Chris.
lonely, depressed version with no real social
Holy
life, no
shit.
job, no hobbies, and nothing significant in his life. Why don't you ask
Holy
Rocky to help you
shit,
with
oh
your
my
actual
God,
personal
holy
problems
fuck.
instead of just blaming the trolls for everything? I'm trying to help you by pointing out things you need to change about yourself. Doesn't Rocky? Or does she just tell you that it's okay to sit on your ass playing video games and doing nothing with your life? I've got news for you. If that's what she was telling you, it's because she believes you're too and stupid to accomplish anything, and she's just humoring you. Anyway, I know this probably sounds all pretty brutal and shocking to you. That's why I want you to save this email and reread it over and over. Read it again each day so the shock can fade, but my message can sink in. Because you really need this message to sink in, Chris. You need to do something different with your life. If you don't, then the life you have now is all you'll ever have. This email, unlike most of the other emails trying to get Chris to realize the cold hard truth, was effective. However, it wasn't effective at getting Chris to improve his life. Instead, it essentially caused what is called an ego death, though it would take a while before it manifested. He still replied to Jackie's email, only to say that she has hurt him deeply, and that his penis was in fact bigger than previously photographed.
Oh my fucking
and no longer
God.
bent. Oh, and he's not overweight. In a follow-up email, he says, while the truth is appreciated sometimes, there is a certain level of truth-telling that should never be exceeded, because of hurting the other's feelings and emotions worse than they already are. Is sympathy a lost art in this damn digital communicative age that makes more and more society autistic-like every day? To which Jackie replied, sympathy has nothing to do with this. I have spent months sympathizing with you on every subject that bothers you, but it has gotten you nowhere. You still sit alone in your room, depressed and resentful towards the rest of the world. You don't listen when people sympathize with you. I chose my words very carefully because I knew they would shock you. I knew that shocking you was the only thing that might stand a chance of making you realize that you don't have a luxury of just sitting and waiting for the world to make itself perfect for you. Secondly, you complain about not receiving sympathy, but when have you ever offered it? When people sympathize with you, all you end up doing is demanding that they fix your problems for you. You don't sympathize at all with people like me or Samantha when we get frustrated at how you routinely ignore our advice and would rather piss your life away playing video games. Friendship seems to be a one-sided affair with you. You expect sympathy, which I think you misinterpret to mean coddling, but don't return the favor. The same day as the first email in this exchange was sent, Chris uploads a video announcing that he's leaving the internet.
Yeah, no.
Read my lips.
This is such emotional.
Online socialization is a bust.
See, that's the best thing too. The way he put this music in is definitely to show that, like, yeah, this is technically the quote unquote death of Christopher or Christian right now, because like he said, Chris just went through a fucking ego death. Jackie just fucking destroyed everything about him that he thought was, him, that made him great, that made him, awesome and everything. But she just fucking tore it asunder and ripped his entire life apart, in a sense. And so he faced an ego death. And with that, here came the hard-hitting music where, like, yes, this is the point where Christian Weston Chandler died, in a sense. Which is really nice. It's a nice touch. That's editing for you, but it's nice.
socialize in real life.
Also, the first background music I think he used when he first started the whole little part, I hear it in a lot of animated horror stories for sure.
Is
Oh,
the
shit.
tops. And also, no more videos. Few most and few social sites like MySpace and Facebook. I'm out.
Unlike all of his previous claims, he actually managed to keep himself from uploading videos to YouTube for a total of 8 months. This could have, and in my opinion, should have been a major turning point in the Chris story, despite
It should have, but I think we all know where this is going. We already know exactly where this is going. The most famous part of Chris's story is when he, I mean, there's a lot of famous parts in this story, but like, this is the newest arc of the Christian Western Chandler manga. This is it. This is where he becomes. This is where Christian dies, and Christina is born.
his obvious learning disability, it was an opportunity to turn his life around. It was when someone was bluntly honest with him about the current conditions of his life and what he needed to do to change it. Jackie was not kind to him, but she was honest, and if anything, that's what he needed. That's what a lot of people need. In this period of public silence, as conversations with Jackie continued, though they didn't become public until much later. In January, Chris mentions that Barb's mental health has also begun to deteriorate.
Hold on, I'm gonna be right back. I DoorDash some drinks and everything, so give me a second. Hold on. There we go, baby. This is gonna seem childish, but I got myself a fucking like Spider-Man thing. I just haven't had one in a long time. I'm fucking hungry as shit. Coke. And gotta go rush and put this one in the freezer. Alright. Oh, goddamn. Alright, there we go. Oh shit, wrong one. Damn.
As he essentially expresses that, due to how fragile their familial unit is given financially, emotionally, and pretty much every other day, she no longer wants to continue living. Within a month of this, Chris films himself sticking his peaks in snow for a jackass challenge.
Oh god.
About 6 minutes in now. I've had previous experience with freezing my... and I've even stretched it a bit. Right. I'll be checking back in 7.
Besides his now private PSN, Chris was exclusively communicating through emails and no longer socializing online. This also marked an entire year of absolutely no updates on Sonichu. It wasn't until March that the aforementioned ego death that resulted from the Jackie email reared its head. Chris realized that indeed he couldn't go on as he was, but instead of improving who he was, he decided that he wanted to be someone else. Near the end of March, he emails Jackie saying the following: "The emails I am sending you are strictly confidential. Do not share the content of anything I send you with anyone. I've gone through an emotional 180 more or less within the past month. In a nutshell, I've grown my hair out and am continuing to let it grow. I have learned the best term to describe me, Tom Girl. Yes, I am a Tom Girl, and I'm damn proud of it. I have embraced and appreciated my feminine side. I'm still totally heterosexual. Otherwise, I would be a full-blown you-know-what. I have also had my ears pierced with amethyst studs, my birthstone, recently. I've also been more self-confident, and I have a sweet sachet walk, hair, and wink flirts, and I am greeting women left and right. Hello. Also, here's another way to consider me. I'm a Ken doll. Any Barbie can dress in her clothes.
Oh,
and
for
I would feel
God's
most
sakes.
comfortable in them and to model them for her. Come shopping with me, sweetie. Chris, who is infamously homophobic, is now dressing up as a woman and has a sachet walk. Couldn't make this up if I tried. The pictures he was referring to in the email eventually leak, and they look about as mesmerizing as you'd expect. While Bob was going through a surgery to remove a tumor in his colon, Barb was concerned that Chris was becoming a transvestite or gay of some kind, which Chris resented. This culminated on May 17th when Barb randomly conjures up the idea that Chris is preparing to kill her, so she threatens to kill him, takes the car keys, and last but not least, she cuts Chris's hair, which according to him, broke the last straw on his camel's back, causing him to call her a B word. Chris, being the complete deranged psychopath that he is, decides that he will wear the clippings of his hair as a necklace as a charm to make it grow back faster. I don't even know. On a forum for tomboys and tomgirls he joined, Chris shares that his parents hadn't been accepting of his transition and that Barb
Yeah,
tried
he
to
just
pay him to
more
stop wearing
deranged at
panties.
this
When
point.
Bob
Let's be
found out, he
honest
shared
about
many of
this.
Barb's concerns. While he did stop uploading to YouTube, he was still producing videos, some even of an explicit nature, for Jackie, where he has sex with one of his dolls and twerks in the fitting rooms of a clothing store.
What the
A couple of months
fuck?
after this, Chris sits naked on a store-bought cake and farts for Jackie's amusement, while Bob dies of heart failure 2 days after turning the ripe old age of 84. Much later on, it's discovered that when Bob died, he had already been hospitalized, not for any cardiac issue, but
Hold on, let's go look it back and get away from the internet. I'm cutting it down. You will be missed, Bob. You could have done it. It is unfortunate, and unfortunately, with his death, I'm pretty sure it also just sent Chris down the rabbit hole a lot more, which is just sad. Because, like, while he was kind of a bad parent, it just spiraled Chris more. Yeah. Really, yeah, Chris really did a 180. He went from being a dude, wanting to be straight, and trying to, tell everybody he was straight, to fully coming out as transgender and still being a piece of shit. Goddamn. His personality-wise, he did a 180 completely. He went from somewhat sane to full-blown insanity.
much later on, it's discovered that when Bob died, he had already been hospitalized, not for any cardiac issue, but for bug bites. As he aged and his health deteriorated, he stopped doing maintenance in the house, and since Barb and Chris never did any in the first place, their home became infested with the bugs. Poor guy, what a way to go. Just a month after his passing, Barb and Chris are arrested for running Mike over, this time successfully. The story goes that Chris saw the game place was under new management and deliberately ignored the fact that Mike was named as part of it. After entering it, which constitutes trespassing, he took pictures of Mike with his 3DS and yelled out, "For the internet!" Presumably, the cops were called by the game place's management while Mike followed the Chandlers back to their car. And, no joke, according to Chris, Mike began hitting himself with the car. And no, that's not a joke, that is what he claims. After
Yep,
that,
an
what
extreme
happened
to
is no
another
longer a
extreme,
matter
yep.
of what Chris or Mike claimed, but what the cops themselves witnessed. Chris and Barb failed to stop after their quote-unquote accidentally hitting Mike, followed by Chris assaulting someone, most likely Mike, and Barb attacking a police officer. The court proceedings drew well into the next year, and thanks to a pair of CWCpedia users who lived near the court in which the hearings took place, the information about it was spread despite Chris's radio silence. Despite filing protection orders against both Barb and Chris, Mike didn't intend for them to get felony charges and hoped that the judge would take their plea bargain. Ultimately, Chris was sentenced to community service, 1 year of probation, mandatory psychological treatment and evaluation, which would result in jail time if he didn't comply, plus $247 in court costs. Barb, on the other hand, got community service with 2 years
kind of, yeah.
probation and almost $500 in court costs. Besides the hearings, 2012 was a quiet year.
That actually would have been now that I think about it, that would have been cool. Great way to sell some popsicles. Deadpool popsicles, could be good. Could be so good. Great like right here, all you got to do is replace the blue with the black. Could just be like a grape flavored. You got Deadpool instead of Spider-Man.
Year, and the only one since the beginning of his online presence with no YouTube uploads. However, there's one glaring exception to this uneventfulness. This is the year Chris lost his virginity to a lady of the night. He posted to Facebook about it, saying, "I've been in a good mood a lot lately because I finally had so I'll divulge a couple of details."
Real?
I mean, seriously, I literally...
He's done it. It's like the Megamind meme where they're all in like looking at the TV. It's like he did it. Well, he finally... No way, dude, it's crazy. I guess he just gave up on... Oh, I'm talking about Chris losing his virginity. Sorry. He did it, man. Fucking Christ. He did it. It's like like I said, it's like the Megamind meme where they just look at the TV and like, he did it. Fucking crazy.
Awake, and the first thing that comes to mind is the occasion that I'm smiling for hours. She was a very nice and sweet early 20s woman, and even better, she's half Cherokee. We've hit it off from the shared characteristic of being good people and a very delightful and pleasant conversation. We exchanged phone numbers, and we did it in her room. I put together a nice gift basket for her to show my appreciation. Oh, I forgot to mention, she really enjoyed my it was so big and good that it put the last dude she was with to shame. Her words. While initially pretending this was some kind of romantic rendezvous, eventually, over private emails, he would admit to having done it with an escort. Do yourself a really big favor. Go on Craigslist for your area, find yourself a to play with, dump your virginity. For me, it was the best thing I was ever able to do for myself, twice. Now I don't feel as bad because
Christ
I'm only dying
almighty.
an untouched virgin, and I have not obsessed about so much since then. Plus, she was a nice woman.
She just
the one
was
who
like,
did it.
she's like, yeah,
Caring
my dick's
mother
so
of two,
goddamn
half
big and
Cherokee,
juicy.
She was really good.
Put other men to
Much
shame.
later on, he retold the
Whatever you
war
say,
story of
Chris.
how exactly their interaction went down, which I won't read out for the sake of your sanity and my own, but it's not that hard to find. One thing that's worth mentioning is that he goes out of his way to say that he gave her the same strong-handed massage he gives to his mother, which is both deeply disturbing and incredibly foreboding, like many things are with Chris. Most of 2013 has little to no significant activity from Chris besides him wasting his time on Facebook and Twitter. A few more videos of Chris's house leak, and he opens up a group on Facebook called Brasseries for Males to see if he can find other men who share his interest in wearing bras as a totally straight heterosexual tom girl. You can imagine how successful this endeavor was. In February, he made a new video but didn't upload it to YouTube, and we only have it now because it eventually leaked due to the diligent work of trolls. In it, he calls out his half-brother, Cole, for not inviting Chris and Barb to his wedding, and scolds him for not giving her attention as if it was his job, as if he hadn't extensively explained to him over emails why he moved away from the Chandler clan. Another sign that Chris was completely divorcing himself from reality was that, around this time, he left his church, which had for a long time been one of the few positive influences on his life. Explaining the decision, he said, I, Christian Weston Chandler, will not be attending church for a long time. The pastor banned me from the church for a month. He has banned me from speaking my piece during the sharing of joys and concerns, and from that, I have felt unnecessarily silenced. I also feel my meetings with Rocky no longer have much effect on me or my life. My life continues to be at a disappointing standstill of sadness, loneliness, and a great stress. Only the people way older than me ever do so much as greet me, and I have very little to share in common with any of them. Nobody even close to my age or even in their 20s gives me much to do, or include me in their conversations. Aside from that, I am hated by a number of people, for reasons beyond my full understanding, because I always tried to be a good and nice person for a long time, and in public I'm constantly overlooked, ignored, or ostracized by everybody. Even speaking out gets me absolutely no attention. I continue to be paranoid of most everyone because of them likely being among the internet trolls that still continue to haunt and taunt me. I am still long desperate for a woman to be my sweetheart. I am tired of being single, dang it. I continue to serve my family the best I can, and I continue to feel sad, depressed, and lonely. My heart feels numb, and I'm forced to keep a great emotional distance from everybody outside my house and home. I am an autistic, mental, and emotional mess, and there's very little I can do to help myself beyond my knowledge. And God sees fit for some hate-filled reason to continue to curse me as a jinx. And so the church is not helping me much in my life, mentally or emotionally at all. So I will not be coming back for a long time.
Oh my god. Okay. Like Tom said, the ego death should have changed Chris. He should have reevaluated himself. He did realize he can't go on as he currently was, but went the wrong route of it. And with that, of course, you know, so many other things came into him where he was like, I just can't do this anymore. But I think technically right here, this describes him losing his faith, and that can sometimes be dangerous for people who believe in God, because that means they're just like, they don't care anymore, which is just worse. Because losing faith is a terrible, terrible thing, where you just feel like, you know, nothing matters. You know, if the God you believe in isn't gonna help you, why should you care about the world or others, in a sense, I guess. But it's, for Chris, him losing that kind of faith is probably worse, since it just means that, like, he knows he's stuck, but he just also just doesn't care. He's willing to do whatever it takes for what he wants to do. You know, it's Which
Along with
worse?
his distance from the church came his hatred for Megan after years of barely mentioning her at all. In a Facebook post, he called her an ungrateful B-word, essentially saying that she owed him sex for the stuff he chose to buy her voluntarily from eBay. He also says that the version of her he put in the Sonichu comics, Megagi La Skunk, no longer trusts her, whatever that's supposed to mean. To top it all off, he accuses her and the army of trolls he's now convinced was being ordered by her of being responsible for his dad's death. Certainly, the fact Bob ate at Burger King for decades, or his multiple bypass surgeries, or the fact he was 84 had nothing to do with his passing, and it was all Megan's fault. Finally, he comes back to YouTube.
See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like he's not reevaluating himself. He doesn't realize that he's still the hate-filled, egotistical piece of shit that he is. He's just putting the blame on others for what's going on. Like, for example, he was in love with Megan, and now he just fucking hates her. He's putting the blame of everything about, his dad's death and the trolls and everything. He's putting blame onto other people, trying to still come out on top. He's still egotistical no matter what.
Only to post a Lego recreation of his high school, which is a little too close for comfort to a doom wad of his school, if you get what I'm saying. For the longest time, Chris, much like his parents, was a pathological hoarder and only bought more and more paraphernalia he just kept around and never got rid of. It's the man-child classic. However, it's at this time that we see him putting up certain...
That's another thing I always worry about with me, is that, like, some of my family are hoarders, but not big hoarders, but, like, they keep a lot of shit around. For example... I think my grandpa has a lot of Snoopy paraphernalia, and some of it's old, so I get why he wants to keep it, but at the same time, I'm just like, we just have to get rid of some of this stuff. Like, we can pawn it off, get some money maybe, who knows. Not even a lot, but just some, we can't just have it around the house. But then there's me, where I'm collecting manga, and I'm keeping certain things that just, like, I find cool. For example, I think recently I decided I want to keep a can of, like, Sailor Moon sparkled water, which was really damn good. And the can, here, hold on. And the can looks pretty damn fucking fire, too. Like, that's pretty cool. I just got that because I thought it was like a soda, because I usually try to drink as much anime soda when it comes out, because, it's interesting. Flavors, who knows. But I saw it was sparkling water. I was like, shit, I was disappointed. But damn, shit was good. Shit was busting. I'm going to get more of it, not going to lie. But I'm keeping the can because, it looks fucking cool. To be fair, I've also kept a lot of old drawings of what I used to, just stick figure comics of what I have, and let's see, I still got like some old foam swords that I used to have way back in the day. Honestly, to be fair, I don't think you should ever throw away old drawings, because it just like, you can just like go back to it and be like, man, what was I kind of like? Look at my art. It's bad, but at least hey, I've gotten better. You know what I mean? Like, you just look at it like, ugh. Can't believe I was this bad, but then you look at your new work, I'm like, but it helped me, move forward, be a better artist, which is really nice. It's the same when I go back and look at my old books and everything that I used to write, and I saw how terrible I was at writing. I'm like, God, what the fuck was I thinking? But then I look at my new stuff, I'm just like, I'm way better than I was before.
Certain things for sale, which is quite unusual. The first item, comically enough, was a package of all his used porn that he listed on Craigslist. This odd action went overlooked, at least for a little while, because all of the attention towards ChrisChan was drawn to when the Chandler household went up in flames. The main theory as to why it happened was that, due to the general hoarding, the kitchen sink was inaccessible, leading the downstairs bathroom sink to be the main source of water for the Chandlers. Because of this, an unusual amount of electrical devices were plugged in or near the bathroom. One of these things was the coffee brewer, which had an extension cord looping over a door. Because of the door opening and closing, the cord's plastic covering was gradually chewed away until the...
Honestly, Chris and his family should have been on that show, like, Extreme Hoarders or whatever, where they get rid of all that shit. That is, like, a disgusting fucking show. Oh, fuck me. We gotta watch that at one point. Because, like, that makes me feel terrible. Because, like, FNAF 3. Yeah, FNAF 3 type shit. Oh, man. But, like, that shit is fucking crazy. But can you just imagine, like, fucking... I always feel bad for people that hoard, because I'm just like, it's technically like an addiction where you just can't get rid of anything because it either has some sentimental value, or, you know, you just, like, for some reason, it's hard to let go of things. I don't know exactly how to explain it, but, like, I feel bad, but at the same time, like, I could not fucking live like that. I can't. If there was something obscuring my fucking toilet and bathroom, you better believe I'm getting rid of it. I just can't do that.
The wires were completely exposed. This part is pretty much confirmed, as the fire department itself named it specifically as the cause of the fire. After about 3 hours, the firemen managed to put the fire out, while Chris went on Facebook to complain at Keurig, blaming them for the brewer's faulty wiring. With a house that was as much of a fire hazard as theirs, it's unsurprising that a 3-hour-long fire absolutely ravaged their living space. At the time, they made it out with pretty much nothing but what they had on their backs. It would take about a year for the house to be restored to its former glory, and during this period, Chris and Barb lived at a rental house provided by their insurance company. Fortunately for them, after the place was cleared for them to visit and inspect the objects that had been damaged by the fire, many things were left unscathed. As soon as the chaos died down, Chris returned to selling things on eBay for cash, though people generally presume this need for money was caused by the fire. On an unrelated note, in April, he says this on an email to one of the pretend girls he was communicating with. A new feat. I have just randomly done something that would normally be useless and trivial, and it would be something that would be more often done in a dream. But I actually did it, and I felt like I wanted to tell someone who would keep it confidential and possibly be interested. Right now, I'm telling only you in confidence. Warning, it is obscene, and I mean no offense. I have reached from behind and under and pulled my penis and literally stretched it to being wedged between the middle of my butt crack. I could push the head into the hole, but it was really smelly in there, and I have just bathed. Oh my god. Oh my god. And while stretched, the balls can remain tucked in, and I can walk like this. It is that long. And to take an opportunity, you and a lot of women around here and wherever, not counting the Cherokee women, are really missing.
Oh, God damn it, dude. When you think Chris can't go any farther, he does. I thought for a second there it was going to be something entirely, but oh my god, that is... Dear God. Christ almighty. He is really going down the rabbit hole of shit.
Thank you for listening and keeping it confidential. On second thought, I gave you permission to tell other women about it, only if you feel it valid for the conversation. Just when you thought that Chris couldn't be any more of an elegant gentleman. He's now practicing aerobics. People had been speculating that he had some psychological complex that made him want to bang himself all the way back when he created the Crystal character, and now it had come full circle. However, through some unimaginable mental acrobatics, he remained homophobic, struggling to consider gay males a legitimate category of the LGBT acronym because of his feelings towards them. Another exquisite morsel of Chris's gender expression is the, and I quote, unclicked. You may be wondering, Tom, what Lovecraftian horror beyond human comprehension are you talking about? Well, I'll let Chris explain it. I had something done to me that is radical, that I did for my lesbian soul. I got a new piercing on my taint on Monday the 15th, about where my clitoris would be if I was a woman. It was a short, steel-straight piece with steel spheres, of which I rendered to them as my unclicked. I am tending to its cleaning personally in daily baths or showers, as well as cleaning the area with rubbing alcohol twice a day.
Oh, I feel that. I feel that. I feel that. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, God.
I've been thinking about getting a piercing on my taint.
I can't.
From where my
you and me both. You and me both. I can't stand this. Oh, God.
And a lesbian as a fair substitute for that, and to stimulate the woman's clitoris via scissoring.
Oh,
Years ago, after
God.
watching the lesbian
Jesus
couple
Christ.
trimming each other in the softcore movie The Key to Sex. And to make sure everyone understands me once and for all, lesbian soul trapped in a male body. Or to put it another way, I am a lesbian transgender. I am seriously into women. Males offend me. Even my own totally grosses me out. I'm glad that I tuck it underneath my taint so I don't have to look down at the ugly bulge. I have come out as the lesbian transgender that I've always been and ever will. And for every one of you sods who continue to mislabel me as a homosexual male or hint towards anything of that even in distasteful jest, you can all kiss my vagina of my soul. You might have noticed that I deliberately expunged the parts of his little missive that go into the ins and outs of bonobo clitorises, but I wouldn't punish my worst enemy with that information, so consider yourself lucky. Also, I'm real iffy on how accurate his locating of the organ is, and I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to use rubbing alcohol on a recently done piercing, but then again, even if he got both of those things hilariously wrong, there's just no topping the fact that he chose to pierce his perineum. The words perineum and piercing shouldn't even be in the same sentence, and here we are. ChrisChan. Once again, Chris gets roped into dating an online troll. This time it was an open relationship that included Chris, Catherine, and another guy, Colin. Because of his plethora of bad past experiences with purely online dating, there was a lot more riding on going on an actual real-life date, and eventually it did take place. Catherine's retelling of how it went down follows. Chris wanted to spend an entire day together, go bra shopping at Target with him, wanted me to spend the night and watch movies with him, even asked me what I liked for breakfast so he could buy it. It would have been kind of nice behavior if it weren't the first time he was going to meet this woman. I told him a few times that I wasn't going to spend the night with him, but he persisted in believing I would. He was 2 booths down, I bit the bullet and went over. He wanted me to use some stupid pickup line. What's a pretty girl like you doing in a place like this? But I just asked if he was Christian. He all but leaped up and squawked, "Catherine, you're here!" Then he side-hugged me before I could employ evasive tactics, and I led him to our table. The look on the waitress's face was priceless. She may need some serious therapy after this. Chris was wearing a red t-shirt and gray undershirt, his kilt, really some old lady-style plaid skirt to the calf, with turquoise tights and grotty sneakers. I hoped he would wear high heels, since he said he likes wearing them. His hair looked like straw, probably from the bleach he used to use, and he had a silver hairband and green earrings. He had on blue eyeshadow and purple eyeliner and red lipstick that appeared to have been applied by someone with advanced Parkinson's. He smelled very strongly.
One extreme to another extreme. Jesus Christ.
Perfume. He seemed genuinely amazed I was even there. He kept trying to hold my hand, so I negotiated lunch like a T-Rex with stumpy little arms. Then he tried footsie under the table, and he stared at my tits a lot. In retrospect, I should have called him out on it. Barb's family apparently also think Barb is a useless drunken whore too. A few days after the meeting, Chris told me that when Barb was young, she aggressively went after her sister's husband or fiance. When he offered to show us his house, we took him up on it. We followed him even though Al knew where we were going. Chris seriously drives like my demented old grandma who doesn't have a license anymore because she kept going the wrong way up one-way streets. The place is bad. Much smaller than I thought it would be too. It's overgrown and there's broken glass everywhere. Everywhere you look there's stuff. All garbage. Bob's old workshop is full of rubbish. His greenhouse is doing slightly better but not much. There's an early 90s Cadillac in the yard covered in plant growth that hasn't been moved since the fire. They want to sell it and expect $2,000 to $5,000 for it. We go to the rental. It is literally stacked to the ceiling with stuff in places, no exaggeration. Chris occupies both upstairs rooms. One is full of Lego, including melted, warped, fire damage Lego, a lot of it, and the other has the same grotty bedding from the old house. The Chandler's pets pee and poop in the house on newspaper because they're too lazy to take them for walks. The dogs are untrained, hate strangers, and are at least 20 pounds overweight. Their bellies all but drag on the floor. One nearly bit me when I offered to let it smell me. When we made our escape, Chris said, "You asked what a girl like me was doing in a place like this," which I didn't. "Well, I'm waiting for the sweetest, most honest woman in my life," and put his arm around me to kiss me, so I sneezed again to get him to back off. I waved at him when we got in the car, and he still thinks I blew him a kiss. It's been over a decade now, and Chris is still as absurdly inept at respecting people's boundaries. It's good to know some things don't change. Or maybe bad. Probably bad. After this, Chris goes to a gay club looking like a creature out of Goosebumps, and then he attempts to donate sperm, but gets rejected. Truly nobody wants that comeuppance. Another unexplainable surge of aggression would flare up in protest of Sonic's arms.
The fuck? To say go, recall the fucking... I can't... What the fuck?
In the Sonic Boom game being blue instead of classic beige color. No, it's not a joke. That actually pissed him off and led him to create entire groups to protest the change. His obsession with stopping the game from being sold around him got so bad that, after he had already been banned from every game store in the area due to his protests, he decided that on the day after Christmas, he'd once more go into GameStop and vandalize Sonic Boom copies. A Tumblr user who happened to be present and know of ChrisChan eventually made a post detailing the occurrence.
Hold on. Oh, Jesus, my one. No, damn it.
After Christmas, he'd once more go into GameStop and vandalize.
Hold on, we gotta look at this.
A Tumblr user who happened to be
Jesus Christ, oh my God. What the hell has he become? Oh my God, Jesus. Look, I don't like hitting on anybody's looks, trust me. I know I'm not a handsome man myself, but that is haunting. That is... He looks like Brandon Rogers when he's in like the hallway monitor persona, where, you know, he's like a... Yeah. He looks like the Brandon Rogers character from the fucking, like, the one's like a female coach. That one. My God, I can't. That is fucking gross. Oh my God.
And know of ChrisChan eventually made a post detailing the occurrence. I was in GameStop looking at the 3DS rack when I heard a racket from my left. I looked up and saw Chris surrounded by 3 to 4 employees in a corner. I recognized Chris's voice before their appearance. A woman was telling Chris that they'd been banned from the store and needed to leave, to which Chris responded with something like, "Oh, come on. Can't we let bygones be bygones?" The employees ignored him and continued to tell him to leave and threatened to call security. Eventually, they dispersed to do so, which is about when I began filming. A woman buying a game at the counter asked the employee she had been interacting with what had just happened, and the employee replied that Chris was some guy that came in from time to time to mess with the Sonic Boom games because he was upset that Sonic's arms had changed color or something to that effect. Sadly, I did not check to see what happened to the Sonic Boom and only stayed for another 5 minutes or so before leaving. In the brief but very telling video that we have of the occurrence, we can see Chris in what can only be described as an incomprehensible getup, imperatively telling people not to call anyone, presumably because of his terrible fear of being pinned down and handcuffed. As he speed walks out of the GameStop, it's visible that he sprayed something on one of the employees' faces. Later on, it was revealed that he had maced this man for simply standing in his way. Unbeknownst to the bystanders, Chris was at the mall with his mother, but he got in such a state of nerves that in his hurry to leave, he left his elderly mother alone at the food court and drove away. We know this because when the police arrived, she was interviewed, and soon after Chris was located, he was arrested and charged with, and I quote, dangerous gas unlawful release, which is quite fitting. A few days after the arrest, Chris was released on a $2,500 bail, and in October of the next year, almost a whole 10 months after the macing, Chris managed to plead his Class 6 felony down to a misdemeanor level assault and battery, and was served with 180 days of probation and a $541
Yeah, true
fine.
Karen for sure.
This is a relatively light sentence if you consider the fact that, while he was attending the court hearings during the time it took for the case to close, he never showed remorse for his actions. In a Facebook post he made immediately after being released, he said, "To preface what has happened recently, I simply remind everyone that Sonic the Hedgehog's arms are not freaking blue. If hashtag Sega had never changed them or reversed the change between February and November of this year in the new Sonic Boom video games and cartoon series on Cartoon Network, as well as the toys and whatever else, I would never have had to protest and rebel the way I have. I peeked into the GameStop and I spotted a new Skylander figure, Blastermind. I was set to buy it and I was going to consider..."
He's focusing on all the wrong things. He's focusing on all the wrong things. He hasn't changed it at all. God damn it. I mean, we knew, but still, it pisses me off that, like, this could have been so different. He could have been different if he just fucking changed his goddamn ways after the ego death.
Checking out of their Wii U pre-owned software selection in their 3-for-2 deal. Innocent, I was not looking for trouble, but then this male loomed out in front of me, frightened the crap out of me, and he said in a booming voice that only scared me worse, "You are banned from here, you need to leave now." But still determined to continue my shopping, I veered into the Wii U direction, when his female accomplice startled me and boomed in as well. Still feeling frightened and mentally overloaded, I made a grab for my pepper spray to use in defense. I offered a few peaceful solutions, but she ended up sending him to go get security. So I shouted, "Fine, I'm leaving," and I dropped the figure. And on my way out, I told the male to not get anyone, and we both stopped near simultaneous. I still felt my own worse for wear with the fear, startle, paranoia, and I did not want him following me and causing more trouble upon me. And then in my defense and not to make my escape, I spritzed a minuscule amount of pepper spray downward, not in his face, and then I left. I did not learn until much later that the spritz had done a lot worse than I had imagined it would, as well as learning that they were the so-called manager and act manager of that particular store. I had no idea of the contents of the pepper spray or that it was illegal for use in certain situations in the state of Virginia at all. And I had tried the stuff on myself days before in the upstairs bathroom. A 2-second spray onto my left wrist, some of it got into the bathtub wall as well, like sampling a perfume or deodorant. It took me out damn well. I had to open the windows, turn on the bathroom fan, and aim the box fan in the bathroom to air the place out. And I wiped the wall off as well. And of course I washed my hands. It took 15 to 30 minutes to make it bearable in there again.
Okay, hold on.
In the end,
I think I have a funny story, bro, that you might like. I got secondhand maced, in a sense, because after my dad's passing, immediately cops come in to, see the situation. My dog, Alexis, who is, sorry, not Alexa, Lexus. My pit bull, Lexus, was combing at the cops, pepper sprayed her in the face. Poor little thing, honestly. And I had no idea she was like that. She was on my bed, and I kind of petted her, comforting her because she was in pain. I had no idea what happened. Again, she was in pain and sad. I had no idea. I thought the cops kicked her or whatever. I was petting her. I had no idea that the mace got onto my hands, and I eventually rubbed my eyes, and it was the worst fucking pain I have ever felt in my entire life. It hurt. Like, I was there closing my eyes and everything, like, oh, give me a second. I even had to go and wash out my eyes, and I had no idea until eventually my grandma told me, like, yeah, they maced her. And I was like, they maced her? I got secondhand maced. Oh, God.
Victim. I did not cause the original provoking. The assistant manager made the first attack onto me and provoked my defensive response. I was minding my own business, not looking for trouble. And then he startled me, similar to a potential rapist in a dark alley in a big city. Any of you would have done the same as I have in defense and escape. And we can sue Sega for changing Sonic's arm color and ultimately this male getting pepper sprayed. Think about it seriously. If this wasn't bad enough, just a few days after the GameStop debacle, he was up in Walmart causing a ruckus and threatening to pepper spray the employees.
Could imagine.
When they told him he was trespassing. Over his correspondence with a Kiwi Farms user about the
it was a fun story. I like telling that because, like, it's
while
kind of like
explaining
just
that he
stupid,
didn't
but
know
it's
for
fun.
sure the people at Walmart with Walmart name tags were Walmart employees. The cherry on top is that he considers anyone using a threatening tone with him is a self-defense situation that warrants the pepper spray. It was now 2015. In his downtime, Chris worked on Sonichu for the first time in 5 years and posted to YouTube apologizing for his past homophobia. This apparent change in his demeanor didn't last very long, as soon after, he tries to guilt-trip distant family members into contacting Barb, invites people to his lesbian sleepover, presumably so that he can sexually harass them, as he's known to do. His work on Sonichu wasn't exactly selfless, as the comic was only reviewed when one of Chris's donation tiers on Etsy, which promised a 100-page issue of Sonichu for $1,000, was met by some madman with a lot of surplus cash. The donation was to no avail though, as Chris defrauded him by neglecting to work on Sonichu, making only 16 pages out of the promised 100. Chris's videos take a serious turn for the worse at this point, as he shows frozen scene samples and posts a lesbian sex audition, in which he makes suggestive motions in order to impress a lesbian couple he supposedly was corresponding with at the time. Eventually, the reason Chris had been monetizing his creations more and more is revealed in a video called Please Donate, where he explains Barb has been sued for a debt of almost $5,000 that they need to pay off, and in order to do that, they need people to donate. Mind you, he says this while he's surrounded by a gaggle of expensive toys he's unwilling to sell. Later on, the money donated begins also being dedicated to
Jesus
Barb's
Christ,
dental work, which apparently is necessary because she has a lot of cavities.
$1,000, yeah, that's fucking wild. Can you believe that shit? Yeah, it's fucking wild. Oh, God. Oh, okay. We're going to quickly move on from that picture.
Keeping in tune with his previously shrewd financial moves, Chris completely wastes the money by buying things like a PS4, Transformers toys, which he later destroyed when Trump won the 2016 election, and a plethora of other useless garbage. Meanwhile, he attacks Cole for not giving them more money and claims they're so poor that they can no longer afford soup. To make matters worse, Barb gets hit with more debt lawsuits, and so does Chris, eventually totaling over $30,000 worth of debt between the two of them.
Oh my
with all
fucking
of this mounting,
God.
they begin struggles to pay their mortgage of $115,000. And to solve this, Chris asks for $250,000 on Patreon. When people begin telling him to get a job, he angrily responds that he already has a full-time job, which is taking care of Barb, and can't apply for any other job because of the trolls. He also implies a job would keep him from drawing and writing for his books, but at that point, new Sonichu comics are extremely hit or miss and a far cry from what they once were. Over at eBay, he manages to sell a Sonic totem for $1,500.
What the fuck is that?
He spends the money and then fails to ship the totem, which means now he not only owes $1,500 worth of garbage he bought on credit cards, but he also has a negative $1,500 balance on his PayPal. In a particularly pithy moment, Chris posts a video of Barb begging for money with a gold and pearl necklace on, items that he bought her with the donation money instead of getting food or paying off some of their debt. While the Find-A-Shoe crisis was going down, another arc reared its hideous head, the Idea Guy saga. I will abridge this as much as possible because it's so comically insane, it's not worth getting into all the details.
Saw that thing? Oh,
Basically,
shit.
a troll called Joshua Wise emailed Chris pretending to be a character from the anime hyperdimension Neptunia, asking about Chris's Dreamcast and saying it held a portal to Quickville, the land where Sonichu lives. What became immediately clear was that it was extremely easy to get Chris to believe things when you dangled the possibility of leaving the real world and escaping into the Sonichu universe.
Oh, here
like
it is.
pushing a button that instantly detached Chris from reality altogether. In fact, his abandonment of real life was so total that it would even override his sensibilities. Through the Neptunia trolling, Chris was talked into drawing an image of himself anally impregnating Sonichu, which is a sentence I never expected myself to say. The result of this was that now Chris believes Sonichu and a bunch of other fictional characters characters, and their respective universes were alternate realities that he could access. After tricking Chris into unknowingly spreading Wignat jokes, the troll posting to Kiwi Farms said, "Chris doesn't actually know about the Nazi jokes he just told. What really happened was some white knight tried to explain to him that he was making Holocaust references, and the thing was that I saw that coming beforehand. So I told him that anyone who said otherwise was a troll." Really, convincing Chris all this is happening isn't as hard as you might expect. In fact, all it takes is one of the free photo editing sites in Audacity to make Quickville come to life. I actually once took audio from him during an interview and edited it poorly to make it sound like Christine was talking to random people fighting to save Quickville. The images in question are hilariously bad quality, but were more than enough to get Chris on board with pretty much anything the troll said, just as long as it was backed with some drivel about alternate dimensions and timelines. Chris promptly converts from Christianity to the religion of the CPU goddess.
Something of that creator's choosing for what the fucking... It's positively mind-boggling. Oh, and I would appreciate it maybe that the CPU goddesses that I had officially swapped from the god of this world to all of them, please. As my humble testimony defines, I have made up my mind well and good thought about that. Thank you. So you're a believer in the CPUs. I've officially changed my religion. So yes, I believe more so in the CPUs. What the fuck?
Which is something straight from Hyperdimension Neptunia, and he now believes he is one. While this bottomless pit of schizophrenia was brewing up online, Chris's real-life adventures raged on. He attended MagFest to a very warm reception, and even a standing ovation. Then he once again trespassed and was put...
No fucking way. No fucking way. If Chris comes to Utah during FanX and I see him there, I'm fucking getting out of there. I'm being like, no, I'm fucking no way. I'm getting the fuck out of there. Oh. I'll probably take a quick picture of him, but then I'm getting out of there. It's not every day you meet a LolCow, man.
But on a therapy...
Actually, to be fair, my boss at my work, I can't name names, but my boss at my work, he was in Vegas one time, and he heard that a certain LolCow, or I guess, I don't even know if he's technically a LolCow, but I think so, in World of T-Shirts was there doing a live. And he was like, no way he's here. So he walks down the block like a couple of minutes, sees him on live, with a drink in his hand, and they take a picture with him. I seen the picture. It's crazy that happened, but that's pretty cool.
Docket instead of facing jail time, which meant he was appointed to see a psychiatrist regularly. Later on, he asked for people to buy all of his Transformers toys so that he makes the $600 he needs to go to BronyCon, followed by his house almost getting foreclosed because they'd been delinquent on mortgage payments. Though the Hyperdimension Neptunia trolling remained benign for a brief period, it quickly devolved into the trolls running it, manipulating Chris into making humiliating videos, such as one where he slaps himself repeatedly while sounding like he's calling himself a whore, or another one called Dick Licker, that is I, which they did because they had convinced him he was bisexual, and to act it out, he drew a penis on the wall and began licking it. Though it's not shown in the footage, he then showed it to Barb, who cried and ran upstairs. He attends another convention called Too Many Games and is banned from it for randomly kissing people without their consent, prompting him to crawl up in a ball, which he calls his hedgehog defensive state. A day later, he took to Twitter to justify his actions, saying the following: "One question. What is wrong with this world? A peck on the cheek from a celebrity that one likes. Positively, mind you, is not offensive to me." Finally, the Neptunia trolls are brought to justice, so to speak, when Null, the owner of Kiwi Farms, makes a thread called the ChrisChan Extortionist, dedicated to expose how Chris was tricked into shelling out about $6,000 in gifts and cash to the trolls, as well as having Chris admit to being a pedophile and raping his mother in order to blackmail him. This shift in the tides pretty much marked the end of the specific troll's activity. However, despite this information making it to Chris and him becoming aware that the majority of his current beliefs have been shaped by malicious trolls, he would outright refuse to abandon those delusions. In the epilogue to Sonashu 13, called Awakening of a CPU, Chris said, "They were royally messing with me, as well as literally screwing up the Earth, Equestria, and even the CPU goddesses themselves destructively. Wise and his associate, Stephen Boyd, extorted $6,000 out of me in Steam and Amazon cards and other toys. They will pay me back the $6,000 with interest. Regardless, the joke is on Wise, because his slanderous, destructive efforts only strengthen my own psychic links with our world.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The CPU goddesses and I became allies, and everything that was destined, prophesized, and fated of me, and the link between those earths and dimensions came full circle, deja vu, and all that. And we are still continuing on as such. Also, I am awakened. happened, and I am still learning of my powers and everything. I had lived a long, trying, and mentally and emotionally enduring life, made my own progress, recovery, and whatnot. Me, a half-Sonichu individual of this Earth 1218, destined to be a console patron unit. So yeah, Chris's mental state was pretty much irreversible. He then announces the dimensional merge on his YouTube channel. Basically, it means that soon the Sonichu-verse and real life will become one, and he'll be able to transform into his other forms and use his powers. Of course, when this doesn't happen, he comes up with a cockamamie expression as to how it's being delayed by an interdimensional war between good guys and bad guys from every fictional universe. The very next video has him screaming because he got blocked by the brony crew of TF2 Analysis on Twitter, to which he then begs to be unblocked. In December of 2019, Chris shares a dream he had in which his current self is being pursued by his old self, once again reaffirming his narcissistic fantasies. 2020 then rolled by, and of course, Chris uses stimmy checks not to pay for any of his insurmountable debt he was dealing with, but to buy an iPad. If you want to get a good feel for how decrepit and demented the Chandler household had gotten by that point, then just watch this.
Hi, Cole. Thanks for the flowers. They're beautiful. That was very sweet of you. I remember all the cards and letters that you mailed me when you were in college. I still have them, and I still read them. It's so nice to be reminded of your love and support. Thank you very much. I love you.
Very nice. Very nice. Alright. Hey, Cole. Got a little message for you myself. Brother, this is actually Sonichu. Yeah.
I have nothing but pity for that. That was kind of hard to watch, not gonna lie, because while Barb may be a terrible parent, I still think that she should not have to be going through what is currently happening to her and what is technically going to happen to her. Just, I'm sure what Tom is going to explain, because she is not there, and it is hard to watch. And I'm pretty sure Chris put her up to that too, because if I remember correctly, she had not talked to Cole for a long time, and Cole, of course, was never talking to her again. So her doing that is most likely Chris's idea to try to extort some money out of Cole, which is just sad because you can tell she forgot about, you know, the anger for her son, for her firstborn son, and it's just hard to watch because she generally seemed happy to see those flowers, but we know the truth that it was most likely Chris that brought the flowers and said it was from Cole, and it's terrible to see her in such a state where unfortunately she could just be easily taken advantage of, and of course she was taken worse advantage of later on.
Yeah, the one and only prime of the Sonichu species from our sister dimension that's literally right next door to you. Hey, you've been hanging out next to Iron Man.
You could say ChrisChan's singularity was fast approaching. In his DMs with one of the enablers of the Neptunia delusions, he says, "This is seriously, strictly confidential. I genuinely do not want this to get out in public ears and radar, especially anywhere on the freaking Kiwi farms. I have been more positive lately. Masturbation has become easier and more fun with me in recent months. But the more recent significant detail, I have a sex partner of our 1218 half of our universe. She's been very satisfactory. Her identity needs to remain a strict secret, and this is a mutual, genuine affection. I'm finally getting the long overdue experience, and she's helping me explore. Since we started this ship progress with the first intercourse last Sunday, I've been feeling a lot less physically stressed and improved quality of life. We're mainly still exploring the options and teaching each other up to where we find what works best. She's physically older than I, considerably fragile, but she has great inner strength and soul power. This was odd. Chris was known to lie, but seldom did he ever lie about actually having sex with somebody, which meant that he was probably telling the truth here. But who could he have been talking about? Well, on the 28th of July, he had a call with another one of his online trolls, a girl called Isabella Janke, and in this call, he confided something he hadn't yet told anyone else.
I don't want to believe labels at all, but obviously tell the incest fanfics have come true, and approach her with care and caution.
Mm-hmm.
It was a time approach, so I just gave her comfort to talk with her, and we just branched out slow and steady, and then
I encouraged her positively, let her make the first move. If she wanted to do it.
Oh, she did? Really? She made the first move?
Yeah.
It's worth noting I have a separate dedicated video about Isabella Janke, which was...
Yep, every time you said confidential, it gets fucking leaked, because, you know, technically this chick, Isabella Janke, her, was a Chris troll, I think. I can't remember. I think I did remember watching a video about her from Tom, but I can't remember everything, so maybe we'll also look into her, because if she's involved with Chris, and she's doing this, and she's got her own video, she's probably just as bad, maybe even worse. Maybe less worse, but who knows. But if she's got her own video, it's safe to say she ain't a good person.
Released as of the time all this went down, which is pretty easy to find and goes in more depth about her. As soon as this call was made public, Noel became involved and started questioning Chris about it, to which he replied that this was consensual with Barbara. The air had shifted, and Noel became noticeably more revulsed while talking to Chris, and he shut down the GoFundMe page he had set up for him. The police were informed, and Chris was served with an emergency protective order until the 5th of August, and was forbidden from communicating with his mother while she was at the hospital for a senior care inspection. Furthermore, Noel decided to follow up on another lead regarding Chris and Barb's relationship, saying, "Chris gave me access to his emails years ago to help out a while back during the Joshua Y situation. I've had access since. Chris is aware I have access to his emails, and after changing his passwords recently, gave me access to them again. I've helped him deal with trolls signing him up for spam and newsletters and other things like that. I was going to send Chris's GoFundMe money, but after talking it over and sleeping on it, I've canceled the payment, and I've asked GoFundMe to do a total refund. I told Chris last night to spend one night sleeping in his vehicle, and that this morning I would help him figure out a way to have a roof over his head until August 5th. I suggested that he take some time under the stars to reflect on his situation. Every so often, Chris gets an email alert that Barb has sent him money. I've always been under the impression that Barb tightly manages his finances and sends him a pittance. However, to my surprise, at 12:38 this morning, so less than 8 hours ago, Barb sent Chris $750. I asked Chris about this. The attached images show him questioning Chris about it, who replied that Barb hadn't sent him any money at all, which was a blatant lie, which he justified by saying that it was an emergency, and that he planned on sending her the money back. Noel adds that this could classify as a violation of the protective order since he's prohibited from stealing from Barb, and he notified the police. At about 6 p.m. on the 1st of August, the
Good.
police would have...
Glad that he did, you know, fucking Christ. This is the most unforgivable act Chris has ever done, and of course, I'm not ever fucking... It doesn't matter if he says anything. It doesn't matter his mental state. What he did is unfucking forgivable, and I hope he burns in hell for it. As much as I hate to say it, there's no going back on what he did. And him being egotistical and everything else, he just does not care. It's a messed up thing for me to say, but at the same time, he's had chances and chances and chances to fix himself, and it is fucked up. And it's I mean, I don't like telling people that they should burn in hell. I don't know him personally, but when you hear what people did, like Chris, for example, when you hear what Chris has done, especially this very fucking moment with his mother, I don't care at this point. Like, if you do that to your own family, you are a messed up individual who should be locked up for life and should not be allowed around anybody at all. And it's a terrible fucking thing, but it's just a fucked up situation.
Arrive and arrest Chris while he rambles about Sonic.
He also should have been in jail for a lot fucking longer.
Going to jail and being separated from his network of supporters and enablers certainly had no benefit.
Oh, I say it gets 10 times worse, because he doesn't go to jail. I think he's in a psych ward for like a year, or even I think maybe even less than a year. Gets out, supposedly has a restriction to not go back to Barb, but is actually let back in the house with Barb, and we don't know if he was doing it again. There's no evidence that he was, but and then of course, you know, he's on Twitch, he's doing all this thing, he's still fucking delusional as shit, And he's just being a fucking nuisance again and again. And it's just, he's out and about and free, and it's just worse because that, to him, it might be just like, oh, you know, I'm untouchable. That could be his thought process at the moment, and that's dangerous.
Effects on Chris's state of mind, as he actually became more insane during lockup. In a letter of his he sent from jail, he says, "Firstly and vitally, it should be made obvious and clear that aside from Andy Warhol, my life events at present and so far can directly be compared and matched with that which have been chronicled of none other than Jesus Christ of Nazareth himself in any holy Bible." Sounds reasonable. In a later letter, he justifies what he did to Barb, essentially claiming he did it for her benefit. He
says he justified his fucking reasoning. There was no justification for what he did, yet he still tries to fucking justify it. I just fucking can't with this guy anymore, dude.
May or may not have heard of Christine, our Lord, having foreknown of an eventual circumstance upon Barbara, that had our Lord not cleansed her aura and regrets, she would have ended up separated from our Lord by such a circumstance as a vehicular accident in August 2021, followed by a most paradoxical premature death from emotional depression and trauma. Wednesday, November 24th, 2021, Barbara was in the van and got hit by a tractor-trailer truck. The van is totaled, but Barbara survived and continues to live with positive emotions and greater divine protection by the power and aura of our Lord from that soul bonding. Barbara has 2 broken ribs and a bump on the head. Chris continues to send many more letters and even drawings from his cell, all the while continuing to ask for over $100,000 to pay off the mortgage of their house. Though now he refers to the donations as tithe and the house as the Sonichu Temple. For a period of about 2 years, there was peace as Chris got settled behind bars. Onlookers wishfully believe that perhaps this time the people around Chris would realize that he was simply unfit for living in society. For just a hopeful second, the possibility of the CWC Sonichu Empire meeting its demise in a jail cell glimmered in the horizon, but in Christery, no hope is left unshattered. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, probably go outside after watching this video because this one was way too long. Leave me alone.
And what is it? There's another video. We're not gonna watch it. We're not gonna watch it right now, but there is, let's see. Yeah, see, there's another, there's a full documentary there. ChrisChan is back on YouTube, and that was 7 months ago. So that's kind of like an update on what's been going on with Chris since he got out of the institute and everything else. But yeah, yeah, it's fucking, he's out and about. He's a free man now, man. He's a free man, and boy, oh boy, aren't people just happy about that? Well, let's see. It's currently, what time? 1:05, and we've been streaming for 5 hours. Surprising. It's been a long time since I've streamed for 5 hours, but hey, I think we unfortunately learned a lot about a certain person, but you know what? At least we know what kind of person he is. Yeah, goddamn indeed. Yeah, no. Thankfully, we will be actually watching Daniel Larson next. His trilogy is a lot. God, it's another 3-hour video. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. We're saving Daniel for another time. But we'll be watching another LolCow. Thankfully, not as bad as Chris. Not as bad as Chris, because I can guarantee right now Chris is going to be the worst one. I think the next one we'll be looking at is either, fuck, because now you're just, technically your head's filled with forbidden knowledge that you should have never known in the first place, and that, well, yeah, now this is something that we will know forever. Worst part is too, like, if we ever bring up ChrisChan in a random conversation talking about people on the internet, and people say, "Oh, who's that?" You literally will be like, look at them like, you don't want to know. And then that just, of course, piques their interest, and you're going to be like, no, trust me, you don't want to know who this guy is. But let's see. Yeah, we'll either be looking at King Cobra, because, I mean, that's a pretty short video, too. It's either King Cobra next, or it's going to be, let's see. It's either also going to be Josh Block, a.k.a. World of T-Shirts. We'll maybe continue on Chris's escapades. Or we'll hit Cyrex too, as well as a couple of other LolCows. But yeah, that's gonna be pretty much it for now. And thank you for coming in, bruh. Hope you had a good night. Hopefully you get some much needed sleep after everything we've learned tonight, and somehow pray to any god that this just goes to the back of your mind forever. Anyways, thank you so much. I will see you guys. Let's see. I think the next stream should be Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. So next stream is Thursday. We'll be looking at either Cyrax or World of T-Shirts or King Cobra, one of the three, because we'll be saving Daniel Larson escapades for a much longer day. But yeah, that's it. Thank you all for watching, and let's see if I can send us to someone, because I might as well. I'd rather give us to someone joyous today than all this. Is there anyone good on? Anyone that's kind of small too? Let's see. Let's see. It's pretty much. There's not really anybody on today that I can send you guys to. So, we'll just be ending the stream tonight. Alright, anyways, thank you guys for watching. See you guys later. And I'll see you guys Thursday. Let's just pray that Chris leaves our minds.